Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to HCS Raleigh, our kickoff major. This is it. Halo Infinite is finally here, our very first LAN. Sold out team passes, sold out venue, everything's sold out completely. And I've never seen this, I haven't seen it in a long time for Halo. Man, is it exciting to be here. We got so much planned for you. Of course, I'm shy away. I've got my man Tony with me. Tony, all that grinding in Halo 5 for this moment, we're finally here. You got to be feeling good.
I feel good, and it paid off. And honestly, I'm nervous, but it's going to turn to pure passion. And the energy in this room is exciting. It's crazy, and you can feel it even from here.
Even on Friday, the stands are completely full, just about.
Yeah.
We've got, 272 teams, I believe, filling up this venue, which is absolutely insane. I can't even get out the door, just seeing it, just the energy, the crowd outside, it's unbelievable. Haven't seen it in Halo for a long time. And of course, it's only the beginning. We've got a whole roadmap, we got plenty coming up. And also, of course, throughout the whole stream, you can find out where to watch the action, where to tune in, because of course, we're streaming on 4 different Twitch channels. Of course, we have the Alpha stream, twitch.tv/Halo. We are currently on Bravo. This is twitch.tv/HCS. And then you got Charlie and Delta. There's no commentators for this, but this is just pure gameplay. It's twitch.tv/ I think it's HCS Blue and HCS_Blue_Red to watch those gameplays. Tony, so much Halo, 4 different places.
Yeah, obviously you have the Alpha stream, you have the Bravo stream, which you're here right now. And then, if you want to do a little co-streaming stuff, the gameplay's perfect for that.
Yeah.
No commentary for anybody who wants to co-stream at home.
Ooh.
Either way, there's always a place where you can find some HCS action. And, obviously, I'm assuming you guys love Halo Infinite if you're here, because I know we do.
Tony, I like the fact that you mix that in there, right? If you're watching Charlie or watching Delta, you like this stuff, you want to, maybe commentate the action one day. Tony's saying that's an opportunity to get some reps in. I mean, not only do you watch the action, maybe talk over the gameplay. You got to start somewhere, and I think we're kind of living proof that you put the time in and you start to get opportunities, which is honestly, it's amazing to be here to be talking about Halo. Tony, what are you most looking forward to in this event? 'Cause we got so much. There's so much happening. There's a little bit of drama on the way here too, right? So many different teams, players bouncing around from team to team. What are you excited about?
Well, obviously excited about that, but also I want to see where the other regions stack up against each other.
That's huge.
I want to see ANC. I want to see NA under one same group, because we've seen them do respectively. Obviously you're looking at Barcode and Friends, 19-0. Cartel now Ascend. These guys have been going off, but we haven't seen them mixed in with North America just yet. And that's what I'm excited for. I'm going to see where they fall, because everybody, I promise you, every region is getting stronger and stronger.
That's the beautiful thing. We've got to see all the different regions separately, but not together. Where do they stack up? Who's the best? And like you said, Ascend in EU, can they match some of these players in NA? Let's take a look at these teams, by the way, because pools is where we're going to begin with our casting. We got 4 separate pools and 16 teams in total. That is a lot of teams to dive into, Tony. Where do we start? Where do we even start with this?
You know what? I'm going to start in reverse. I want to look at Pool D. And let me tell you, Pool D stands for death. This is the pool of death. You do not want to dive into these shallow waters. We're talking about Cloud9, Ascend, Xset, and Space Station Gaming. So let's focus on this for just a moment.
Okay.
What are you excited about this? I knew you were just excited about as me when we saw this roster.
I think the biggest thing is, of course, Cloud9, top team in the league, top 3 for sure. We know they're going to excel in this pool. I think it's a matter of who can stand up to Cloud9, who can kind of get that second place spot. To be honest, I'd be surprised if we saw Cloud9 fall. But then you got Space Station as well. They're no slouch whatsoever. They do have Tusk that they picked up into their roster to round things out. Ascend, I think, is the big wild card, though. I think that's the reason why we're so laser focused on this. Is Ascend is the dominant team in EU. This was previously Cartel, Legend, Shady, Sika, and Snipe Drone to round it out. These boys are, for lack of a better word, they're cracked. They're pretty incredible in EU, but can they stand up to NA? This is a perfect set of competition. Speaking of which, there's also Xset in the mix too, Kratos' team.
Well, I'm going to challenge you a little bit.
Okay.
You said Cloud9's going to run away with it. I'm going to tell you something, man.
I mean, they are.
Ascend are going to be a tough out. Space Station Gaming originally had Tusk on their roster before Formal joined them momentarily. So Tusk was originally on their roster, so they have a little bit of chemistry with them. And, I'm pretty sure Kratos has told us many times that he's the best Halo player of all time, and now he has a chance to prove it.
So what you're basically telling me is you have no idea where it's going to go. You don't think Cloud9 can sit on top. All right, that's Pool D.
Yeah.
We got Pool C, Pool B, of course. Pool C, you got E United Quadrant, Oxygen Esports, the boys. Pool B, FaZe, G2, Navi, Divine Mind. Tony, something standing out to you between these two pools, something you want to see the most, you'd say?
Yeah, same thing. I want to see where Quadrant is at. So Quadrant, formerly OEX, was a nasty roster. They put in work in the EU side of things that we were actually casting personally. So I'm really interested to see how they go about things. Also, the boys, they held on to that 4th seed. That's going to be interesting. But I also look at Oxygen Esports and EU United. These are two teams that know each other very well. In fact, Sparring and Swish were living together at one point. So it's going to be really fun. Two really good friends going up against each other. And I know, obviously, EU United are the favorites, but I think Oxygen Esports is going to be tough out. And honestly, Quadrant are going to be too. They might have been the 2nd place team in EU, but there's a chance that they could break into a top 12 and, dare I say, maybe even top 8 here to this weekend.
Once again, a lot of question marks. That's the beauty of it, right? Usually you've got top EU talent mixing in with NA teams that are in that top echelon, but maybe top 6, maybe not top 3. Yeah. Pool B, though, I mean, it's hard not to get excited about seeing FaZe in Pool B. Not to have any bias. We just saw the FaZe reveal video. That they look incredible. You got Sniped down on that roster. You got Boo Boo, Bound, Falcated to round it out. That team, I think, rightfully kind of in the top of the pool at the moment. But at any point, you got G2 that I feel like could come out of nowhere and upset them. Then Navi, 3rd place in EU, and Divine Mind, which was top 2 in Australia. So a lot of talent there as well.
Yeah, I would say this is probably my 2nd favorite pool, just because just like Pool D, it's going to be really hard to organize from 1 through 4. When I look at Pool C, I can kind of organize 1 through 4 where I expect things to go. Pool B is going to be almost as tough as Pool D. I think FaZe and G2 are really going to go at it, and there's also a 3rd part of the squad, like I kind of mentioned, with Navi in the mix, and then Divine Mind. They were doing things over in the ANZ side, and they're going to be a tough out as well. Pool B might be my 2nd favorite pool, just because how hard it is going to be to rank these 4 rosters.
We'll see. I'm waiting for Divine Mind to surprise me. I don't know too much about them yet. I know the other 3 pretty well. Very talented Divine Mind. Tough pool, seems like, but I'm ready for surprises. Let's take a look at the Pool A, though, because this is where our focus is going to be to start the day. Of course, we've got Optic Gaming, Pioneers, Bing Chilling, and the Chiefs. Tony, what's standing out? What pops?
I mean, you got to ask, man. We got Optic Gaming, #1 seed coming in. I mean, this is a franchise that's been has been historic. I mean, not only through Halo, but Call of Duty. I mean, this is Optic Gaming was the first org just to make gaming cool. Like they literally made gaming cool. Then on top of that, I mean, you got Pioneers. I mean, I've always been a fan of Pioneers just because they've always been the ultimate underdog. They're a dark horse squad, not just because they're the logo of the dark horse, but they're a dark horse squad going in because anytime they match up against some of these top rosters, everybody always counts them out.
Right.
And they always are the hardest out. They're so objective efficient. In Slayer, they can hold their own. I mean, Soul Snipe and Druk can go off at any given moment. And now they got Manny back on this roster, which, by the way, once they integrated Manny back onto the roster, they got their best placing in the qualifier.
All right.
Watch out.
All right, Tony. Knows a lot about Pioneers. And you're right. Pioneers a bit of a dark horse. Optic, though, I think despite Pioneers and what they've achieved, Optic, right now, they got the spotlight. They're holding on top. But we are going to laser focus on Bing Chilling and the Chiefs because that is our first matchup to start the day. Here it is on screen. Of course, interesting setup here, right? We got Chiefs, the #1 team in ANZ, dominated 19-0 record, by the way. They didn't lose a single game in their qualifier setup. And then you got Bing Chilling. Bing Chilling is the 4th place team in EU. This was previously HMDA. This is what we got.
Formerly TBD, then HMDA, now Bing Chilling.
And Bing Chilling is not a partner. That's not an org.
No.
That's just, Bing Chilling is, shout out to John Cena is what that is, right? They're just having a fun time. This is one of the only non-partnered orgs, I think, in the entire pools right now. So what happened? They got to get partnered. We'll see, actually, with this gameplay. Tony, tell me a bit about these rosters, what we can expect here.
Well, I mean, the cool thing about Bing Chilling not being partnered with an org right now is that literally leaving this event, there's going to be somebody recognized. I promise you, there's going to be somebody running a contract towards them saying, we need you. Because I know for a fact these guys are going to put in work. They deserve that spot here. And then, obviously, the Chiefs, I mean, come on, man, 19-0. They ran house over towards the ANZ side of things. They were top.
And I didn't even get to see it, so I'm excited to see what the Chiefs are capable of. And I think this is actually a perfect matchup, right? First place, I mean, we'll see. First place ANZ, 4th place EU. Of course, ANZ, smaller region, less competition. It's kind of a question mark as to how skillful you can be when you've got less competitors to go up against. EU, similar kind of dilemma, but larger scene. So I wonder where this stacks. And it's going to be a very interesting matchup playing out. Tony, as far as this Bing Chilling team, though, who are we looking at? This is Clonely, Flux, Ramirez.
Yeah, I'm looking at Ramirez. Ramirez is definitely going to be that. He's definitely going to be that leader. He's definitely kind of a been there, done that player. When I look at Flux and Riots, I was actually talking to Tylenol of Space Station Gaming not too long ago, and he told me, watch out for these two. These guys come from the Halo 3 2s community, just like Tylenol did.
Right.
So they're grinders. If you put them in open field, they're going to actually put in that absolute work, and they can win their gunfight. So I promise you, watch out for those two guys. A lot of people are going to underrate them because they're not household names just yet, like Ramirez, because Ramirez has kind of been there, done that kind of player. But watch out for those two. They can make some damage.
Hey.
Speaking of which, look at those faces.
Beautiful
look at these
faces.
guys.
Look at this. And like you said, twos kids, right? That is a common trend that we seem to see with a lot of top players, individually skilled players, as they come from twos, right?
Yeah.
Perfect example, Cartel, now Ascend. You've got Legend, you got Shady representing, coming from twos in Halo 5. You've got Bound. Bound is the ultimate twos kid. Now he's on Face. That you just fast forwarded, apparently, right? Shotzi, I want to say, Splice are known for practicing only in twos.
Yeah.
Right? So there's a trend here. So very curious to see what that means as far as their playmaking ability in this series coming up, and also chemistry, though, as well. Twos is only going to give you so much team chemistry. Fours is, of course, the ultimate test for these boys right here. Can they coordinate? Can they dominate, especially up against a dominant team in their own right in A and Z? Tony, this other team, we should talk about them a little bit as well. Let's talk about the Chiefs.
Yeah, we'd love to talk about them because, I mean, one player that stands out to me is that man, Barcode. Let me tell you, Barcode, he's the real deal. This man can put in work, and he can slay out at any given moment. Then you have Madzy, Pips, and Pratt, excellent players as well. I've definitely seen Madzy top slay in Slayer, both in Slayer and Objective. And when you have Pratt and Pips being that Objective support players, they can. There's just a good, well-rounded squad. There's a reason why they ran the ANZ region. They're that good. They really are.
Tony, I'm inclined to believe you. At this point, we just have to wait to see it. So the Chiefs, being chilling, very soon we're going to get into this series. I assume we're going to also have a layout for it as well that we'll bring up. In the meantime, Tony, what are you most excited to see as far as playmaking from these boys? We've got so much in Halo Infinite that we haven't seen in other Halo games. We've got equipment, we've got grapple, we've got the repulsor, we've got some playmate, we've got a ton of jumps, apparently, too. I'm busy breaking them down. What are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to, we're going to see one common theme throughout all of these streams, throughout every catch. They're talking about just controlling the sandbox. Like we've, for example, back in Halo 5, you would run around with that H5 Magnum and put in work, and that was the ultimate utility weapon.
Right.
You grab yourself a battle rifle from the DMR. They had its place, but nowhere near as strong as Halo Infinite is. When you have a Mangler for that close range, same thing with the Heatwave, same with the Bulldog, that one-shot melee potential changes up so much. And then when you combine those sandbox weapons with the rest of the sandbox, go into the equipment like the thrust. So if you want to close in the gap on a player that's mid-range, what are you going to do? Drop a thrust, get in there, drop a drop wall, create that distance, or I guess neutralize that distance. Same thing with the grapple. When you combine these close-range weapons with some of these equipment, that's when you really feel like Master Chief.
I mean, you're not wrong. We talked about this with Lucid, right? What's the one thing that Lucid does? He's always got his inventory full. He's always got two weapons and an equipment. He's got and all the nades, apparently, too. So controlling the sandbox, name of the game. Let's take a look at the map, so let's take a look at the series layout and what to expect for this series. Because, of course, along with the equipment, you got the maps as well, and they are going to be a big part, a big piece in the comfort, the playmaking ability of these teams. Of course, on screen, we got Strongholds on Livefire, Slayer on Aquarius, CTF, Bazaar, and then if we get there, Oddball on Recharge and Slayer on Streets. Tony, it's a best of 5. From the start of the day, best of 5 series in pools. We're so used to best of 3. Maybe the last 3 games are best of 5. The beauty of best of 5 is you get that true test of skill. You get a nice round of maps, right? So you never quite end up in that, that bad map, bad game type scenario. Not that you should have a bad map and a bad game type, but you never know with what you're going to get. So, Tony, I mean, take a look at this. What are you thinking?
Let me tell you, Stronghold Livefire is one of the best games to start off with. If you want to get yourself warm, you always got to be on the move. Your shot has to be on point because, I mean, you have the power-ups, you have the sniper rifle. If you're not always rotating and getting those power weapons, you're going to fall behind. You're going to be in trouble. And the moment they go, say you have an AV setup and somebody goes after A, and you don't have that timing to stop them, you have to rotate C. You have to always be rotating with your setup. So that's one of my favorite maps. All of these players are going to be nice and warm going into the rest of the series after playing Strongholds on Livefire.
Strongholds on Livefire, like you said, control the sandbox. You got the 3 points on the map. Typically C would be the anchor point, we'd say. But at the end of the day, it's rotation is the king of the game, right? As long as you are on top of the rotation, on top of spawns, moving with your team, you can keep that momentum going. Strongholds, of course, if you're new to Halo Esports, things have changed in Strongholds. They're not quite the same as they've always been. we've got quite an interesting update where you can instantly stop the timer and stop the progress, which leads to some hype moments. Tony, can we talk a bit about the Strongholds game type?
Yeah, legitimately, if you could have a 249 team literally stopped while having 2 captures,
right?
Team gets a cap, and you can see an incredible run, 100-0, I mean 80-0. Yeah. We've seen these runs before, even at these types of tournaments. And to be honest with you, I expect to see some on this stream. I don't know if it's going to be this series, but it's going to be really exciting. And then, like you said, I mean, you have all the resources that you want. You have that heat wave. You have that sniper rifle. Yes. You have that repulsor and even the drop wall as well. You can really do some damage here on live fire.
We're going to see a lot of heat wave in this, I hope. The sniper as well, like you said. The beauty of the repulsor in this map, the way that you can use it to jump and block sight lines, right? This map is kind of a non-traditional asymmetrical design. You've got no top mid. You've got a thin center lane with all your sight lines blocked. That's where the repulsor comes into play. What's so beautiful, and you see players like Shotzzy do it all the time, is you hit the floor and jump, and you come in from the sky, and there's no angles for them to see you coming, so you just kind of drop in and get the kill, and hopefully we get to see a little bit of that creativity in the game.
You know, speaking of repulsor, there's nothing more satisfying than knocking somebody right off the map. You get that animation in, slide, and that player goes literally flying, and you mine the gap. It's one of my favorite medals that's in Halo Infinite. It's absolutely insane. But on top of that, I've actually had some crazy plays where people are throwing sticky grenades at me, and I'm not gonna lie, it's accidentally usually. I'm bouncing them back. I'm making them stick themselves. I don't know. There was one play, I was streaming, I swear, I even clipped it. Literally, a player throws the sticky. I accidentally pressed the repulsor, make him stick himself. Right on this map here.
I mean, hopefully, I wish I was that fortunate. One thing, glad you mentioned that though. So that repulsor, knockback nades, best location to use it that I've seen. And I saw this with OEX. Who are they now? OEX changed their name.
Now, Quadrant.
Quadrant. With SLG, he sits in the bottom of the B stronghold and he waits for the nades. While he's capping the stronghold, he waits for a nade to come in. He looks up and then he repulses it back out. Because that's the biggest thing. When people know you're capping the stronghold, first thing they're going to do is toss a nade down below in that little cubby. So he just knocks him right back out, takes no damage, guarantees the capture. Little things like that, so beautiful, I think. And especially just hanging out in that area of the map and getting ready to knock someone off. We've seen it so many times.
You just blew my mind. There's been plenty of times where I've been chucking nades over towards bottom B, and I know that they land exactly where that player was. I'm like, what happened? They're probably repulsing. Just blew my mind. Just like that.
I can't wait to get my mind blown. I can't wait to get into this series, Tony. We've got a lot to get into, of course. The whole day is full of pool matches. We're going through all different pools, seeing some of the top teams play. On top of that, we're in a LAN, of course. We haven't been in one for a very long time. A lot of players have never been in a LAN. This is a brand new experience for many, especially considering it's a sold-out venue dedicated to Halo. What do you think that means for some of these boys, right? Because that's a whole new layer of, I want to say, pressure, stress that could come in, or maybe motivation, depending on who you are. Any thoughts on that for these players?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I'm so happy that we're here. It's been so amazing meeting everybody, walking around, and people recognize us. We went up. I've probably met a good, I don't know, 100 people at this point. It's been that crazy.
Too many people.
On top of that, like you said, I mean, pressure can create diamonds, or it can crush somebody. And I'll put myself out there, for example. I went to my first LAN. It wasn't even a big LAN like this. I'm talking about a friendly local LAN. And I'm out here just playing the octagon. Again, not even in a series, just an octagon. And I'm normally hitting these shots and whatnot that I normally would get. And then a few people just kind of gravitate behind me and they're talking. And with them watching over in person, I stream. I have no problem when I'm actually streaming because you control the narrative. But when somebody's standing right behind you and actually putting it and actually just watching you while you're playing, I got nervous. I was missing shots that I would normally hit any day. And it's that kind of pressure. Like I said, pressure can create diamonds, but it can also destroy somebody as well.
It's a good test. Like you said, it's a make or break, right? Because some people thrive off that. We had that conversation with Goofy just yesterday. He said the exact opposite. He said the more people behind me, the merrier, the better I feel. Or like a ninja personality, right? They thrive off the energy. They play better. They're like, watch me. See what I can do. So we'll be, okay, so we have plenty of content coming up, Tony. We have plenty of matches coming up. Unfortunately, we have a small tech issue, though. So we will be back very shortly. The moment we come back, we're going right into the game. We're going to get right into this. So stay tuned, guys. We'll be back with more Halo. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with our HCS Raleigh Kickoff Major. We're here, Tony. We're finally back, and of course, a slight delay there. We had a player with an unfortunate issue signing into their account, but that is no more. Game is in front of us. We're right in it, Tony.
That we are. It looks like we're going to start right on board with Mads, who's putting in that work. However, it's not translating to the scoreboard. They're currently down 2 caps to 1, and Ramirez puts off the double kill. Riot's going to get a big one as well. That's going to be 3 down for Bing Chilling right off the bat.
Back on board with Riots, who's already pulling off the slides, Tony. I like to see it, and I expect to see a lot more. He's going to try to get B. We got Snipe up currently. We got Camo up as well, but of course, the focus, the cap. You got Barcode doing what he can for the Camo here. He's already out of the picture. Back on board with Ramirez, who's... He'll get the angle, and he'll take that Camo as well. Beautiful. He's getting the double and a little more potential here. That Camo, I believe, sits down on the floor.
Man, just sitting over the top tower and putting down more, more shots. That's actually going to be a killing spree being earned by Ramirez for the number 4 squad come out of the EU, and he's not done yet. He's still chucking nades. He's still holding this down. C tower is literally all Ramirez.
Ramirez opening things up with a bang. I'm trying to look over to that Camo pedestal. I think I see a repulsor on the floor there, so somebody might have grabbed it. Somebody grabbed a Snipe as well. Looks like it's in the hands of Madsy. Let's see what Madsy can do. Gonna lock down the sight line. We've got multiple coming out. C tries to hit the no-scope just to get out of this, but he's got nades coming at him too. You can see quite a dilemma. Teammate there to be a saving grace for him. The man can't get his damn shields back. That's a double, by the way. 2 just dropped there thanks to Flux.
You got to stay alive with that sniper rifle. That's a utility that you do not want to change hands. They're obviously going to change the course of this game. Meanwhile, Flux trying to stay alive over toward the B side of the map, able to steal it away. But can he stay alive?
Well, unfortunately, he just died right there, Tony. 2 caps, though, for them, only temporarily. You can see very quickly Ramirez getting into 1. Unfortunately, he is dropped. We got players dropping left and right here. Riots, though, an opportunity. Snipe in hand, Camo in front of him. He can make some big plays here.
Able to get that camouflage and also activated as well right off the wrap. He had a choice. He could have held on to it for a bit, but now he has the sniper rifle and the camouflage. This man is sneaky.
You don't know how excited I am right now. LAN Halo. Okay, we're on LAN. These shots, when they hit for sure, especially with the sniper. You cannot miss a beat. Man's connecting already, and that's what I love to see. We're back.
That we are. Hey, and you're right, you're on LAN. There's no excuses. This man needs to be hitting these shots, and he's doing so with this BR, forcing that player to back down, goes in for the cutoff, able to take him down, and now, but hold on. I mean, this is right. He's not putting points on the board here. We still have 2 caps going in favor of Chiefs right now. They need to step it up.
I mean, like you said, Riots, he's been cooking. I don't know how he's alive, to be honest. Everyone's chasing him down here in the back and C. All while that happens, his teammates got to get in the hills, get a capture. You can see that's currently being contested. Ramirez can't seem to get the win. Instead, Pips will walk away with that, and so far, the lead as well.
And another 2 down go Chiefs. So now we're seeing Bing Chilling start to go off. We saw Riots putting in some work, but it wasn't translating to the scoreboard. Meanwhile, now they're putting the double cap in. That's going to be another kill in favor of Pips. So hold on. Wait, here comes Bing Chilling. They're making some moves, but again, Chiefs still on the scoreboard. They still have 2 caps.
We talked about the heat wave pre-game, pre-series. We knew it would come into play. Man's gonna, oh, come on, give him the triple. He had that for sure. Teammates will take it instead, and he'll collect the capture because of this. Great setup here. A lot of potential with this gun as well. Looking to rotate to A.
And this is the place you want to be. If you're already holding down A, holding down Sandbag is going to be really tough for an enemy team to get rid of you as he's trying to make over toward the heat wave. Able to make that player 1 shot, but not able to get the kill. Meanwhile, Flux actually to drop down, take down that player towards bottom mid, and that's 2 down for Chiefs.
Flux still up. Teammates already in A. You can see Clonely has the sniper, by the way. They're going to lock things down, make sure they got that point total. That's a trip cap temporarily as well. So nice little round of slays for them. Spawners up C side. They're going to get back into C as quickly as possible, and an opportunity for Flux and team to apply the attack. They just got to do it at the same time. You can see Clonely already peeking. That's going to make things a little tough for Madsy on the rotation here, who does get picked up.
Well, hang on. We're starting to see more of a run being come out of Bing Chilling. I mean, it was about 100 to 25 momentarily, and now we're seeing 2 caps on the board here for Bing Chilling. Now they're starting to get the slays back on board now with Flux, able to steal away C, out-rotating the opponent, and look at that. They know exactly where they are. They just took B. They have that angle, and they're already raining down some bullets.
It's a whole different dilemma here for Bing Chilling, of course, being specifically in that EU region, only going up against EU teams, all of a sudden up against the top team in A and Z. Taking it back just a little bit here in game 1, but I mean, we see why. You've got Flux, or sorry, Flux who's getting the spree apparently, so they're not taking it back too much. He's doing okay.
And, you know, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm looking for my man Cloney to step it up right now. 3 kills is not going to cut the mustard. I'm happy he has 8 assists. He's being a team player. He's doing what he needs to do. It needs to be around his teammates. But I want to see that start to translate to kills, especially as they've just momentarily gone 3 down. You cannot give Chiefs this amount of leverage here.
Yeah. You talked about Cloney. He just dropped right there. Pips took him. And now Pips is planning a bit of a sneak attack here on the Riots. Tell me he wins this fight, though. Does take the Flux. What? The man didn't see him as he dropped down. And Pips will put damage into 2. Here's Madsy to join him. Little 2-pronged attack onto A. About to be a brawl here for the capture, though. And it looks like he's already lost Madsy. Coming in late, Barcode. Maybe he can pick up a couple, though.
Utilize that repulsor, get an interesting angle. Throws a great nade over towards top A, but then almost nades himself with that second one. Luckily, he has to waste the repulsor, and sadly, Ramirez is going to make quick work of Barcode. 2 down, go to Chiefs. Now we're going to switch on board here with Ramirez, rocking the Mangler again. We talked about it, controlling the sandbox. These close-range engagements are going to be won if you have the Mangler in hands.
I mean, we've seen it so much, the Mangler BR combo. Just the fact that you can 2-shot, break shields, swap the BR, get the headshot, or just snipe them, which is what Riots was looking to do. Unfortunately, loses this snipe and the camo. That'll go over to the red team. All while that happens, Ramirez is going to make the rotation to A, and really just the name of the game, stay ahead of the rotations. You can see right now they do loot, or the red team is leading at least 165 to 87.
I mean, you say that now, but now we have a trip cap on the board for the boys in blue. Still on board with Ramirez, excellent cross-map shots. Not able to get the kill, but the assist is just as good. That player's going to go down, giving the advantages back over towards Bing Chilling, who are still holding on to this trip cap.
Let's see what Cloney can do. We talked about him earlier. 5 and 12 on the board right now. 9 assists to his name, most on his team. But of course, not the ideal start for him. Does grab the repulsor. We talked about it. Keep that inventory full. You've got players coming out red here. He's got to see him coming out A. Can he get this piv, though? He's going to be chased down here to 2v1. Rough spot for Cloney, and a stray nade comes in. Not sure if that was even an enemy nade. Maybe Barcode all the way from C. Either way, it'll dispatch him.
Back to a 3v3 scenario, and they're still allowing Bing Chilling to actually come out and get caps. It's crazy that they don't even have the numbers, yet they're still putting caps on the board. Great job by Bing Chilling to come back in this game. Do not count them out just yet. Look at that scoreboard. It's getting closer and closer.
I mean, Riot's got a snipe. You can't count out anyone with a snipe in their hands, is what I was trying to say. Same with the heat wave, as well as Barcode with it. Perfect position to have it too, right? Locking down this alley. He can bounce it off the wall if he needs to. Or swap to BR to dock the shield. Flux, get cheeky. You know what? I actually love that play from Flux. That was huge. That reach out took his attention and gave Ramirez that tiny bit of time for the perfect advance.
And another momentarily 3 down, going back in favor of Bing Chilling. That's the reason why they have 2 caps, but they need to be careful. They can't get sloppy. Keep getting the slays. Keep making sure you're out-rotating the enemy team. They can come back in this game right here, right now. Mind you, they have the lead.
They did, yeah, they came back. They swung right back. Speaking of swinging back behind enemy lines, we got Fat picking up a double. Looking for a Fat triple, too. And Cloney can't do anything about it. He'll get the spree early on.
Still on board with Pratt right now. He's rocking that heat wave, able to steal away B, and now we're seeing a double cap going back in favor of the Chiefs. Now they're trying to get that dominance they had early in the game. They allowed Bing Chilling to come out, but now they're done playing with their food.
I mean, if Fat can keep making plays, they're looking good, but unfortunately for him, he does get pinched and taken down in B. Pip's going to rotate to A while this happens. You can feel the pressure, though. He's getting tagged up from behind. Shots into Ramirez. Will back off. Does he go for this kill? He wants it all. Ramirez going to delay him and take the fight, too. Wonderful movement out of him, especially now as we pass the 200-point mark.
I mean, look at the scoreboard right now. It was heavily in favor of the Chiefs for quite some time. But you're seeing in the Slays column 3 down going Bing Chilling right there. But Ramirez, 19 kills. Flux right behind him with 19 kills. And Ryan's up at 17. They are winning the Slays battle, and that's the reason why they were able to come back in this game.
Let's see if that tells the full story, though, right? The snipe was just up. I think Bing Chilling might have gotten hands on it. We'll see. Barcode, of course, does spot Cloney with his pants down. That's an easy opportunity. Kill assist for him. He's got Madsy covering B. Teammate over on C as well. So opportunity for some points. You can see how quickly they're coming back as well. Every second that passes is a second Ramirez can't, allow. And unfortunately for him, that's a heat wave and a snipe in the hands of Chiefs currently.
Numbers now going back in favor of the Chiefs. They finally have woken up back in this game, and they're actually closely approaching the lead, and looks like they've just been able to officially take the lead. We are approaching that 250-point mark, and the Chiefs have gotten back control, but Clonely now stealing away B. Both of these teams trying to fight for that full map control, and no team able to get it.
We're going down to the wire, game one, Tony. I would not have it any other way. Clonely, 7-17, rough stat line for him. He'll make the rotation. He's got Inter with him, though. Inter, unfortunately, gonna get dropped by Madzy. Clonely does pick up a big kill, though, and he will get B because of it. You can see how quickly Pips gets there, though. He stopped it last second. Just got to get your tiptoe in there for the set, and Flux does do it, but he dies in the process. That does give him points, so you can see 26 and counting here. Fat does not have a lot of time, neither does his teammate. They got to get in the hill, and Clonely cannot defend it.
Chiefs need to come back in this game. They need to win their 50-50s. This is getting real dangerous. Riot's going to get another big kill. 2 down go Bing chilling, but Flux still having all the advantages. Watching over B, almost able to get the kill on the player on Pillars. Ends up getting the nade off, gets the reset, and that's going to be it, I think. Can they get into a base?
No, Pips is coming in. They're coming into B right now. They're going to get in last second. Hold it at 248. And Flux is in trouble here. Takes the fight on Madzy, though. And the reset as well for the game, Tony. Wait, no. I take it back. They're in C. This ain't over. Even at 248, if they stay on top of rotations, this is a clock stopper right here for Fat.
Just another reminder of some of the changes that were coming into Halo Infinite. If you know Strongholds for Halo 5, you do not know this game right here in Halo Infinite. Another 2 down. Beautiful slays coming in. That's going to be another capture. BC being held by the Chiefs. Can they hold on to these 2 points and steal the game away?
Oh, here it is. Down to the melee trade. Can't take 2, though. We'll dive in immediately. The moment he jumps in, he saves it at 248, so potential for time here for Chiefs. Once again, Barco going to lock it down. The entire Big Chilling team rotating to B, and you see that. Barco sees it, so he goes to C to counter. Look at this. Ramirez does take a big kill. But Barcode's already in C, I believe. He's taking it. He's going to hold on to the timer, so they can't get past 248, and Chiefs are creeping up.
How long have Bing Chilling been on 248? This is absolutely crazy. We're about to see another great comeback. Start going back for the Chiefs. Oh my gosh, the heat wave is putting in that work. Multiplayers going down. It's going to be 3 down for Bing Chilling.
That stop in A delayed them long enough for Barcode to get into B. And once again, the circle continues. Your sniper now up. Camo on the body of Madzy, who I can't even figure out who's going to save it at this point, Tony. It's too close. I mean, we can see. Is this only happening? Is Chiefs making the comeback here? Chiefs is about to make this full-on comeback. They got to get in the hill. They got a full trip cap. It doesn't matter if he gets behind them. That's it. Chiefs will lock out game 1 in a wild comeback with the timer stuck on 248. Tony, I mean, talk about clock stopper for our first game of the series.
I cannot believe that was only game number 1. That game had all the ups and downs that you wanted to see. Chiefs were absolutely running it for maybe about 40% of the game. Then we started seeing things swing over towards the boys in blue, and I was like, okay, well, that's going to be it.
Right.
We're looking good. Then the Chiefs stealing it right when it matters most. Bing Chilling were not able to move off of that 248 mark.
I think the biggest thing is just how quick they were to rotate. We had that, I can't remember who it was. Was it Madzy, I think? Came in with the heat wave in A, disrupted A, got 2 big kills, stopped it, right? That delay was long enough. Ramirez had to come jump in, commit to it because of it, and that gave timing for them to get on C to counter. That moment with Barcode, when he's looking at B, he sees the entire team rotating to B. He's like, okay, I know what to do. Straight through center, I'm going to go to C, and just keep that rotation up, keep the time in your favor. Next thing you know, they got the trip cap. They locked it down. And Tony, I got to conserve my voice for the weekend because apparently it's already hyped game 1, and you'll love to see it.
This is going to be a fantastic series. Again, we're talking about the number 1 ANZ squad going against the number 4 EU. But again, Bing Chilling are no slouch. You're seeing it right then, right there. Beautiful coming out of ultimately the Chiefs. But again, great job by Bing Chilling for making that a game. Game 2 is going to be phenomenal.
I mean, if game 1 is any indication, then I think you're correct. I think it's fair to have that prediction coming in. But man, what a game to start it, Tony. We got Slayer on Aquarius as our next matchup. Slayer, Aquarius, one of the smaller maps in the game. Traditional in style, you know, symmetrical design. Kind of like a midship or an onslaught in a way is what we call it, kind of inspired. What do you think? What do you expect to see on this map?
I expect to see both of these teams trying to funnel the spawns over towards the refrigerator side of the map. I think holding down utility and running that flag over towards utility side is your best play. When you allow the enemy team to spawn a utility, they have too many
ways. By the way. Slayer.
Either way, when you spawn the enemy team over towards utility, you still give them too many options to get out. You want to collapse on those spawns. You want to force them over to refrigerator and keep the pressure on.
Right. And you do that with the power weapons, power-ups. Power up in this case. We got a camo, center map. We got a heat wave once again coming into play. The sidekick pistol, as you know, inefficient as it might seem maybe in a social game when you start with it, you pick it up in Aquarius, close quarters engagement, the sidekick slaps. It hits hard. All these weapons, they've got a place in the sandbox. You use them in the right time, and they can completely change the game, especially the Dynamo nades. I mean, tell me about these nades and the refrigerator spawn trap combined with the Dynamos.
I mean, as my man Shurzy calls them, the sizzle sticks. You chuck those in there. Not only do they do maximum amount of damage, but they also have that audio ticking that I know you like to talk about a lot. It gives you the cues to know exactly where the enemy team is. Back in Halo 5, we had nade hit markers. So if you threw off a nade, it gave you that information knowing that somebody was there. However, Halo Infinite, it's different in competitive settings. In ranked competitive settings, you do not have those hit markers. So having that audio cue is almost just as good, as, obviously, with these top players, and I absolutely love it.
That's a hit marker. That's
pretty much is.
That's the biggest thing. So competitive Halo Infinite, going back to traditional style, no hit markers, no free information, right? Because hit markers are kind of free information. You could lob a nade across the map, have it blow up, give you a hit marker. You know that player's there. A little easy, right? It's competitive Halo. We're going to keep things difficult, keep things skill-based. And like you said, the Dynamo nades, they have an audible tick that goes off if they hit the player on top of the slowdown and the shield burn, right? So you get hit by this thing, you're moving in slow-mo, you're going off in their ears. They know you're being hit by it. It's just there's a lot that can go down just from controlling those nades that spawn on that corner of the map, or the pink side, I guess we call it.
Yeah, and obviously you have the heat wave again. We talked about it over in live fire. It's an insane utility. You can obviously close range. It still has that one-hit melee potential, which is really deadly. But then bouncing it off the wall is probably one of the most fun power weapons that we have in our game. And then the ultimate utility, in my opinion, is the thruster. When you're talking about 1v1 gunfights, there's probably no equipment that I would want in just a straight up 1v1 gunfight than a thrust. I can, if I miss a shot, it corrects that. I'm able to thrust over, make my opponent miss a shot, and catch up in that health battle. On top of that, you could also just stay alive. It's insane. The moment you start to lose that I guess that health advantage, you're running away, thrust behind that wall, you're gone. That's it, you're gone.
Exactly, and you got to take advantage of it too. Not enough players I see, except the top level, of course. Sometimes I'll see that thrust just there, sitting in front of your base. It should never be sitting in front of your base. There should always be a player who's got hands on it, who's aware of it, taking advantage of it. Because if you don't, then the enemy team has two of them. The enemy team has two thrusts in a Slayer. They're getting out of gunfights. They're weaseling their way out of everything. They'll take advantage, right? It's so impactful, like you said, and you can come out into an engagement with confidence, knowing that in the back pocket, you can swerve, you can get out of that engagement. So there's a ton of potential there.
I'll take it one step further.
Okay.
Not only should you be on top of it, I want you timing it. I want you guys at home timing the equipment.
That's 60. How do you time it? Because the moment you pick it up is like a minute after the pickup, I think.
Exactly. 60
seconds.
But
who's timing? You don't know when somebody's picking it up at all times. That's the coach's job. Maybe.
You got to be aware. You got to have that awareness.
Like you said, you want to time everything. Some of them you don't have to time. Camo, spawn center map. We're going to let you know. The game will let you know when it spawns up. And, of course, the camo, different dynamic this time around. Every other Halo game, you pick up the camo, pick up the OS, instantly applies to the body. Halo Infinite, you pocket it. What do you think?
I think the pocketing is really interesting. We haven't seen it being used too much. The only time I've seen these pros actually pocket the camo is off of a fresh 3 down, a fresh 4 down, where there's literally no contestation for that power.
They know they're okay.
The problem is that it's a high risk, high reward. You want to use that camo at the right moment. However, if you lose it and put it into the hands of the enemy, you're losing so much in that disadvantage that it almost doesn't seem worth it. You have to know for a fact that it's safe to pocket that OS or that camo.
Because you can't really last second pop a camo if you're in trouble. You want to be camo coming into the fight. That's why you go early. OS, bit of a different story. Maybe you save it for the engagement right before you walk in the door, you apply it. And of course, because you can pocket it, the application is slower. You get less health, you get less camo time, right? So it's just managing all those variables and how they come into play. And there's so much of that in Infinite, which I think makes it so exciting. You've got the movement, you've got some tech, you've got modern mechanics, and then you've got classic Halo kind of principles and positioning on top of the sandbox. The way it comes together, man, it's beautiful. We got a lot coming up today that I'm excited to see.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, 343 and HCS had a really tough task. Coming in, you have the classic fans that they weren't really that much of a fan of advanced movement. Then you have the Halo 5 fans that love that advanced movement. So they have to find a way to kind of put this game in the middle where obviously the movement tech is gonna take some skill, but then on top of that, still give you that same vibes that classic Halo did. And let me tell you, 343 has knocked it out of the park.
They definitely have. Game's looking good. What about these teams, Tony? How are these teams looking so far? We've had a hell of a series. We've had a hell of a game one. Unexpected game one, I got to say, the closest game I could have ever hoped for to start our series, and we'll see what we get coming up here. But Chiefs is the team to beat, I want to say, at the moment, considering the clutch factor we just witnessed out of them. Tony, what stood out to you in that game one?
I think we have to talk about their resilience. I think obviously they started off really hot, and you know, I would say it's easier for a squad to start off hot like that, but then once Bing Chilling started answering back, and we start to see the Chiefs backs against the wall when they lost that lead, they kept their composure. You notice that it almost seemed like they never got frustrated, they never actually got scared, and it was only a matter of time before they win those slays, and then ultimately we saw Bing Chilling again get to 248 points, and they were deadlocked there
for a good 2 minutes.
Yeah, exactly, because Chiefs were just playing, in my opinion, close to perfect Halo. Those rotations were on point. Those slaying outs were there. Great job by Chiefs, and it's going to be a tough out for anybody in this pool.
I mean, when you start a series like that, that definitely you'll be taken aback on the other team experiencing that, right? You think you've won the game, you're 2 points away, literally 2 seconds. It seems so easy. And, you know, lo and behold, they come back, they hold on, like you said, resilience. Chiefs, apparently, they've got a hell of a lot of resilience, and I think that's just testament to the fact that they are a top team. 19-0 in A and Z, of course, 19-0 in their respective region, have not lost a game, and this kind of gives me an idea of why. There's a clutch factor here. There's that ice in the last second where, despite the fact that other teams might falter, might think it's over, these guys, they're playing like it's the beginning of the game. They're playing like at any point they could take over or win, and I love to see it. And a threat now for Bing Chilling is what it is.
That's one thing I love about this event right here. It almost feels like a mini world. So, mind you, throughout these
It is a major.
It's a major. These qualifiers allow teams to actually go in, play online, put in that work, and ultimately earn themselves the right to get all expense paid trip over. You know, they got their flights taken care of, they got their hotels, their team pass, everything was taken care of to actually come out
Skip
here and
the open bracket,
and then playing in pool play. So it's really exciting because I was watching ANZ side of things. I had to stay up a little late, but I was watching ANZ side of things, and I was like, wow, this team is great. I wonder what they would do competing against our top EU teams, competing against our top NA teams, because that's where the interesting part comes in, where these teams fall. And I want to see where Chiefs is, and this is a great challenge for them in Bing Chilling. Again, the number 4 squad come out of the EU.
We talked about it. It's a test of ability from this region right here. They have less competitors to go up against a smaller region. How do they fare against a larger one? And then EU against NA and etc. But so far, so good for Chiefs. Let's take a look at the other side of the story, because you cannot count out Bing Chilling.
Yes.
Even though their name just seems like an absolute troll, like they're trolling us with their team name.
Yes.
But these players, they aren't. These players, no slouch in any way, shape, or form. Top 4 in EU right now.
Yes, Ramirez is a been there, done that player. He's a tournament winning player. He's actually has gone to the World Championships back in 2018 and actually has gotten top 12. So we've seen him put in work before, and it's really exciting to see what he's been able to do with some of these young guys, and then also pairing himself with another veteran. I'm really excited to see Ramirez lead the troops, because it's a ragtag bunch of guys, but they have potential. We've seen them push OEX, again, now Quadrant. We've seen them push Cartel, now Ascend. We've seen them push both of these squads to their limits. Now we're going to find out what they can do here on land.
Well, right now it seems like they are being pushed to their limits. They had that game in the bag. They, for lack of a better word, choked. They couldn't clutch up.
You said it, not me. You said it.
They couldn't clutch up. Let's be honest. Call a spade a spade. What do you think is going through their heads right now? What are they feeling? What should they be feeling kind of coming into this next game in the series to ensure they don't lose steam?
Well, if I'm their coach, I'm sitting there, I'm like, you guys have already proven that you can go through the ups and downs. Just like the Chiefs, their backs were against the wall in the beginning of the game. The Chiefs started off with a great run. It was actually 120-25 lead in favor of the Chiefs. So they also had that mental fortitude to come back and actually and kind of prove themselves in that series. And again, they got to 248 points. So obviously the skill was there for them to possibly be able to win. However, they just weren't able to put the nail in the coffin. And you know what? I feel like maybe going to Slayer Aquarius, that might be their map. That might be their game type. These guys have no reason to hang their heads low.
I think that's the beauty of this series. Like you said, no reason to hang their heads low. It's not over yet. It's a best-of-5 series. Sometimes a best-of-3, it happens so quickly. 2 games are just done. You know, bam, bam, series over, no opportunity to make a comeback to really assert yourself. With the best of 3, you get a little bit more time, you get 2 objective games, so a true, you know, honest, I guess, example of which team has the skill, which team can kind of clutch up in this series. And we can see that series layout, by the way, in the bottom of the screen here. We got a Slayer, Aquarius coming up. Slayer, by the way, once again, it's one of those game types that can kind of fluctuate. They can go either way with the way Slayer tends to work. But Bizarre CTF, if you're not clutching up by Bizarre CTF, then you're the lesser team, is what I would think coming into this. Bizarre CTF is the, you know, the ultimate test of teamwork, of team efficiency here when you're getting that flag out of the base and into your side, especially considering how large that map is, how difficult it can be to get through that open space in the center.
Yeah, Bizarre, there's no place to hide. It's a wide open map, and it really tests not only your awareness, not only your teamwork, but just how good your natural competitive VR is. You have to win your individual gunfights or simply not get into those 50-50 gunfights. It really
you got to get in them.
Yeah. And then you obviously have a lot of the utilities down there. You know, you have that Bulldog, you have that rocket launcher. One of my favorite parts of this game, which I did not know was going to be, I'm not going to lie, I was a little questionable about the grapple, but it is my favorite thing. Not even that equipment, just favorite thing in the game.
Outside of Halo and life, just grapple.
I'm telling you, man, the outplay ability to be able to stay alive in a crazy situation, get into an advantageous position, or steal away power weapons and power. It's so versatile, and it's also fun as heck.
And it's also only the beginning. I just retweeted something earlier with the grapple rotations that players are pulling off. Insane stuff you can do with this equipment, with just about everything in Halo Infinite Sandbox. That's only the beginning. Like I said, we've got plenty more Halo coming up. We do have a couple more tech issues. In the meantime, we will be right back with this series as soon as possible to break down all the action. Of course, this has been a hell of a series. It's been closely contested so far, so you don't want to miss it. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to our HCS Raleigh Kickoff Major. Just a little refresher, in case you are unaware, this series currently 1-0. Chiefs lead in a nail-biter game for the first one, but of course we got plenty more to play here. A best-of-5 Aquarius Slayer up next.
And we're now back on board now with Riots. Is putting some great damage in, but not good enough to take down the Heat Wave. Matty going off already, 2 down. Starting off for Bing Chilling.
Make it 3 down and 4 as well. Quite an opening here for the Chiefs, who grab not only the 4 kills, but the camo, the heat wave as well. Plenty to cook with. And you can see Barcode is already making a stew here. He's got 1. We'll see what else he can pick up. Of course, get tagged up immediately. Nice communication there out of Bing Chilling to at least delete the camo. But I saw that too, Tony, and your reaction, that dynamo nade.
It's dangerous. It really is. And mind you, I mean, Chiefs are they're no strangers starting off big. I mean, they started off game number 1 with that huge 100-25 run, and now they're doing the same thing with a 4-0 lead. Yep. Now actually 7-3 going in favor of the boys in red. Meanwhile, Pratt's actually going to go down immediately. Ramirez and Flux getting back-to-back kills. Ryerson have to stay alive, but Pip's going to hunt him down.
Players dropping left and right. Back on board with Pips, who can't quite get the melee in. He'll jump over the head of Flux. And notice how Flux spins and kills him with the side kick. We'll see plenty of that in game. Nice little 2v2 here. And Fat walk out with a kill. Though Clonely and team, they'll dive forward together. And that type of team shot difficult to deal with.
And great job of Clonely, again, utilizing utilities. Utilize that thrust to get that angle, the perfect headshot, easy to take him down, but also the teamwork coming out of Bing Chilling. Sometimes it's good to hold hands, bait and switch, and stay with a teammate as opposed to taking those 50-50 gunfights. And Clonely still utilizing that thrust. Excellent shots, but he sadly was not able to get away with his life.
Great attempt, though, and that's what we see with the thruster, is it lets you rotate just a little bit quicker, get through that open space, and go for a cheeky flank like he did. Unfortunately, doesn't quite get the kill. Now on board with Inner Riots. He's got a bead onto center map. Player right out beside him that he doesn't see. And unfortunate for him, Barco will take advantage.
Matt's doing a great job of putting down those shots, staying alive, trying to put in that damage, but meanwhile his teammates are nowhere near him at the moment. They're starting to rotate over towards that left side of the map. Flux off the screen, gonna be able to take down Barcode, but Pips going right at Ramirez, back to a 3v3 scenario. And looks like we're going in for the challenge, but Mazzy was not ready for it.
See, unfortunate route to take there, right? If he just backed up into the base, that would have been an isolated 1v1. Instead, he jumped forward. He got pinched from 2 sides because of it. Inner Riots can't quite get that kill, and that's a heat wave on the floor. Or in the hands of Inner Riots, unfortunately. Or fortunately for him, we'll see. Fortunately for Clonely, he's about to pick up a couple kills here and hold the angle.
Getting right behind enemy lines, great flank come out of Clonely and almost able to get away with that double kill. I'm surprised he actually wasn't able to connect with that one. Meanwhile, Ramirez staying just good fundamentals, keeping that height advantage, but Barcode's even better, ripping out a double kill.
Dead even game, 18 all. Wouldn't expect anything else. Just drop a nade behind him, but gonna get melted real quick. Back on board with Barcode, only briefly. He'll take a trade with him. Keep our score dead even. Pip's gonna look for the rotation here. Teammates likely spawn up behind him. Good advanced position. Gotta be careful on this challenge. He spots 2. Ramirez only going to play this safely. You can see on the feed here, we've got a double coming up from Braze. Is that okay.
Great job by Pips right there, having 2 players in front of him, putting down that damage in, but able to stay alive. And but now Barcode is showing what he can do. We already know this man's a main slayer, and he puts in that work. You're seeing it right now, taking down Ramirez, back-to-back kills, going in favor of team. Barcode and friends of Chiefs are starting to look good.
Well, that was beautiful out of Barcode. Look at the efficiency with the nades. Dropping one, then immediately turning, hitting that angle perfectly, just to keep the advancers off of him. And also just gives time for Madsy to put some work in. Unfortunately, does drop. Madsy going to look to take the trade, but we'll get on board with Flux here. Madsy did get that trade on the feed. Pips with 1 as well. 3 kill advantage for it. And Flux just looking for a pickup. He will get behind for 1. Looking for a second. Barcode does take him out to keep that advance on their side just by a little bit.
And Flux is doing everything possible to hold his team in. And look at that, 11 kills out of his team, but nobody else in double digits. This time Ramirez lagging behind a little bit, 3 kills of his own. So he's gonna have to pick it up. They want to come back in this game. Luckily, there's still enough time for this to happen. Flux and Ramirez working a little 1-2 combo here over towards the B side of the map. Going in for the challenge, but 2 down once again. Go Bing Chilling.
Beautifully executed out of the Chiefs, though. You got a pinch coming in from 2 sides there with perfect timing. And they caught those boys off guard. Pip's going to take another just a couple opportunities where they're catching Big Chilling with their pants down, not ready for a fight. And Pips, of course, alone here. Nice little rotation. Madsy with 2 on the feed, 37 now. This might work out. Ramirez still looking for him. Madsy on the chase. You got all 4 members on that perimeter of the map, though. They'll keep the cat and mouse going here. That's a bit of a distraction from Flux, though. I'm expecting maybe a flank to come in behind him. And there he is. The bait and switch, though, so perfect. Chiefs are ready.
Great job by Pips to put in that damage and buy enough time for his teammate to come in, but you notice the Dynamo nade doing maximum damage on both of those players. Easy cleanups coming in, and now we have a 38-34 lead going in favor of the boys in red.
Big Chillin', we saw it in game 1. Once again, they're on the back foot here in game 2. Just a little opportunity is all they need. Inner Riots with the opening. Barcode, what's he gonna get to pick up? Beautiful slide. Man's right up with the angle onto Clone because of it. Grabs the thrust too. And he's got an opportunity to get out of this fight because of it. This is textbook at a Barcode. Man's putting on a clinic.
And let me tell you, watch out for Bing Chilling once again. Bring it within 3 kills. Actually, make that 2 now. They're within striking distance as Ramirez and Flux could actually get back-to-back kills. Now we actually are only 1 kill game, but the Chiefs answer back with that 40th kill.
Just a 1 kill game, like you said, though. Back and forth we go. Perfect to tie it up. Ramirez puts things back on the board. Gonna rotate through. We can see the spawners out front of him. Good opportunity here. They're all spawning up on Fridge side, Tony. We talked about it. They got him trapped. How does Chiefs rotate out of this? That nade gonna give up some info here. You can see Riots right now just waiting to pinch. Timing is everything, and they've got it. Ramirez does catch him. And it's enough to get a couple trades here, but who walks out on top?
An entire 3 down for Bing Chilling, and now that's going to give Chiefs the exact advantage they're looking for. Wow. They're waiting for the spawners to come in. They want to collapse on it. This can be the Chiefs' game once again. Close game, tightly contested, going into the end game, and now the Chiefs have a chance to put it away.
But wild that they did, because we saw what was previously they were stuck in. Wait, what's happening here? He's not moving. Oh, we did lose a player, unfortunately. And you look at the score here too, Tony. Start to wonder what will take place considering the score when he lagged out or disconnected. So I can only imagine we will reset it. But man, what a series of events that just took place there. The one comment I wanted to make was we saw basically a spawn trap opportunity there for Bing Chilling on the refrigerator. The worst place to spawn in the map. You're trapped in the corner, your options are limited, but somehow Chiefs came out on top of that situation. I think the biggest thing was how patiently they played it, and they stayed together. They kept the team shot together. And they managed to win out with the majority of their gunfights, maybe with baiting and switching, whatever it is. We didn't quite get to see it, but that's just unreal to see that even in a situation where they should have lost, they came out on top. And I wonder what it would have meant for the rest of that game. Of course, we'll see it soon.
Yeah, I mean, you could have the awareness, the opportunity could present itself, but sometimes it just comes down to winning your gunfights. And the Chiefs, when it comes pound for pound, they can win their gunfights, like especially when you got messing with a guy like Barcode. I swear, I've been watching this entire series. Don't think Barcode has lost a single individual gunfight. Anytime somebody challenges him, he puts him in the dirt.
Right. It's the movement decisions, and of course his shot as well, but more so the movement decisions that he's making with the curb slides. Of course, he's pulling off some of the advanced slide tech to rotate quicker and to get to important weapons, especially the thruster. That's the beauty, is you can go out in that open space and grab that thruster and know that you can use it to then cut the lane to get out like he did. And you just stay on top of your timing, stay on top of engagements. You get in a lot more fights because of it too, because you're rotating so quickly around the map. So Barcode putting on a show. Hope we get to see a lot more of him very soon. But man, what a game for game 2. Both game 1 and game 2 at this point, they're neck and neck. I don't know where to vote for this series. It does seem like Chief has that slight edge, but I feel like at any point that could change.
I mean, I feel like the storyline so far with game number 1 and what was starting to happen in game number 2 is Chiefs will always start off well and they also finish well. And at the end of the game, for example, Slayers about putting 50 kills on the board, they were just about to do it again, putting Bing Chilling 3 down and then about to hop on those spawns. It was unfortunate. Obviously, that was a little difficult to do. Either way, the Chiefs can put in work. But I also want to talk about Bing Chilling. Like, lots of times when your back's against the wall, it's very easy to crumble and allow that 5-6 kill game to kind of spiral out of control. Sure. 12, 13, 14 kills. But notice how Bing Chilling always taking things 1 kill at a time, always staying within there and always fighting back. And at one point, even had a 1 kill lead, not for long, but they had a 1 kill lead.
I think the biggest thing I'm seeing is just the awareness of your position relative to your teammates, understanding where your teammates are, what they're looking at, and how quickly and efficiently they can help you depending on what you do. And you play off of that, right? Which I think we're seeing a lot with these players is they know when they're alone. And when they're alone, they play very carefully, right? They avoid those angles and they play very quietly. They're not taking aggressive fights, taking angles because they know that they are going to reveal themselves and get trapped in a situation where they can't do too much. Whereas when they do have teammates, they will chow out. They know they got the angle, they got the help. Though a couple interesting decisions we've seen as well, like picking the right way to challenge a player. Do you go out, do you go for the flank, potentially reveal your backside to a pinch, or do you hold on to that one spot where you've got limited angles, but hope that you just get that isolated gunfight, right? So the dilemma that we've seen, kind of picking your timings, picking your engagements, we'll see a lot more of it. But for the most part, we're seeing some excellent work, like you said, out of Bing Chilling to not let things spiral out of control. They just don't quite close out yet. Chiefs tend to start strong, end strong, and that's what wins you the games in the series.
It does. You know what? And as you were talking about, playing with your team and collapsing together, and that's when you get that aggression going. It was kind of the same thing I was talking about with Swish. I used to do film review. I actually used to coach the squad. And one thing I always noticed with his gameplay, and he talked about, is that he has a very slow gameplay when they don't have numbers. In a 4v4 scenario,
right.
You never want to be the first team to go down. The moment you get that slay and it becomes a 4v3, that's when you hunker down together. That's when you collapse them. That's when you make the opponent pay for ultimately going down in numbers. You have to punish your opponent.
And you got to be quick and good at doing that too.
Yeah.
There's a whole skill to being aggressive and that timing. So we do have an update from the producer. By the way, Chiefs need 7 kills and Bing needs 9. So we're not doing a full reset. Just a very quick game of Slayer. Just a fire round, sudden death Slayer. 7 kills for Chiefs and 9 for Bing Chillin'. Should be fun. Should be pretty damn. Like 2 rounds of slays and the game's over. Essentially, you grab the camo, you grab the heat wave, and win the game maybe in one setup. Which, fortunate or unfortunate, depending on what side you're on for that.
Yeah, I mean, low key, you grab yourself a heat wave and thrust, and that can account for 9 to 10 kills by itself. And looks like we're gonna see it right here, right now. Both of these teams, I would imagine that it's gonna be really hard for any one of them to really commit for that camouflage off the rip. I think both teams are probably gonna bait it a little bit.
There's a wet floor, by the way, Tony, just in case. All the slipping and sliding we're doing. The last thing you want is to fall flat on your face. You got to make sure you got the caution wet floor side. I'm sorry, Tony. I'm like a ADHD, like a squirrel. I just say, oh, I gotta say something.
Well, I mean, hey, you gotta be careful when they're curve slide. You don't want to slide across that wet floor. I respect it.
You don't.
And it looks like we're gonna start on board now with Madzi right off the rip, doing a little bit of cross map shots here, trying to get that early damage. Is it gonna pay off?
Well, if it pays off, it better pay off quick, right? 1-1 already. 7 for Chiefs, 9 for Bing Chilling. The opening strat is everything, and Barcode will take 1, get melted instantly after. 3-2. Give 4 now, and Chiefs getting dangerously close to closing this out.
Yeah, mind you guys, Chiefs only need 3 more kills, while Bing Chilling needs 7 more kills. But, I mean, hey, Pratt has that camouflage in hands. Let's see what he's doing. Getting right behind enemy lines, playing so sneaky. Having a player in front of him. That player's actually going to be one shot. Easy kill for him. Now going for the double kill, but that player's multiplying, and they're going to go down. 2 more kills needed for the Chiefs.
It's like a pack of zombies. They're endless, right? All of a sudden, he's replaced with 2 more players, and he couldn't quite do anything about it. 1 kill advantage, but like you said, just 2 more. 1 more kill for Chiefs, and they hit it. And Chiefs will walk out of Game 2 with yet another victory. Moving on into Game 3 for the potential of a 3-0. But Chiefs, I mean, we talked about it. They start strong, they end strong. You give them a situation like this where all you got to do is start strong. It's just right back in their wheelhouse. Chiefs, they're currently on top.
It might be a 2-0 series right now, but, so for anybody that's coming in, it's 2-0 series going in favor of the Chiefs. But if you didn't watch those games, I promise you, literally 1 or 2 mistakes away, and Bing Chilling can very well either tie the series or really be up 2-0 in some of these games. They were playing excellent Halo.
I mean, yeah, especially Game 1, right? Game 1, 248. Just 2 points, they win the game. They were winning handedly, too. They had at least a 50-point advantage. So just goes to show that anything could happen, like you said. And in Slayer tends to fluctuate quite a bit. You don't quite know how it's going to go considering the way the momentum works, especially with the way that series just kind of, played out. So 50-46 is the final tally, but bizarre CTF, final test, final opportunity for Bing Chilling. If they can't regroup, can't coordinate here, I say definitively Chiefs, they're the better team coming out of this.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because, you know, in Strongwinds and Slayer, obviously they didn't come out with the win here, but I still think Bing Chilling are playing good Halo, especially towards that second half. You know, again, they're not starting off as strong as they would want to. They're not finishing as strong as they would want to, but you can see the potential there. You can see their ceiling is there. They just have to hit that ceiling.
This is where it's got to happen. We've got the grapple. Tony, I know you love the grapple on the map. We got the rockets to fight over. We got a shotgun spawning under the rockets. Honestly, I think the whole rocket side of the map is the priority number one, is controlling that area of the map, because then you got access to the alleys to make that flank through. We'll see what they can do as far as team collapse here. And of course, what'll draw you to the opposite side is the OS that spawns up. You got the Mangler. You got 2 thrusters on the map. There's so much to work with. It's going to be exciting.
It really is, and you talk about the Mangler. You talk about. I also mentioned the Bulldog. I love these close range engagement weapons. Those are the kind of utilities that I want to control. I want to get those quick kills and start to advance forward into my opponent's spawn, and then ultimately punish them. And a great way to do it is close range engagements. Mind you, obviously the BR, the ultimate utility when it comes to mid range and even long range as well. But again, Mangler and Bulldog, you have to control that.
And that's the thing, is this map has a very interesting dynamic where it's very open in the center, but very close quarters in every other section of the map. Basically, the alley, the underneath rockets, the BR, and the tree houses. Close quarters. You got to have the right weapon for the engagement. You walk out into the open, you got to have a BR. If you don't have your BR and you're not hitting your shots, you're going to get melted. And that's an interesting dynamic in CTF, because it makes running the flag difficult. What do you expect to see as far as, I guess, the strategy for getting that flag through in this map?
I think no matter what I want to see is both of these teams actually stick a player over towards a perimeter. Most likely, like you said, those treehouse, commando, bar side, whatever you want to call it at home. But sticking a player there's so many avenues to stay alive. You can get out of a bad situation. You have access towards the bridge, towards their back alley, then right towards their flag. I want to stick a player right there and just have them rain down shots. And also when they run the flag, I want to see them run it towards that rocket side, run it towards that cafe, control that side, force them to spawn back thruster, and then just watch the cutoff, make an easy run for your teammates.
If you can do that. What typically happens, though, is you spend that time grabbing flag, and the spawn's already forced out to alley. They're already in the alley, so it's dangerous to go unless you face them head on. We'll see it, though. The game's loading up, so thankfully we can jump in and watch these teams duke it out in front of us. Of course, grapple on the map. Can't wait to see how that is utilized in this game. But, Tony, this is it. Game 3 in this series. Bing Chillin', they don't act now. They are out, or they lose this match in pools.
Let's find out what they can do. The Chiefs have an opportunity to 3-0 this team, and that's not only a 3-0 win, but also making a statement throughout this series right here for the rest of the pool. This is going to be great for the Chiefs, and again, like you said, Bing Chilling really fighting for their series lives right now. Let's see what happens.
Here we go, jumping in on board with Pips, who grabs the Mangler off of spawn. You love to see it. Contention for grapple immediately. You can see multiple members of Chiefs going down bottom map to try to get to that OS. Looks like Pips somehow free reign to get to the rockets there. Maybe a bit of an oversight on Bing Chilling to allow this.
I think you're being really kind right there. That's terrible. I don't know what's going on. You cannot allow somebody to rent-free, just steal away the rockets. Meanwhile, Magic just hanging out right behind the player. He probably could have backsmacked. Probably would have been more efficient, but either way, able to get the kill, a second one, and 2 down for both of these teams.
You could tell he was thinking about it. He's like, okay, I could go for the backsmack, or maybe choke the, oh, wait a second. Barcode, man, every time we go to his POV, he's got something to say. He'll pick up the thrust for now, and looks like we did lose a player this time on Big Chillin'. You wonder why he stands still, and he's got a good reason for it. But just to quickly go back and recount what happened, we didn't get to see too much, but the Rockets, I think, is the biggest thing, is where were they? Where was Big Chilling in contention for the Rockets to start?
Yeah, I mean, what's probably most important and what's easiest to go over as a team, what I would imagine would be starting strats. You know, where do you want your teammates going as opposed to where you're going? What are you watching? What are you prioritizing? The fact that he was able to get away with Rockets right off the rip off of that starting strat, it tells me that maybe there's a lack of communication on this team, a lack of coordination, and something I don't want to see. Maybe that's why they're not able to close out some of these tightly contested games.
Hard to say. Maybe they just stacked more of their resources and kind of took the risk not having somebody immediately. I mean, that's a big risk to just not have the Rockets accounted for. Put more presence onto ensuring they don't get the OS or grabbing the OS, because they definitely had slays with Barcode and team you saw going out through center to get to OS. It seemed like they were winning that fight. Didn't quite get to witness the result of it. But yeah, like you said, a bit of an oversight. And then you had that interesting situation with the Rockets where he's kind of in lunge range. You saw him thinking about it, right? Do you go for the back smack and potentially choke the back smack, miss it, or do you burn the rocket, which you didn't necessarily need to burn, but you get the guaranteed kill? I think you could have got the back smack.
I mean, at that point, not only if you got the back smack, but just to make sure that you secure without wasting a rocket, switch to your BR. Going for the back smack. Worst case scenario, if you miss that, you melee,
you get the
come
one melee
back,
shot
to the head, and you're done. That would have been a lot more.
And then the guy who was above him comes out with perfect timing and cleans you up, right? That's the worry too, right?
And maybe that's why he decided to waste a rocket.
The timing that it takes to go for the back smack and the position that he'd end up in had he gone for it, right? So there's layers to this too. If we want to get really into the nitty gritty, apparently we got time to do it though, so we'll continue to recount it. But man, Tony, it's been an incredible series. What we have witnessed has been nail-bitingly close. I expect that game to be close as well. CTF is very difficult though, right? It's a real test of your patience, test of your coordination as a team. Typically at a high level, we don't even see many flags leave their pedestals. It's difficult to just even get the flag out of the base to begin with.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many games have landed 2-1, going into overtime, 3-1. Very rarely do you actually see a team actually cap
just
all
0-0,
5 flags.
1-1 the whole game, down to overtime. We've seen it,
It's really tough to take full control of Bazaar because, again, we talked about those spawns. You know, you can slay them out right from the inside of their base. Lots of times, all that's going to do is influence those spawns for them to spawn over towards bottom rockets, which they can usually cut off the flag right off the spawn. So usually, one round of kills is not going to be enough to cap the flag. Normally, you want to get 2, sometimes even 3 rounds.
Right. Okay, scenario time.
Okay.
I have a grapple. What should I do with it?
Where do you have a grapple at?
Pulls out a grapple. Now, what best use of grapple on Bazaar as a grapple fan yourself? What would you be using it for?
I'm gonna tell you guys at home, listen good right here, all right? I'm gonna give you the secret sauce. Right off your starting strat, what you're gonna do, go right over big door. Forget going up top treehouse, forget going up top to top palms. Now, right out of big door, right off the rip. Go for that grapple. It's the road less travel. Most of the time you see people going for rockets, going for overshot. Take these damn notes down.
If I had a pen, I'd take my phone out.
Once you get that grapple, from there, that's where your awareness has to kick in. Do you see on your HUD that overshield still up? If it's still up, wrap towards your courtyard, grapple the overshield to yourself. Boom, you're good. You got yourself a free overshield. However, if that overshield is gone, most likely that overshield player is going to play aggressive on that overshield side, playing towards your lockers. So what you need to do, get out of dodge. Use that grapple to get right over towards your rocket side, grab Bulldog, and flank their side. So you have overshield on your side, you have Bulldog on their side, and you just neutralize the situation. Plus, grapple's really fun.
You always got to underscore it with grapple is fun, by the way. But I like the thought process in that you've got like an order of priority.
Yes.
Grab the grapple. You are within range of the OS. Is the OS up? Can you contest it? If you can, you contribute. But if you can't, then you're immediately thinking of the next weapon. The Bulldog is probably the most likely one. I mean, the Rocket's probably already in contention. Ideally, you're not getting Rocket killed when you're picking up the grapple. But like you said, Bulldog's kind of that next priority weapon. On top of that, I'm thinking of, how am I using it to get the most out of it in engagements? The biggest thing I think is just wrapping into the doorways. That's the beauty of the grapple in Bazaar, is the slingshot and air strafe potential to wrap into BR, wrap into the lockers, the cubbies on the sides, and just get that melee, get that close quarters attack, surprise attack. And then the vents too. The grapple use in the vents, from vent to vent. What I've seen, and I expect to see a lot of, is from shotgun spawn up into the vent. With a good angle, you can grapple and go straight into the vent and sit up in there. So really neat rotations we can see, and flag runs with the grapple potentially too. If you take it off the pedestal, you can pull it to yourself for a play. So a lot I want to see cook here. We got a lot of Halo coming up to watch for it.
Sure. Yeah, some of the fun things you could do with like the grapple and the flag, which it doesn't seem like a lot, but like once you start taking damage, you have the ability to stop running the flag and run a little bit further to avoid those nades that are ultimately going to be coming in once you get called out that you're weak. Then you can turn back and grapple the flag towards you. It doesn't seem like that much of a difference in timing, but you almost leaving that flag as bait as you're taking damage and running past it allows that flag to be almost like a decoy. It's absorbing those nades, it's absorbing those shots, it's absorbing the attention of the enemy team. You stay alive, get your shields back, boom, grapple that flag back towards you, and now usually you have a free flag. I'm just giving you guys the secrets. I'm trying to turn everybody on right now.
We need a little screen in between us, Tony.
Yes.
This would be beautiful. Just open, like, you imagine the technology just opens up and we could just start breaking it down for you. That's what I want to do at this point, because we're visualizing it. Like you said, you run the flag out. The flag is a bait tool. It's a beacon. The enemy team, when it's down on the ground, they know where it is. And that's the beauty of the grapple. You can leave it, get out of the vicinity, because they know that it's there. They might nade it. Like let's say the flag's hidden behind double doors. You're just going to nade double doors because you think that's where the player is. You toss your nades there. That player's way out near the flag pedestal.
Yeah.
They can just pull it directly to them. So you've got that kind of convenience and in the mind game potential with it too. So I love it, Tony. Next thing we need is just a live breakdown. And I'm going to hook it up. We're going to figure out how to hook it up because if we get any downtime, we got to start breaking down games. Speaking of downtime, we've got another real quick break. By the way, we'll be back with this series and find out who takes it, right? This has been the series for the ages so far to start HCS. It really has. And we got plenty more coming up. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with our HCS Raleigh Kickoff Major. Let me just start by saying thank you so much for your patience. Tourney's back, we're back in session, and we're getting right into this, no preamble.
We're right into it indeed, and even Madzy actually getting the overshield right off of the rip here, but mind you, his teammates are momentarily going to go 2 down, so it's not going to be looking good for them. Luckily, he's right behind enemy lines right now. He can make something happen here with a pull and at least change the focus of Ben Schilling. Looks like he's going to do just that. Meanwhile, Ramirez gets a big kill, and 2 down go to Chiefs.
Quite an early pull we saw there, getting right through with the OS. Grabbing flag, taking it out to BR. He's got Madzy there waiting for him too. So right off the bat, we've got potential for a flag captain, something you don't see quite too often in Bizarre CTF. Of course, just a little update on the series. You can see it on the screen. It's Chiefs leading 2-0 currently, best of 5. They win this game, they win the series.
And we're going to see what they can do, because again, like we said before, this is not just any series. This is setting the tone and sending a message throughout the rest of the pool that you were here and you were here to compete. As we're now on board with Ramirez, excellent shot, taking down Barcode. That's going to open things up from the pull the flag immediately. Now going in for the challenge. Matt's going to go down. 2 down, go to Chiefs. Make that 3 down, and numbers heavily in favor of Bing Chilling.
Bing Chilling back at it. There was an early flag pull. They stopped it, got the return. And got a pull of their own, of course, as I say it. We got Fat blocking things down in the base here. He wants a pull, but needs the slay. Riot's there as a line of defense. Flag already out the double doors. So that member of Chiefs, Fat gonna have to get on it. And Barcode doing everything he can to get that defense. Looks like they might be able to come through with it. Pips here for the return as well. And nobody of Big Chilling can get there in time to stop it. What a save out of Chiefs.
Yeah, the Chiefs able to put multiple frags down. It was actually went 3 down to Big Chilling, so it was an easy recup coming off of them. Back on board now with Madzy playing off of the Chiefs, actually leading Slays right now, 5-2, and even throwing up 2 assists, allowing Pips to run this flag.
Madzy doing it all. Pips, it's his turn. OS on the body, that's convenient. You take the flag through bottom mid with a little extra shields, and the cover fire, or at least temporarily, out of Clonely here. Riot's in trouble too. Got Flux on the chase, and Flux doing damage left and right here. Hopefully his teammates can pick it up, because that flag still being escorted. Ramirez now 1 shot gets taken out by Fat, and an easy opportunity for the boys on Chiefs to walk away with flag number 1.
There it is, 1-0 lead going in favor of the Chiefs, and they didn't go any players down, so there's no real chance for a counter cap here. In fact, actually there was even a push going in from Fats right there, getting right in behind enemy lines. Didn't work out for him. 2 down go to Chiefs. However, no offense being created by Big Chilling. Just as I say that, 2 down go to boys in red, and here come Ramirez and friends.
You gotta watch out for that mangler, right? If you close that distance, somebody's got a mangler, 1 shot beat down, you're executed. Speaking of executed, what a little move we saw there out of Fat to pick up the kill. Rocket's now up, teammate can grab it, and Fat doing everything he can to ensure that a teammate can get it safely. There's the kill assist on lock, and an opportunity once again for Chiefs with the Rockets, I think, in hand. Clonely might have gotten in there.
And you notice how Brad actually ignoring the Bulldog right there, actually utilizing that thrust, almost getting the advantage off. Sadly, he's going to go down. Meanwhile, Pips off the swing, taking down Clonely as well. Mad's going to get a big kill. We're on board with him at the moment. His teammates are 2 down. He's going in for the challenge from across the map. It would at least hold them off for a bit. Flux, now his back's against the wall. Now he's in a long-range gunfight against Madzy, and the cleanup's going to come in right from Barcodes. Once again, Bing Chilling having a hard time staying on the map, let alone getting a pull.
The coverage at a Chiefs right now. Look at this, the 2-man push into the doorway. Madzy in trouble. Oh, and Ramirez snaps onto 2. Nice defense out of him, and a chance for the OS. A little opening for Bing Chilling, but of course, a double dilemma. OS popping up, flag out from the pedestal. Flux wants hands on the return, but he also wants the OS. And maybe that little split-second decision costed him, because he now lost the OS and the flag's still in play.
Sadly, didn't get the return, didn't get the OS, didn't really get anything right there, sadly. he got a nice little trip to the black screen, as only going to win that individual gunfight. Ramirez going to get a big kill. Another 2 down, this time go to Chiefs. Bing Chilling might be able to take advantage.
I mean, just a little bit of indecisiveness in Halo goes a long way, right? A split-second decision, next thing you know, it's a shotty to the face. Or you get completely upset there. Clonely, I don't know how he walked out of that fight, but because of it, that flag goes through the double doors and into the pedestal. Big Chillin', they're on the board.
We're evened out at the moment. Let's hop on board now with Ramirez, see what he's going to do to try to keep that offense going. They just capped the flag right now, and they have not backed down. There's no, once again, no counter cap, this time coming in by the Chiefs, and Big Chilling actually back on the offense here. But Barcode off the screen takes down Ramirez. The second player going to go down here for Big Chilling. The Chiefs are starting to stabilize.
Flux needs to pick up a trade here. And that thrust making it so difficult for him to do so. Chiefs, they got numbers. They got an aggressive push onto base here. Spawner's up back base, and Barcode, he's aware of it. Tosses the Dynamo out. Gonna snap on the Clonely. Clonely now one shot. Barcode needs to stay up for his teammates, and there they are. Like clockwork, they come in to pick up the kills. And, ooh, maybe not. Clonely brawling out in base. A little last line of defense.
Big Chilling once again winning the Slays battle right here. And it's largely the reason why Riots was able to get right into the enemy's team base, almost uncontested. And Barcode, even having no idea that he was there, another 3 down, go to Chiefs. That flag is actually on the move. Bing Chilling goes in for a little bit of a fumble, goes down to 1 shot. He's cleaned up here. Can Bing Chilling recover?
I love the attempt, though, out of Big Chilling right there. Just to wait an extra second, just to make sure there wasn't, somebody looking at him, trained on him. He picks up a spawn kill for it. Unfortunately, no real progress with the flag, though. The defense was strong at a Chiefs. We're seeing it here. The double doors. Madzi pops out of that fight. Flux does have the OS. Big Chilling still in the attack despite it. And maybe an opportunity for them. The Rockets up as well. And Madzi, he's already making moves.
The Rockets were indeed up. It looks like Madzi might have been able to actually get away with that rocket launcher, but the back smack is going to come in out of Clonely. That rocket's going to quickly change hands over toward the boys in blue, but meanwhile, they were not able to capitalize on that flag. But we're back to a 3v3 scenario. Pips utilizing that Bulldog off the screen.
Here we go.
Flux going in for the challenge. Ends up getting the assist. Another 3 down.
That timing, I don't know how I feel about that timing, right? They got to act quick there. Rockets get picked up. That should be a flag pull opportunity, but they pulled the flag a little early alone, got isolated. Flag sat down. It was a scrappy kind of one-at-a-time scenario that led to a loss of Rockets and a loss of the flag. And now we have a counter cap potential coming out too for Chiefs. They got the flag out through to the bridge at the very least, but Clonely, a line of defense yet again.
It was a counter cap potential, but Bing Chilling just too good. They're able to stabilize, come right off a spawn, get the Slays, and that's going to be an easy recuff. Coming out of Clonely, maybe even more than that, able to take down Pratt right there, and now he's getting a little bit aggressive here. I mean, once you get those Slays, you can really punish the enemy team and start to utilize that numbers to get a little bit aggressive. Ryan's going for the challenge on Madzi, but Madzi going to put him in the dirt.
One thing has changed since the break, for sure, and I'll talk about it in a second, as Madzi's about to go off, apparently. Oh, and he does! I was about to say that thing that changed was Clonely, but Clonely just hit the death screen thanks to Madzi. That flag now out. Madzi's still going. Gonna cover the double doors here. Anything he does to delay Riots and get a trade is all he needs to ensure the Chiefs walk away with another flag. And you know what? I think he did it. That flag's gone through into the pedestal for a 2-1.
Wow, but you are right, though. I mean, really, Clonely has been stepping up in the Slays department. I mean, 18 kills come out of him. He's leading not only his team, but the entire lobby when it comes to Slays, but that doesn't always translate into objective time. At the end of the day, you have to be an objective, efficient team, as Flux is going to lose that individual gunfight. Pratt's able to get the cleanup kill, and Pratt looks like he'll be hunted down himself.
The biggest thing is when you can get these resources, timing the advance, so you got teammates with you to take full advantage of them. Right now we see the OS in the body of Riots. Teammate does come through here. Double onto Madzi, that's what you want to see. Flag now escorted, and Riot's in the perfect position to ensure he gets far as possible. They need to work together for an open center here. Pips up BR, tries to ensure he can't get any further. That's a big stop right there. All while that happens, perfectly timed Chief. They got a counter flag.
And mind you, I mean, we're now back on board with Riots right now. That's actually moving in favor of the boys in red here, with Chiefs. Clonely going to get a big kill on Madzi off the screen. That player going to be closed out. Now we're going to hop on board with Clonely if he can get that cleanup kill, but he's taking a little bit of team damage.
One thing I'll say for sure, every time somebody's got to defend the flag, it's Clonely. He's always there. He'll get the last kill, he'll get the return. And we didn't see this out of him game 1, but the man has stepped up since the break. Is that enough, though? We've got the flag now pulled. Ramirez with a pickup out through center. This is the escort we need to see. 3, 4 members up, Clonely in a fight. But I mean, they've got the advances for this. They just gotta close it out.
You know, the story of the game right now, really between the two main Slayers, at least of this game right now, Madzi and Clonely really going after it. Back-to-back Slayers, their stats are almost identical. A couple more assists going one way, but they both having 21 kills on the board, and Madzi even running the flag.
Madzi, whoa, he's got Barcode to help him. Thought he was in trouble for just a second. Instead, Clonely is the one to come in, ruin his day. Not enough to stop the flag, though. It makes it through the doors. And once he gets through the doors, Tony, we're in the end zone here. I don't know if there's any chance they'll stop this one. A 3-1 for Chiefs.
Yeah, Pratt was even able to get his shields back, so now he got it through the doors. He had his shields. That's going to be an easy cap, 3-1, and with less than 2 minutes on the clock, Bing Chilling really have their backs against the wall right now. Riot's now going to try to get aggressive here. They got to make something happen. They have the slaves. They're running the flag. Can they make use with this?
This is it for Big Chilling. This is the opportunity right here. They don't take this game, they lose a series, and they got to get started with the time left on the board. This needs to be a cap, and it very well might be. Ramirez with a kill on the feet with a shotty. The tags from Madzy and the BR going to stop that flag short, but can they get it any farther? Sits in the doorway. Flux with a rotation through. He can pick it up. Teammates still playing. No, come on. This is where you don't want to fumble the flag. Madzy with 2 in the feet. Man's got to move quick. Twice? Okay, one thing I've noticed with the flag, don't slide with the flag when you're juggling. You sprint, toss, and jump and toss it. When you slide, it doesn't go as far, and it's very difficult to juggle. So I don't know if that's what's contributing, but the return's coming in because of it. Tony, I'm losing full.
And sadly, with that return coming in, looks like that flag is actually still out of base right now. It's still 3-1 lead going in favor of the Chiefs at the moment. And now there's less than a minute on the clock. Pips is just holding down this flag for dear life, but every second ticking is really going in favor of Chiefs. Again, they're 46 seconds away from taking the series.
You know, I hate to say it, but that was the game right there. Fumbling that flag run twice, that was kind of the game. Because what do, right? Chiefs is they're gonna milk this out for the rest of the game. 30 seconds left. They need a flag, less than 30. Then they got to pull another flag to trigger sudden death. And then there's a chance. But I mean, we're talking about miracles. And there's no miracles in this game, unfortunately. Not now.
And so on board now, we're going to switch over towards Pips right now, who's just guarding this flag for dear life. At this point, all they have to do is play defense. And even if they did it, I still don't know if there's enough time on the board to somehow catch the flag, run another one, then force a sudden death. I mean, come on now.
No, there's not. I don't think you can trigger sudden death unless it is one cap away. Right, so it's GG. Yeah. And I would hate to, who was it that was running the flag? I would hate, not to call him out, I'm just saying I would hate to be the guy who didn't get the flag in from a fumble. Well, of course, there's a lot that goes into it, right? There's the full team play and everything, but all we got to see was one side of the story. And, you know.
The one thing I will say is, luckily for him, he fumbled the flag, but in the grand scheme of things, maybe it didn't matter much, because even got the flag in the base, their flag was pulled.
Right.
Pips still had the flag going across the map, and it was a stalemate.
They still would have lost their lives.
Worst
it would
case
have been
scenario,
a last-second desperation cap, and they would have still been down numbers, and it would have still been a standoff, and that would have gone down to time. The only big difference maker is that possibility of a sudden death. Somebody gets in there, they touch the flag. As long as the flag is out, you're in that standoff. They were in the standoff. Yeah. Sudden death would have triggered, and technically anything can happen. So there was potential, but unlikely. Either way, that's a series, right? That's a hot 3-0 delivered by Chiefs onto the doorstep of Bing Chilling, and here we see it on screen, 250 to 248 to start it out. Tony, the closest game we've seen so far and might see for a Strongholds. Tell me what else we got.
Yeah, to almost remind you of that game. I remind you, Bing Chilling was holding on to 248 for dear life at that point. Chiefs were playing near perfect Halo to come back and steal that game away. Going into Slayer Aquarius, again, same thing. Chiefs starting off hot, Bing Chilling answering back, but then Chiefs ultimately finishing. And it's not about how you start, not about the mid-game, it's about how you finish the game, and Chiefs were able to do so. And then game number 3, I would say, like, you know, obviously it wasn't that far as the scoreboard, but it seemed like Chiefs really had control over that game 3, where the first 2, it was a back and forward.
The biggest thing, too, is I feel like there were a lot of opportunities where Bing Chilling had the resources to get a guaranteed pull. They had the rockets, they had presence in the base, they just didn't quite have the timing, right? They went for the pull solo. Somebody went for the pull on their own, tried to get it out, got tagged up by spawners. By the time the rocket launcher was in play, it was too late. You need the numbers, you need that timing, that coordination to get the flag out and flag through. That's at least what it looked like. But either way, a lot went down in that game to ensure the close and to ensure the 3-0. Either way, Chiefs, they press on. They're looking good in their pool so far, and it gives you kind of an interesting perspective on how the rest of the pool might play out, right? We've got 2 other teams. We've got Optic in the pool as well. We've got Space Station in the pool. The interesting storyline here is what that means with Chiefs going on to a team like Optic. Do they have any sort of life or potential, or is it they just get stopped short right here?
You know, I always want to give anybody a puncher's chance. I mean, they're the #1 team coming at ANZ for a reason, but like you kind of alluded to multiple times earlier, like, that's a pretty small region, and this is where they're going to be tested, right here, going against that EU talent. Again, great work on the #4 squad come out of EU, going against that NA talent. Again, we're on land right now. No excuses. You got to step up.
Definitely do. And it's nice to see the shots hit cleanly on LAN, too. They look damn good. By the way, update on the pools. I said Space Station. It's Pioneers. So Optic, Pioneers, Bing Chilling, and Chiefs. And right now, Bing Chilling in trouble a little bit, considering the fact that it doesn't get any easier with the rest of the teams, right? I would put Chiefs in place 3, and then Pioneers and Optic. The levels only continue to climb. It's a bit of a stacked pool for them. But our next matchup, Chiefs and Optic. I mean, Chiefs, they went from confidence booster, 3-0, into the green wall. What do you do?
Well, sometimes you're running hot, sometimes you're feeling good, and you're running, but sometimes you run into a brick wall, sometimes a green wall, and that's going to be Optic. But, you know, you said something interesting.
Okay.
You said you're going to put Chiefs in that 3rd place spot. I'm assuming you have Pioneers number 2.
That's what I would think.
Chiefs are the #1 team come out of ANZ, 19-0, and I guess now 20-0 after that series.
20-0.
Is there any chance that they can maybe beat out Pioneers to that #2 spot? I mean, or do you at least see a contested battle?
It's funny that you're asking me that question, considering you are the biggest Pioneers fan.
Well, I'm biased.
You love
That's
this
why
team.
I don't want to.
You're just waiting for me to say, no, I think Pioneers got it, then you're going to agree with me. But like you said, Pioneers, what? Top 5, top 6, I'll say, currently in NA. We're talking Druck, we're talking Soul Snipe, Taulik, Manny, top squad, ton of potential, and they've done it consistently in NA. They've got the reps in. They're comfortable. Chiefs ain't comfortable. As good as they are in A and Z, they've got no EXP in EU and in NA, and NA is a completely different story. So that's why you have to give it to Pioneers, just based off of what we know. Pioneers, they've traded blows, they've traded games at very least with Optic, but Chiefs and Optic, I don't know. That's a different story.
You know, I want to give everybody the respect they do. And again, ANZ region, that was a tough region. They battled it out, and obviously the Chiefs are the #1 team come out, and rightfully so. I gotta agree with you. Hey, no, I mean, come on now. The Pioneers have gone toe-to-toe with some of the best, like you said, and it's all about consistency as well. You know, they were at first they were like, oh, there's nothing they're gonna do here on these online tournaments. What do? They start winning tournaments. There's nothing they're gonna do as far as when we go into Halo Infinite. They're just Halo 5 kids. What do? They start doing great in Halo Infinite. And now it's like, what are they gonna do on LAN? Well, guess what? They have multiple top 8 finishes on that team. So it's funny because the goalposts keep getting moved for Pioneers, but they keep answering those questions. And I think if they're able to get a good decisive win, I'm talking about a 3-1 win against this Chiefs squad, that will start showing people, hey, you know what? We need to start giving these guys the respect they deserve.
This played out as I expected. You teed me up by saying, is Pioneers good enough? And then you went in and you just gushed. So there you go. We have plenty more Halo coming up, though, right? We've got Chiefs, we got Optic. That is our next series. We'll be back with our next series as soon as our break closes. So stay tuned. We're going to come back with our next series, Chief, Optic, HCS. Hello and welcome back to HCS Raleigh, our kickoff major. Good to be back. Good to be back in our Halo LAN. We can hear the crowd too and the energy, man. It's unreal. You should be here, and if you're not here, then you can kind of live vicariously through us, experience the action from home. That's the beauty of it. So far, it's been pretty action-packed. We've had one series so far that went down to the wire. We had Chiefs up against, who was it, Tony?
Bing Chilling.
Bing Chilling. And Bing Chilling, unfortunately for them, they're Bing Chilling in the lower end of pools right now. They got 3-0. Let's take a look at the pool, by the way. We can see all four teams and how it stacks up. So like we said, Bing Chilling on the bottom of the pool. But in the meantime, we've got Optic, we've got Pioneers in the mix here. Some of the best teams in the league, and we have yet to see them play.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited to watch some of these rosters go at it. I mean, it's hard for me to say that Optic Gaming is not going to run away with it 3-0, and as far as the pools go. But I'm really interested in watching Chiefs and Pioneers go at it. Again, Pioneers really kind of marching and knocking on the door of being a professional roster. You know, they have that top 6, top 4 potential. It's all about them just hitting their stride. Meanwhile, Chiefs, again, the #1 team coming out of ANZ.
Let's take a look at the maps for this series, see how it plays out. Of course, that's a big indicator of how things might go. Optic Gaming, Chiefs, they did good in the first series, but Optic is a different story. Yeah. CTF Aquarius, we got Slayer on Recharge, Oddball on Livefire. If we get their Strongholds on Street, Slayer on Bazaar. We're talking Optic, though. Do we even get past Game 3, Tony? I'm not sure. And it looks like, thankfully, we're going to find out right now.
I'm not going to lie to you. If they would have came out and 3-0'd Bing Chilling and looked like totally dominant, I would have said, you know, maybe they take a game off Optic. Right? Come on, we're talking about Optic Gaming, the #1 seed. I know you're a fan of Lucid. Talk about this man, Lucid.
I mean, I could go on all day about Lucid. I don't want to spend too much time on it, Tony. I'll just say the man's shot is incredible. His movement is next level. He's hitting all the tech, and he's using it in all the right places at the right time. So expect to see it. But Optic as a roster, what a team we have. And I've never casted over him before, Tony. So this is an exciting new opportunity for the both of us. I can't wait to jump in, and here we go.
Yeah, it seems like there's players that specialize in movement. There's players that specialize in having a pure shot. This is one of the few players out there that literally has it all. Lucid is one of the best players in the game. Meanwhile, his teammates holding on APG, getting back-to-back kills. And it looks like that's going to be a quick, swift 3 down for the Chiefs.
Yeah, Lucid took the fall there early on. Chiefs took advantage. Actually, no, they didn't. Sorry, the opposite. 3 down for the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Chiefs went down. Lucid took the fall, and his team picked up the slack, is what really happened. Here's Ola with the reward for the damage that he's done. My God, he's going to come down for a little more here. Kill assist for it. APG Lucid already kills on the feed, and the flag is out the door, and Pips is hiding in a corner, rightfully so, Tony. I mean, what do you do? They're trapped on spawn already.
Ladies and gentlemen at home, that's the reason why you work on those starting strats. That's the reason why you start off hot. You get to run away with all of the resources at the beginning and quickly turn that into the first flag tap of the game. That's going to be a 1-0 lead going in favor of Optic Gaming.
Now, this is interesting to see because, of course, Chiefs is the #1 team in the ANZ region. There's only so many competitors these boys get to face on a regular basis. They have no opportunities to really go up against a top caliber NA team, let alone Optic. So you can see the pace of play and how quickly things get going. But man, they can still hang when it comes down to these individual fights. And we're seeing it with Barcode, who does pick up a double. Can they convert this into a flag?
I mean, it just momentarily goes 3 down. We want a 1v1 scenario between Pistola and Pips while the teammates are starting to spawn in. Looks like Pips going in for the challenge, but gonna be put down. The heat wave, it doesn't give you any room for error whatsoever. The heat wave will really put you down.
I gotta say, it's a privilege to have the man Ola on our screen making plays already. We got Fat, though, who unfortunately for him has to go up against those competitors. I'm sure he's not afraid of it because he's challenged too, going in with full confidence. Unfortunately, he will lose his life for it.
You know, one thing I'm expecting about these ANZ players, you know, that lots of times they'll complain that the server get pulled a lot towards NA when they're playing and whatnot. Hey, now you're on LAN. I bet these guys are feeling free. They feel like the ankle weights are taking off. They're going in for the challenges. Meanwhile, Barcode is actually running the flag, going to have to stop short, going for a kill, but Ola is going to clean up real quick.
Yeah, the biggest thing is that true one-to-one connection, moving quick, hitting shots, making it around walls. Nothing's going to chase you around those walls. It's that one-to-one kind of experience. That's the beauty of LAN. Ultimate skill comes into play. Ola will drop him as well there. Looks like we got a camo in play. A second flag already capped. And Lucid, I mean, with this camo, he can get a little more done.
I mean, you're talking about how smooth the game looks. You ain't lying. Can we pick up a controller? Can we
I would
get
love
in this?
to. I've been watching. I want to play so bad. I mean, look at this man move.
Lucid now going to go in for the challenge on Mazzy. Put in one shot immediately, but is going to be taking a little bit of team damage. Luckily able to get the assist, 3 down, go to Chiefs, and another flag pull. And that's the level that you're playing. You're playing at the Optic Gaming. You don't go 3 down without that flag being pulled. The objective efficiency is on point. These boys are too good.
They're efficient. They got perfect timing as well. The moment the slays go through, the flag's already out the door. By the time these boys spawn up, they're eating shots right onto their spawn, and the flag's already out of reach. So there's nothing they can do. It's just oppressive as hell. They'll try to get a couple trades here. Thrust will drop right there for someone to pick up, but on board with Pips. And Pips will try to make advances. Got to turn back for APG. And that got a little scary, but he'll walk out on top. We got a chance for once for Chiefs and a flag.
Yeah, Pratt and friends are not going to roll over. They're going to make this as hard as possible. And Optic Gaming actually momentarily putting them 3 down. Lucid kind of the last line of defense. Those some excellent denial nades. Able to get the kill, though. Tripp going to come in for the cleanup kill. Meanwhile, Pratt is going to have to slow down his pull and ends up being stopped short. That flag has not made it into the base.
Yep, Lucid and team with a bit of a shutdown there. And because of it, the flag returned and the opportunity denied for the Chiefs. Camo popping top mid. Not likely that Madzy will get to it, though. We got players dropping left and right. Flag still sits out front. APG can't get to it. Barcode will try his chances for a pull, but that won't get far. And Lucid's got it locked down. We talked about Lucid and how well he fills his inventory with all the crucial weapons. He's got a thrust, he's got a heat wave, and a flag return there.
You know, we've been talking about Lucid a lot too, but I mean, hey, look at his teammates right now. Everybody clearing double digits. Ola,
he's actually at the bottom
with 13 kills at the moment. Man, how good does it feel to be casting over the legends like Ola and APG?
Man, I already said it. I'm gonna try not to gush for the whole tournament, but yeah, just the beginning, Tony. We got so many legends coming up here, and we're not gonna get to see much of them, right? This game at this rate is gonna be over in just a minute or two. Lucid about to plant the 4th flag here. We got defenses on it, but can they stop them? I mean, you look at the line of fire coming from Ola and APG. Pips, he's got no choice but to back down as they put that 4th flag in, and they're now facing a game elimination, game over, I guess.
And mind you guys, for those who aren't too familiar with it, you probably might be asking yourself, who exactly is Lucid? I mean, the TW stands for Tommy Wilson, the artist formerly known as Saiyan, that top Halo 5 streamer.
Right.
This man has been catching his stride at Halo Infinite. He just happened to change his name a little bit. Trippy changed his name too. He dropped the E, and now he's just Trippy with the Y at the end.
I didn't even notice
And
that.
Lucid went from Saiyan to Lucid.
I mean, that's the beauty of a lot of talent in this tournament. There's players who have been playing Halo 5, playing more unknown titles for years, building their skills for this moment when they can finally showcase them. We're finally getting to see the potential of some players who've been, grinding with no recognition for a long time, kind of under wraps, underground, and all of a sudden starting to pop off. I mean, especially when you got the green wall representing you as well. There's no way you don't kind of explode from it. And it can be difficult to challenge if you're on the side of A and Z here. Madzy gonna do what he can. Does drop Lucid. Still got that heat wave back pocket, teammate with them. They got a Slay's advantage, that's 2 dead. They gotta make progress here.
Love the play by Madzy right there. Excellent damage going in, and then he obviously knew Lucid was going to try to drop down and play his life. So what does he do? Cuts it off right off the bat.
Sure.
He puts that heat wave to his body, gets an easy kill. Meanwhile, Pratt is trying to play a bit of offense. There's a player in front of him that's going to get melted by 2. APG coming in for the assist, but Lucid goes down to 1 shot. Can Pip stay alive? Nope, the bait and switch is coming in once again.
Chiefs on the aggressive, but they can't breathe, right? Despite putting the attack on here. So efficient. Optic Gaming will hold defense and not lose a number while they do it. We talked about baiting and switching. Barcode waiting around the corner, but look who's looking for him. Lucid, by the way, perfectly times the slide. See how fast he rotates to mid because of it. Very quick rotations, get to crucial positions. That advanced timing is key to win fights.
Yeah, the Slays are just going way too much in favor of Optic Game. I mean, Ola has 15 kills. Forget about the kills. He has as many assists as the leading Slayer coming out of Chiefs. It's not even about the kills. At this point, he's having more assists than Barcode and Pips at the moment. And that's going to be another 2 down. Going the boys in blue, and Lucid is right on that flag, but stopped short. Beautiful double kill coming in. Can the Chiefs get the return?
It's a good double and a good timing to get it too. That flag stopped short, dropped down below in front of the doorway, so still in a baitable position. And an opportunity for a return here. So Chiefs, they'll deny it. They'll get a flag of their own. Won't go far, of course. Lucid will stop that one short. And it just seems like a matter of time at this point. It's nice to see some fight out of Chiefs, but is there potential? Is it kind of too little too late at this point is what it feels like?
I mean, at this point, they would actually have to cap a flag per minute just to actually tie up the game right now, which, again, is hard by itself. But you're talking about doing that against the green wall, the ultimate defense, if you will. I don't see that happening right now. But as long as there's time on the board, anything can happen. And, again, we're talking about the #1 team coming out of ANZ.
Ola putting the commando to work. Now, this commando, I typically back pocket that thing. It's very difficult to take a full fight with it. But if you're cleaning up kills, the commando, I mean, the headshot potential there. I mean, this is a gun we haven't seen too much either. Lucid, we talk about his efficiency. Talk about efficiency. Here you go, the triple. And I mean, if there was only another victim to line up at this point.
Everybody kept telling me how powerful this weapon is, and I'm not going to lie to you. I literally back pocket like you do the commando. I never take advantage of it. This is amazing. The tech that I'm seeing right now. So you pop off the shot with the pulse, whip out your BR, easy kills, or a one-shot melee potential. My gosh, Lucid really showing us something nice with the sandbox.
That weapon is powerful as hell. It's that mid-range where it really thrives. You got to watch out in close range like he was. When he was in the base trying to use it, it's very difficult to connect all shots. Of course, the result of his play, though, I mean, that's a GG, right? Lucid looking, also, after getting kills, it's Lucid, of course, once again, is looking to plant that flag and just sits down at the bridge here. I mean, Pratt doing what he can to get those last defenses. They're fighting hard. Triple out of pips, apparently. But just in the last couple seconds of the game, could not quite stop that flag. A 5-0 to start our series. Not without some fight, some fire out of Chiefs, but I mean, what do you do when you're 4-0, all the pressure's against you? The first 3 flags, I want to say, so quick, so efficient. You're already reeling from that, and then by the time you finally start to get your footing, understand the pacing of the game, it's too late. You can't keep up.
I think one thing, if I'm the Chiefs, I'm taking a step back and I'm saying, hey, look, you know, obviously we got demolished game #1. Let's call a spade, as you would say.
Sure.
However, we're going into Slayer game 2. If there's any of a time where you can take off, you know, an overpowered team, if you're the underdogs and steal a win, it's usually going to be on that game 2 Slayer. So at this point, I'm going to my teammates and I'm saying, hey, look, we have nothing to lose right now. Everybody expects us to get 3-0'd. Let's just go out there, have some fun, and do what we do.
That's fair. I mean, that's the best mindset, right? Is to just go and do what you do best and play your best Halo and you know, put up those stats, right? Don't falter. In the end of the day, they know who they're going up against. They know what to expect, right? We can see it on the board. I mean, 5-0 CTF Aquarius. You talk about
online
Slays.
Kids.
These online kids. You talk about Slays, and you know, there's more potential. There's more like the score tends to fluctuate. It's more variability. But the Slays on CTF were handedly in the favor of Optic as well. You know, there's no weaknesses in this team right now. So really, what can we do except play our best Halo? It's the only mindset you can have coming in there. Win your trades, bait and switch, right? You need that team shot on lock. When we're on Recharge Slayer, what are you locking down? What are you looking for here, Tony?
I mean, going into Recharge, I love the grapple, but it's in an awkward spot. And I'm still going to prioritize it eventually, but off the rip, you know, you got to talk about the camouflage. I think the camouflage is it's way too good of a utility for you to ultimately lose and not pay for it, especially on Slayer. Where I remember back in Halo 5, if you somehow got camo in 2s, and most of the time in the Slayer, that was it for your opponent. Like you just roam around the map, they have no idea where you are. You get those back smacks. It's too good in the Slayer. So I'm gonna prioritize that camo. After that, man, the sword. Oh my gosh.
Definitely useful.
If you can combine the sword with the camouflage or the sword with grapple, you're in for a hard time. Most of these guys will want to set up and get into the either attic setup or either top A, and to hold that down with a sword is absolutely deadly.
The grapple sword stuff we've already seen from Lucid. I mean, you put that together, it's you know, undeniable. It's powerful stuff. Camo, like you said, important to pick up. It's right in the center of the map, bottom mid, very open. One side has an advantage more so in timing, getting there than the other. Other side has high ground, right? A side has the sight line. So at the very least, you want to be aware of it, where it's going, get the slay, pick it up if you can, but have that awareness of what's happened. Last thing you want is a camo player sneaking up on you. One of the only maps that has the combo of the grapple and the repulsor at the same time as well, which is a nice little dynamic that we get to see. There's a small portion of the map. You can repulse somebody off of it. You can repulse from bottom to the top of the map. You got full, you know, leverage, full, you know, opportunity, I guess, to take advantage of it. And then the shock rifle. On top of all that, the Mangler shock rifle, Disruptor, there's a lot to work with. A lot of goodies, we like to say.
Let me tell you something. The shock rifle, again, not a forgiving weapon. If you're not hitting those headshots, it could be you're gonna have a tough time. But if you can hit your shots, you can hit those headshots and get multiple perfect kills, you could really go off with the shock rifle. And it's funny, like you said, off the beginning of touch, you said someone's going to sit on high ground and hold down top A. I think the perfect strat to go against that would be to actually wrap over towards the shock rifle, go through long haul, go off a long haul, and put shots on a player that's going to sit top A, throwing those nades over towards camo. And then once you win that gunfight, at least force that player to back down, then you go and rotate and grab the shock rifle.
Yeah, I mean, getting to that tower, right, where the commando spawns,
exactly.
Crucial. You got to watch out for the cross through the turbine, though, which is going to very quickly hit you, right? But there's a lot of potential. We'll see it off the starting start right now. We're loading up our game, thankfully, so we can see it in action. And would love to see some of those optimized strats to start it out, especially from Optic Gaming. Very quick to use the environment, the slides to get places, get the angles, with just advanced timing, just a little bit of extra timing to get that first shot.
We're going to find out what goes down here. And like I said, we talked about the shock rifle. We talked about the grap. We talked about the repulsor. Hey, don't forget about that mangler, too. The mangler, really tough. A close-range gunfight's going to be absolutely insane. So there's a lot of utility on the map, and those who can control it best and also control the map and force those spawns exactly where you want them to be are going to come out the winner. We're coming right into a 2-1 lead going in favor of Optic Gaming.
You can see the carnage all down bottom center to start as well. That camo, big point of contention here. Like you said, Optic Gaming with the advantage on the opening at the very least, 4-2 here. On board with Lucid. Not a lot to shoot just yet. Spawner's up over on elevator. Got his reticle trained on him, but what's more important is the shock rifle. We'll see what they can do with it.
Already doing a bit of damage there with the shock rifle and goes in. That's going to be a no-scope perfect kill right onto Pips to start us off. 6-2 lead going in favor of Optic Gaming.
You know he's only just getting started with that thing. Oh, no. Oh, and he didn't clamber it either. Barcode, so close yet so far from safety there with that repulsor. And you love to see it, right? We're only just getting started with the cheeky plays these boys put together.
Barcode had no clue where he was, ended up getting the gap minded, if you will. Shots are starting to ring out. Now we're going to switch on board here with Lucid, who's still holding on to that shock rifle. Excellent denial nades, but he might end up being pushed. Looks like he's ready for it, but right when he turns, that Halo timing ends up being shot. Luckily, Pistola getting back-to-back kills off the screen. And, Lucid getting the big kill. The shock rifle going in for the second one, able to get the double kill, but the shock rifle is going to change hands.
He does drop that melee last second. Shock can be so difficult, right? You get a headshot, you get the kill. You hit the body, you got to shoot him a couple more times, so still getting the melee trade is huge. Gives an opportunity for APG to get something going here. Barcode going to try to dodge the angle. APG doing the same. Looks like APG might be chased down there by Pips. Now up with Madsy. Immediate angle on a trippy cross map here. He's got to get to the camo, though, at some point, too. We got less than 10 seconds for it.
And we did see some slays going in favor of the Chiefs. They actually only had Optic Gaming momentarily 2 down, and Mads are going to win an individual gunfight, taking down Ola. Barcode getting a big kill as well. So the Chiefs really starting to show some light here, and they were able to get away with the camouflage.
Good timing for the slays here. Pratt has an opportunity, and this is a fight you want to see him win. Does take Ola. Lucid with a kill on the feed for the trade here. Lucid with a beautiful pre-nade. You couldn't have thrown a better nade to deny the camo there, and that's honestly just listening to your teammate as well, right? Ola's going to call out that location when he sees it. Lucid's on top of it.
One thing I'm surprised about right now, I'm going to try to keep my eye on a Trippy right now, because Trippy doesn't even have a kill on the board yet. He only has 2 assists, but he's only died 1 time, so I wonder if he's playing more of an anchor position for his team, really trying to funnel those spawns over towards exactly where they want them, so they can go in for the collapse when Barcode and Madsy are going to get back-to-back kills.
What a little bait and switch. Almost killed both of them, but ended up killing none of them. And the Chiefs will walk away with the win in that fight. But can you walk away from Lucid here? We'll see. Gonna lock down the doorways. Ola's in position for the trade. We see that below. Lucid knows there's one more, and he'll deal with him right quick.
I know how much you love that Commando, one of your favorite weapons in Halo Infinite. You love that it's in competitive. I know that you do. And Lucid making great work with that Commando, actually even electing to side his BR and run it as a primary in these close-range engagements.
We'll see. We'll see. Wait until he gets into the right situation. He pulls the BR back out, right? When it really matters. If you're cleaning up kills, you know, it doesn't matter what you have. If somebody comes at you with a sword, Pips out of nowhere with the assassinations. Ola can't get out either, so Barcode putting it together. Barcode, he's got, oh my God, look at the combo. How do you escape? How do you escape? APG will take it, you don't.
That's the problem. You simply don't. And great job by the Chiefs. You notice how the moment that they start to come back in this game here and bring it within 2 kills at one point was behind the backs of the shock rifle and the sword. You control those resources, you control the sandbox, and ultimately you can make a great comeback. However, Optic Gaming answering back.
That camo was out bottom mid. Somebody grabbed it. Not sure where it went. We'll find out. Pratt, unfortunately, going to get denied by Lucid, along with 2 others. 3 dead right there. Puts a separation in the score, 30 to set to 23. 7 kill deficit. Nice little easy combat evolved opportunity for anybody who doesn't know. Perfectly set up to pick up the weapon. No way. Oh, wait, what the barcode? Excuse me. He wanted to kill so bad he was not afraid to die for it.
I get a little fadeaway shot. You know, the fadeaway it's a deadly shot in basketball.
You got to get out of sword range is what he wanted. He's like, no, you are not going to slash me.
Oh, whoo, let me tell you, Pratt got a nice little strafing shot right there. I love to see that. Slay starting to now go in favor of the Chiefs at the moment, and now they're hunkered down. This is the setup that they wanted, but Lucid having that shock rifle pips, utilizing that sword. We're seeing excellent power-ups come in, and Lucid somehow in close range and winning that gunfight with the shock rifle, despite that player having the sword.
We might need to jump onto Lucid. Last I checked, he's got a shock rifle and a sword to work with. What a combo. And he puts it together and makes it work. How do you snap and connect that, Tony, is the question I have. I cannot believe what this man puts together. Does he still have the sword? He does still have the sword in the back pocket. It's an interesting combination. Somebody gets close, he knows what to do. And it looks like he hears it too. It's barcode down below. Teammate deals with it. And at this point, a 40 to 30, 10 kill deficit, and spawners in line for Lucid to line up.
Now you can tell that Lucid has been putting in the work. He's been putting in the grind. Beautiful headshot, taking down Pips right there. That's going to be the initial kill that they need to formulate some offense here.
Right here.
While Trippy going in for the challenge on Pratt. APG getting a big kill, and Lucid just barely missing that one. But I mean, the damage has been done. Optic Gaming are collapsing so well. I
mean, the biggest thing to note there too with Lucid, he'll scope in, try to get the kill, but as he scopes in, he knows there's a potential that he'll be descoped. He's ready to be descoped. He knows how to react to situations where players throw off his weapon, throw off his fire. And he very patiently lines up that no-scope to counter it. You very rarely see his aim thrown off, which I think is just kind of the beautiful thing of the preparation, the confidence that goes into these boys' gameplay. We're seeing it in the scoreline too. This one's about to end, Tony. 49, 1 more kill, just a matter of time here, and it looks like it will go through. I think it might have been Lucid to close it. 50 to 33. Narrowly avoids the stake, but I mean, that's a bit of a pummeling.
Yeah, I mean, that's a dominant win coming out of Optic Gaming, and to be honest with you, that's probably exactly what we expected. I mean, this is a dominant team. This is the #1 seed coming out of North America and the world.
I mean, you know they're going to lose. It's just a matter of what's the deficit going to look like. Is it a 3-0, and how bad is the 3-0? What's the gap, the skill gap? Honestly, the beauty of Halo, too, is the layers of skill, the levels of skill that we get to see from team to team. I mean, top of NA, peak level NA, like Optic, it's a different beast. And ANZ, all you can really do with these teams is just try to download, try to get as many reps in as you can and pick up that experience, take it back to your region. So hopefully, regardless, win or lose, hopefully they're coming out of that, learning something, gaining something, I would think.
And speaking of downloading, you want to try to get as much information possible to take it back, even if it's not for this tournament. Right. What I would like to see the Chiefs do is, meet up with some of these guys even after the tournament and say, hey, look, do you want to scrim? Try to scrim, get that knowledge and whatnot. Even pick some of these guys' brains and what. You can download that knowledge and take it back with you, and I think that's a valuable resource. One of the reasons why I also love LAN. I made so much improvement by just going to LAN and just asking questions.
I mean, Tony, we flew in Wednesday. The scrims are nonstop. They've been going, right? There's a feature, it's not even a feature station. It's just an area back behind the trucks over here where everybody's just playing. They're scrimming nonstop, getting reps in. So when you're not on the broadcast, when you're not, fighting these top teams in front of the audience, then you go back there, get your grind on. You're always getting the EXP, the reps in. That's the beauty of LAN, right? It's the combination of, it's the environment, it's the community, but then it's the LAN environment, the LAN experience, but the reps, the actual in-game time that you spend communicating, getting to know your teammate, building chemistry, right? We spend so much time online, you don't truly know who that person is, and that's the thing, Tony. I didn't get to meet you.
Yeah, actually, we've been hanging out since Wednesday, actually. Right. And yeah, my mother always say, failure to prepare is preparing to fail. And ultimately, if you're not putting in that work and you're not going in scrimming and trying to get that information, asking those questions and improving every day, how are you going to succeed? How are you going to get better? So I want to see these teams do that. I want to see these teams put in the work, do scrimming even after the event. And yeah, so stay an extra day or two. I'm staying until Monday.
Ideally, your mom, we fly her over. She can connect with Chiefs and give Chiefs some words of wisdom.
There's a lot of quotes.
Right. There's no way Chiefs don't get better when we get her involved. Either way, let's take a look at the series, right? Because it is still a best of 5. There's still some room to wiggle, I guess. Here, Chiefs have an opportunity, rather slim, but it's going to be oddball on live fire for it, right? So the one way to avoid this 3-0, or at least come out with some fire, they got to put something together in oddball live fire. What do you expect or hope to see in this matchup?
Well, see, it's the same map that we saw game number 1 of the previous series. However, it plays a lot differently than Stronghold. In Strongholds, you're going to want to always be rotating, always be on the move, and it's all about how well you can out-rotate the enemy team. Where oddball, legitimately, it's the exact opposite. Same map, but a totally different style of gameplay. I want to see both of these teams really fight for that tower control. I think it's the ultimate setup. Get that ball over towards tower side. Get all the advantages in the sight lines from being on top tower, looking down top mid, looking down dummy street, looking down nest as well, and then ultimately getting those kills and setting up well on them. If you have to rotate over towards the A side, great. Don't forget about playing the ball and whatnot. Right. It's still a good setup, but I really like that C tower setup. It's
C, then A, and then B, right? Because we still do see some temporary B side setups. It's close to a play spot.
Yeah.
But it's really just making the best use of the opportunity you have, whether it's in that C side, A side, or B side. But always staying on top of it, staying on top of the weapons along the way as well. So this is it. Last opportunity for Chiefs in this series, or just another day on the job for Optic to close this out with a 3-0, Tony. I mean, it's hard to predict otherwise, but we'll see how it goes.
We're going to see indeed, and this is the pool play, so really every game matters too, because I think map counts also get into effect when trying to move on to that championship bracket. Obviously, overall series, but I want to see them maybe try to take a game or two off of Optic, and who knows, maybe go toe-to-toe with Pioneers and try to get the best record possible.
Right.
Chiefs, all eyes are on you.
Anything they can get is a W, I would say, at this point, against the top team in the league. Pratt will be our first POV to jump on board with. And unfortunately for him, we might not stick with him long. He's got a teammate to help, though. But Trippy, very quick to pick up the slack here. And look, who's got the snipe off the rip? Who's got all the resources? Of course, right? Lucid.
And the man's pretty greedy, and this time in a good way, and not selfish way. He wants to hoard all of the power weapons, so this way his opponents can't use it against them. And mind you, he's damn good with the power weapons as well. Meanwhile, Barcode getting right behind enemy lines, ends up taking down Trippy, but Ola going to answer back by taking down Barcode. And while all of this is happening, APG is putting good points on the board.
Yeah, we got quite a brawl going down over the OS here. Looks like Lucid does somehow get away with it. That's the thing, is the team and their ability to support this man's playmaking opportunities here, because he just makes plays. Look at him put it together, right? He hits the headshot with the BR in the air, repulsors to offset himself to cover. Unfortunately, still does drop, but you can see the cogs turning, the gears turning as he makes these decisions. All while that happens, I mean, 40 seconds and counting. APG, he's doing his thing. He's just sitting in tower, hanging out.
And on top of that, Pistola was also able to get away with the heat wave as well. So now he's going to be holding down top mid. Excellent shots going down. Able to finally get that kill on Barcode, being ever so frustrating. Even able to get the double kill. Imagine another 3 down. Go the boys in blue. Optic Gaming picking up exactly where they left off with the first half of the series.
Just beautiful defense out of Optic, right? They're so flexible. We see them kind of rotating, weaving in and out, covering these perimeters. Just a line of defense. They don't hold the same positions. They're always in flux. They're always, rotating and getting into, sneaky flank positions. Here we got Lucy coming in to help. And APG so quick to rotate that ball and make it tricky as well. Biggest opportunity we've seen for Chiefs so far, and they're so quick to shut them down. Look at this. Trippy just here to clean up the scraps of what's left of Chiefs and the ball back in their hands.
What fantastic use of the repulsor coming out of Trippy right there. Able to utilize the repulsor, get that advantage on the players that were rotating over towards tower side, collapsing on their ball carrier, then utilizing that repulsor to kind of bounce back some of that nade damage that was coming in to stay alive. Meanwhile, Slaves are still coming on the board, back on board now with Lucid watching that B street, but he's going to actually be taken down there. 2 down go Optic Gaming, and now Chiefs have a chance to maybe make a little bit of a run here.
They're going to have to do so quickly, because what a round, right? Already nearly at 90 points here. Pratt will get the ball, gonna rotate it out. We got an opportunity for an A side setup, a couple teammates up to ensure he makes it. All while we say that though, Optic are focused on what's more important at this moment, that sniper. The resources about the pop here and winning their fights too. They're going up in the damage. Lucid gonna spin around, take the kill on the Pips. They'll probably take snipe off this too, and the round, Tony. We'll see if they even make it here in 5 seconds as Lucid and team look to hold on and close out this round 100-4. And man, that was pretty quick.
Yeah, he spun around, stopped, double take 3 times, got the ball, and ended up coming out with a beautiful win. Yeah. Now we're going into round number 2, and I'm afraid it's going to be just as quick as round number 1. The Chiefs have not shown me anything in round number 1 that showed that they can do something in this round here or the rest of the series.
They need, they're all dead.
Oh, gosh.
They're all dead.
They need to stay alive.
They need to stay alive, and they got to win the weapons, right? That's probably the mindset coming in is like, okay, we can't let Lucid have snipe, so we're going to go for that snipe right away. But then you can't die when you go for it, or else he just gets it after he kills you, right? So it's just, what a dilemma, right? You can kind of see, even from the top team in A and C, how difficult it can be to just, get anything going. Especially like with APG being such a weasel here. He's going to get out, hold on to the snipe once again. And even if you use the repulsor, you can't escape this, man.
Sniper rifle and mangler in the hands of APG. Mazzy trying to hold on to top tower control, but he's taking some heavy damage from multiple players over towards bottom tower. Somehow able to stay alive, grabbing himself an assault rifle, but the nades are still coming in. How is this man alive?
It's a good question. Thankfully for him, he does stay up, though, gets his shield. They got the ball because of it, rotates it out to scoreboard. Trippy gonna play this patiently. He's got Ola with a kill on the feet. Oh, Pratt does go for that challenge. He walks away with it. Not with his life, though. Ola's ready for the trade. You got Pips with 1, but once again, there's always a player in position. We've seen this all game. Optic, they do not lose a life without having a backup plan in store. Barco gets 1. And actually, no, Barco gets 2. All right, here we go. Chiefs, maybe with some momentum.
Double kill did come in, and now they have numbers advantage. The nades are starting to come in because they're not. Barco's not exactly sure where the push is coming from. Finally able to spot a player, now putting in that damage, staying alive, but he's being collapsed on from both sides here. Barco trying to stay alive, utilizing that repulsor, and even rotating the ball over. Great awareness and great IQ come out of Barcode, and he never got taken down. He's still putting ball points here.
So not quite the same outcome as round 1 so far. It's a much closer game. Ball hold on C side. They gave up OS for it though. Trippy gets away with it, and he gets a wingman because of it. He's got a teammate pushing up into C. That ball got dropped off the map, so Trippy very quick to get back to that reset. And that's another thing that we see with these teams is there's no lag time between the ball play and the pickup of the new reset, newly spawned ball. He's right on top of it. And because of that, they got their hold, their setup already ready to go here. And an opportunity for Lucid to just play goalie.
Lucid having the commando in hands here, and now we're going to switch on board with Pratt, though, because he's going to run right into APG, ends up being put down, and that's another 4 down going to Chiefs.
Gonna let him spawn in A or B. Looking like A at this point. It's just a matter of holding this perimeter down. We got snipe about to pop as well, so Ola, he's already got a beat through center. Chiefs gonna prioritize that snipe. You can see 3 people pouring out A, 1 flanker, and Ola intimately aware of it, right? You can't sneak up on the wizard.
That you cannot. Commando's.
Oh my.
Lucid utilizing that commando, actually going to be earning himself a killing spree. And are you changing your mind about the commando?
No, I'm thinking the Lamando? It's a
Lando?
land commando, all right? It's a different type of gun now, technically speaking, right? I've been sleeping on the gun, but on land, I actually don't know anymore, right? Maybe there's more potential with this weapon on land than previously online. That's why we're seeing it more, maybe. I don't know. Theory craft in here, Tony. BR still slaps, clearly.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, watch out for the Lamando. It puts in work as the land commando. Ball ends up getting played. Still a couple players down here for Chiefs, and now you have Lucid holding down this angle with a sniper rifle. That player's going to go down to 1 shot, but eventually be cleaned up by a beautifully placed nade by Tommy Wilson. And he's going in for the second one, ends up getting himself a double kill, and that's going to be a killing frenzy. Lucid is going off.
I mean, Lucid was going off in the online qualifiers, but on land, it's just a different beast. You love to see the skill translate perfectly. I mean, just looking to patiently play this. Does not connect with the third snipe. Puts himself in a position where he can drop down if he needs to. Not going to commit just yet. Ball, of course, 92 points and counting here. One more hold, they got it. Madzi with a clutch kill. Barco will pick it up. They'll try to rotate it somewhere. But at this point, if they drop it, it's GG.
Yeah, well, I mean, great job by the Chiefs. I mean, they play the ball and then they hop on board with it immediately, able to steal it away, and now they have their tower side set up once again. They're still in it. We've seen some incredible comebacks, but I mean, against Optic Gaming, that's the question. Can they do it against the best of the best?
I mean, Tony, I hate to say it, but I'm not a believer. Especially when you got Lucid making plays every time we jump to his POV, now with the heat wave. Barco gonna bring that ball to a play position. So good work out of him just to ensure that nobody gets it immediately. But I wouldn't be surprised if they've got a member ready to pick it up, collect it from bottom mid. Actually got Pips down there. We'll see. Pistola just looking for someone to clean up here. Multiple dead in the feed now. Ola gonna find a Madzi and Trippy with at least a double kill. You see him pop it off on the feed. And that's enough to close our game, Tony. 99 and 100. And Barcode and team, they know to put the controllers down because that one is done and dusted. 3-0 from Optic Gaming.
Now, my question for you is, you called the LAN Commando. We called it the Lamando. The Lamando. I mean, Pistola just went 15-5 on LAN. Are we calling him Listola? Like, man, this man on LAN is another beast. This man was going off.
Why do I want to say Lando Calrissian, like Star Wars style? Lando. Anyway, something LAN. Maybe in the chat you guys are more creative than we are, but the Commando on LAN, who knows? Maybe it's viable. I would say personally, online, on controller, if you're taking a 1v1 fight, full shields, versus full shield opponent, Commando, in my opinion, I'd rather have a BR. Feels like a risk. It's easy to miss one shot, but LAN, I don't know, different story. Either way, another day on the job for Optic Gaming. Let's take a look at the series and see how it shook up. Unfortunately for Chiefs, not too good in the stat line. Your report card not looking so good. Don't show it to mom.
It's a 3-0 going in favor of Optic Gaming, and I mean, they are who we thought they were. They are the #1 team come out of NA, the #1 team in the world as far as seeding goes, and the question is, will anybody in this whole tournament dethrone Optic Gaming? 3-0, taking down the Chiefs, but this is pool play. Chiefs still have a chance to win, obviously they can go up against Pioneers and come out with a big win.
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, Chiefs are actually doing okay so far. They're 1-1 in total, right? They delivered a 3-0. They got it 3-0, right? They got both sides of the spectrum. Really, it just comes down to Pioneers is the X factor here, right? Chiefs and Pioneers, how do they match up? Pioneers, we talked about it pre-series, that Pioneers have the EXP against Optic. They play in NA. They played against top NA talent on a regular basis, so they know the pace of play. They know what to expect. Whereas A and Z, they're experiencing this all, maybe not for the first time, but for the first time in a long time. So that's why you'd want to give the edge to Pioneers. But we'll see. So far, Chiefs not looking too shabby.
And one thing that I'm kind of worried about with Chiefs is that they weren't able to take a game off of Optic. So say, for example, this did come down to the tiebreakers. Top two teams are going to move over into championship bracket. The Chiefs going to tiebreakers, it's going to go into game count. And they don't have any against Optic. Say, for example, Pioneers win one game and say somehow they end up losing against Bing Chilling. Somehow. Then it goes to tiebreakers, and they still come out on top.
Just fantasy time.
I'm just saying. Ultimately, it would still go to tiebreakers. If they get one win on Optic, they're looking good. So I would like to see Chiefs at least take one game off of Optic. But again, easier said than done. I'm sitting behind the desk. I'm not playing.
Biggest thing you're saying, in the end of the day, regardless of whether you win or lose, try to get a map in. If you get a map and it comes down to a tiebreaker, and you have a map, an extra map, then that's a big deal in the end of the day. But here's the whole pool, how things have shook up, I guess, so far. Optic Gaming 1-0. Chiefs are 1-1, of course. Big Chilling, unfortunate for them, 0-1 in their pool. And Pioneers yet to play the X factor for us going on in the pool. We're going to continue with the pool and find out exactly what goes down between all four of these teams who reign supreme. And no predictions just yet, but might be Optic. Actually, we're going to jump around pools, apparently, Tony. We've got plenty of other talent. We got 16 teams in all four pools here. Our next matchup actually going to be G2 and Navi. So completely different change of scenery and a very interesting matchup you don't want to miss. We're going to go into that after the break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with G2 and Navi after our break. Stay tuned. There's my mic. Hello. Welcome back. Hopefully you didn't miss us. Good to be back, and good to be back at HCS Raleigh with our kickoff major tournament. Our matches are continuing. We're about to jump into a new one. We've got G2 up against Navi next. In case we're not acquainted, by the way, I'm Shyway. This is Tony. How you doing, Tony? It's been a hell of a day so far.
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. The first two matches that we saw were absolutely great. We got to see Optic, which was always exciting. Obviously, we saw the Chiefs 3-0 in that series number 1, which is great. And now we get to see what might be the most closely contested matchup between G2 and Navi, at least that we've seen so far.
Right. This is interesting. So I got some stats coming into this one. G2, Navi, their match record is identical. So G2 is 22-6. Navi is 22-6 in their respective regions, right? Of course, G2 NA, Navi EU. Navi is a top 3 team in EU currently. Yep. Mm-hmm. G2 in the top 8, peaking at top 6. Their last qualifier, they got top 6. So a lot of potential there, but I'd say closely matched with these two teams. Of course, starting it off on Streets, oddball. The beautiful thing here is it could go either way, Tony, and I think that's going to lead to a very exciting series.
Yeah, they actually got top 6 in that final qualifier, like I said, which is the most important one, which determines seeding coming here. And, you know, I love me some Streets. I was born and raised in the Streets. Hey. Give me Streets all day, every day. That's how you start up a series, baby.
It's about to go down in the Streets, Tony. I can't wait. Of course, we got Rockets up center map. We got the Thrust on the map to work with as well. There's a Stalker rifle over in the C stronghold point. Typically with the oddball, what do you expect to see these, or where do you expect to see these boys holding?
I mean, for me personally, I think that seaside spawn over towards the bottom of the map is kind of no man's land. I would actually love for them to rotate that ball over towards the A side, get the top of the map, and look down on your opponent, put down that damage, hold down B Street, hold down Purple Street, and sit back PD with that ball. That would be my perfect strat.
Let's see what they can do. Of course, off the rip, you're on board with Kimbo, who's already ripping faces. He'll take Arctic to start. Rockets still set up, prioritize to get these slays early on before the Rockets, and Kimbo going to try to live while that happens. To Foxy, already got the Bulldog shotty. Rockets still up. Interesting opening here. Going for perimeters instead. Of course, the Rockets very vulnerable, very risky to grab. Once they do come into play, though, so destructive. And this is why they're so risky. They take so long to actually lift and ready up. What I do see players do is why cancel the animation as quickly as they can in hopes to shoot that rocket faster.
Even then, to be honest, it's still pretty slow, even with that. And it almost seems like at this level of gameplay, it's almost like the first team to commit to that Rockets without getting the slays is the one first to die, and ultimately not to get the Rockets usually changes hands right away as we're back on board now. With Jimbo utilizing the Rockets, not able to get the first kill, but trusted BR gets the headshot.
You're seeing the potential of it, right? He got 2 kills from picking up that rocket launcher and the ball hold because of it too. 26 and counting. Stalker in the hands of Gilkey. They're going to look to rotate through the cafe. Kimbo's hiding, by the way.
Yes.
He's hiding in the cafe with the shotgun. And the perfect play to make here. Now, I think he might have missed the slide, or I don't know if he went for it, but there's a rotation there. Either way, it doesn't matter. The ball's going to rotate out of the hands of the enemy.
You call it hiding. I call it strategic defense coming out of Kimbo, utilizing that Bulldog, forcing the close range engagement to Sab, able to take down Jimbo right there. Respectful, actually going to get a big kill. 2 down for both of these rosters.
It's a sneaky beaver play, regardless of how you look at it, Tony. And it pays off. I mean, you got to know the timing for it. Just like you got to know the timing to fly in the face of Sab, because if you're not careful, he's going to trade with you. We got a rocket launcher about to spawn up as well. And this time, Kimbo grabs it with the perfect opportunity, right? Nobody's going to challenge him. I think that shotgun might be up as well in the vending machine. He doesn't need it, though. He'll be focused up on the Rockets instead.
1 rocket down. There's still 1 left at the moment here. Notice how Sav is going to go down, but so does Jimbo. The excellent slay. The rocket comes in. He tries to get the melee, but not able to trade off kills. 2 down go Navi. Now G2 having the numbers. Things are looking good if you're a fan of G2, but it's not translating to the scoreboard.
Right, biggest thing, hold down the ball in A side of the map, get the perimeter set up. We're seeing it here. Arctic just going to lock down that left-hand side. Once they do that, they can start to collect time, but it's all about how do you break the setup. You'd send 2 or 3, in this case, through to PD. Sab here just to break up the fight, though. He'll take a trade, but respectful. He's still in this, and he's still picking up kills. That's a double for him. Straight sick, Gilkey, the last 2 in a last-ditch effort. I like the play. They send the ball out to center back to a baitable position to make it difficult for Navi to collect it and get time.
Really surprised G2 able to get broken that easily right there. They had a nice little setup, but sadly they ultimately go 4 down. Now that ball is going to change hands over towards Navi. One thing I love about G2, they're coached by Callus. Callus, one of the best in the game at doing film review, and he knows for a fact how to actually set up as far as these strats and set up G2 exactly where they need to be in order to be successful. Sadly, they get broken, and now Navi had them on the ropes a bit.
He's going to do what he can to ensure they play their best, but like you said, it's how do you break the setup, right? You need that coordinated effort. So far, we're seeing you send multiple players down one lane, whether it's the PD side or over in the cafe. And so far, Foxy going to do what he can to just win his fights. He's got a weapon we don't see too much in competitive. The beam, what is it? The
Sentinel beam, baby.
I don't even know what it's called. We don't see it that much. The Sentinel beam. And we'll see if he can bring the heat with it.
And with rocket launcher coming up real soon, he's actually beaming that player. What I want to see is that Stalker rifle, which you're actually seeing over towards the top C side of things, finally get some use. The Stalker rifle, I think it's the only map that actually has a Stalker rifle in competitive, but it is so deadly.
One of my favorite guns in the game. We'll see it a little bit, of course, when it does jump on POV. All while that happens, like you said, 3 down. Navi with another opportunity for control here, unless Sab has something to say about it. That's a huge win for Sab. It opened up a chance for his team in PD to rotate and collapse. Nice quick little rotation with the ball to get it closer to Navi. Navi now spawning up on C side. We've got Kimbo and Foxy who will do what they can to live up, but that's going to be multiple dropping. Respectful with a double. And some damage for the third player. Is that enough to get out with the ball, though, right? Nice little back and forth. Straight Sync couldn't do anything with the Rockets there, unfortunately, either. So Navi might have fended off the storm here.
Yeah, momentary 3 down actually go Navi, but they bounce back, and meanwhile, off the screen, Sab able to get a huge double kill. Respectful, knowing exactly where he is, trying to hunt him down. He goes down to 1 shot, going back for the reach out, able to get the assist. 2 down go Navi, and G2 seem to be on a run, but they haven't taken the lead just yet.
I think despite what weapon you grab, the gun that has the most impact, I find, on these games is the shotgun, with all the close quarters engagements. I mean, here's the Stalker in play, though, as well. Just a tiny bit of aim assist on this weapon, but enough to reliably snap and hit shots outside of scope, or in scope, depending on how you want to use it here, just to lock down the subway.
And I just actually took a glance at the scoreboard. I mean, Sab really leading things with 13 kills, even throwing up 4 assists for his team right now, trying to go off. Meanwhile, Straight trying to up the tempo here, but he's going to actually hit the black screen as quick as possible, giving Navi the numbers here, but be able to take down Foxy. Now going in for the challenge on Jimbo, despite being 1 shot, using that thrust, putting him on skates a little bit, but ends up going right to the black screen as well.
That's the beauty of this thrust, is you can use it for outplays, but it doesn't necessarily, it's not going to give you a free kill, right? It's going to offset you, but also offset your aim and your shot. And you need to still hit those shots. You need to still be ready for what happens when you do thrust forward and make that play. So we're seeing a lot of risk with all that reward. Straight Sick, of course, in a risky spot as well. Is going to jump to stay up here. Navi currently leading handedly. But at any point, G2, they can pick it up. They can make that comeback. And a good way to do it is to utilize the sandbox.
Great movement by Optic to be able to stay alive, actually jumping up that dumpster, staying alive, buying some time, then whipping out the AR and getting that beautiful kill. Sadly, he's going to get taken down, but the damage has been done. Great damage coming on him before he's able to go down. Meanwhile, Jimbo watching this angle from the C side of things. Nobody able to get through, at least without taking a few shots. Gilkey off the screen, able to take down. Respectful.
I mean, look at this. This brawl has been going on for a few minutes now. 72 to 45. Now we got some time coming up the board. The timer in the center, 25 seconds left. As long as a team is holding the ball, that timer will freeze. But if it doesn't, then the game's going to end in 18 seconds here. So G2, they have no choice but to pick up that ball to stall the timer. Yes. Round 1 is about to end here. Gilkey needs the kill, and they need a pickup, but Navi, they just need to deny it. That's exactly what they've done. They have now just put it down. Just exactly. Just bleed out the time. No need to hold on to it. Jimbo and Respectful, they know what to do to close out round 1 confidently. That's a 72 to, I think it was, what, 50 around? I didn't see
something around there, 50.
1-0 to 48. 1-0 either way.
What's impressive to me is that if you looked at the Slays column, Navi was literally, I think they might have even lost the Slays battle by 1 or 2 kills. It was so close, but you still see Navi being objective, efficient as possible. Meanwhile, Gilkey and Jim are going to open up beautifully. That's going to be a double kill coming out of Jimbo right there. They're starting off hot.
So we see some risky maneuvers with the thrust, and then we see the outplays with the thrust, right? The angle that he picked up to get that double, so clean. And now the Rockets in the hands of Navi because of it, and Kimbo, my God, he's out in the open. It doesn't matter. He'll pick up that kill. That's definitely a ball for Navi to start things out. The confidence out of Navi against G2. At the very least, a top 8 team in NA here, maybe even top 6. Navi coming out hot.
And I just want to urge you guys at home to ignore the overlay at the bottom there. It almost seems like there's a round 1 to both of these teams, but it's a little bit of a glitch. It's actually a 1-0 going in favor of Navi. They're 1 round away from coming out the win in game number 1. Ooh. Meanwhile, G2 would have to put back-to-back wins on the board in order to take game number 1. Just want to make that clear.
Tony, the Sentinel Beam, very powerful weapon. I think if you get hit by the Sentinel Beam, there's like a visual kind of distortion that makes it difficult to shoot back. But I find that weapon so difficult to use. Like, I don't know, man. I've yet to see somebody really beam and melt with it. I think when I do, I'll be a believer. But it just seems like a risky weapon to pick up. We'll find out. Oh, while that happens, Kimbo gonna lock things down as they make strides for the ball here. Gilkey and team, they're pushing through Arcade. Nice snap, though. You gotta love the jiggle peek as well, right? Just barely exposing himself for the timing he needs to get the shot.
Respectful, trying to stay alive over towards the B street, going in for the challenge. It's going to be a flag on Zab. That's going to be a double kill. Respectful, getting disrespectful, almost able to get the triple. Straight six, going to win that gunfight, but not the ball. The ball ends up being rotated away and over towards the PD side.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, Tony. I checked Respectful's Twitter, and he had a nice little selfie, some words to say coming into this. Man's feeling confident.
Oh.
Navi's back, apparently. They underperformed in the qualifiers, but Navi, they want to come and make a statement on LAN, and this is where it matters most. So far, so good for these boys. And what a confidence booster it would be to win their first series, or actually I guess they won already against Divine Mind, but to win their second against a top team.
Yeah, I think beating G2 would definitely be a statement being made by Navi here, but easier said than done. It's obviously they had a hot start here. Now Arctic having the rocket launcher in hand, putting them to use immediately. 2 down, going the boys in red. G2, the pings are coming in. I love that come out Arctic right there. Teammates in matchmaking, please take some notes. Ping something if you're not going to call out, please.
Ping it, please. Straight Sick needs those angles, right? He's got that perch up there. He can ping everything. And well, he does that. Sab just needs that timing to pounce. We'll see what he does with it. Unfortunately, the nade's going to go off, drop Arctic. Arctic getting overwhelmed there. You can see a 3-man push coming up through Cafe. So to counter this, the ball now rotating back to PD. You got to watch out because Jimbo going to slide into the DMs. A Straight Sick, drop him down. Ball back up in Navi's hands. And now they have flipped the setup. We got a little thruster in the back pocket of Respectful all while that happens. Oh, that is just cheeky. Oh, I thought that was a guaranteed back smack, but he'll get away.
You know, we've actually got the chance to cast Navi 3 weeks in a row, and it was really great to see them getting better week after week, and they've continued to improve. They're looking clean. They're looking polished. They get into their setup so quick. They're winning their gunfights against Gilkey, obviously, but Respectful going in for a challenge. But I'm loving the way they're looking right now. Navi seem to get better and better, and their objective efficiency is one to be admired.
On paper, they're a top team in EU. Right, just on paper, you put them up in like top 2 at the very least. They underperformed in the qualifiers, though, right? Just kind of narrowly getting into top 3. Things look a little different, like we said, starting out here. Of course, not over, definitely not over, especially with Oddball. But this is another ball setup opportunity. Rocket's about to spawn here too. Foxy with a beat on him. Gilkey's getting up in the mix there, but he's got the rock. Or he doesn't have the rockets. Let's be honest, he's not going to get out. Those rockets now sit down. An opportunity for G2, maybe, and this is their final chance. 88 counting, that timer's ticking, Tony, I hear it.
They have to break the setup, but meanwhile, Kimbo's able to take down Zab off the screen. Straight Sick tries to go after the kill on Respectful, but the point is still being put in. 5 more seconds here, and that's going to be it. The ball ends up being dropped, though, so hold on. G2 have a chance.
Wait, no, that was a nice little alley-oop is what it was, though. That ball got dropped, but it got tossed to the teammate in Cafe. They collected it immediately, and because of that, they got to close out the last couple seconds. So Navi, there's a chemistry here that I'll be honest in saying I don't think I was expecting them to come out the gate with this much energy, this much playmaking ability. They'll come out with a 2-0 in that 1-0, of course, in the series, 2-0 in the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, when I'm comparing Navi and G2, I would probably say G2 the better team on paper. However, Navi really impressive coming out of that game 1 right there, and they were looking polished. Their setups are looking good. Let me tell you, game 1 Oddball, handsomely win in favor of Navi, and if that's going to set the tone for the rest of the series, we might see, in my opinion, an upset.
Yeah. And I mean, I think the setups is the name of the game for that one, really, right? The positions that they would take in the perimeters to counter the pushes that we saw from G2, those advanced positions. We saw the sneaky play with the shotgun in the Cafe where he's just sitting behind the wall and he just waits. He's using the audio cues, right, to bait him forward. And then you've got the play in the arcade And that's an interesting position in the arcade in the corner. When you go all the way up near red room door, you're that far up. Players wouldn't expect you to push that far. They think your setup's going to be further back.
Yes.
So that's the beauty of hiding in a spot like that, is you can get away with the back smack, get away with disrupting their setup, and if you survive, then that's just that numbers advantage. So Navi, I think, playing that beautifully, and that sets a hell of a precedent. We got Slayer Bazaar coming up next, but it's a Slayer.
Yeah.
Slayer, they go any way, any which way.
You know, I think Slayer, you can slow the game down a bit, but I think Oddball is that ultimate game type where if you really lean on those setups and you want to slow the game down dramatically, Oddball kind of plays in favor of Navi. Slayer, you got to up the tempo just a little bit. And then if we end up going to a Game 3 Strongholds, that's when you really have to up the tempo, because you always have to be rotating.
Slayer Bazaar is interesting, though, right? Because the way the map is designed is so open in the center. Can't obviously, you know, you're going to want to go to the center if there's an OS for the Rockets to pick up, but you got to be so careful about how you approach that perimeter and take position, whether it's in the BR or in the lockers. The biggest thing I think we've seen with our Slayer is the rocket control, rocket side control. On top of the rockets, there's a shotgun underneath it, there's a grapple in front of it. So many important utilities spawn around rockets. If you're locking down that side of the map, typically you're the team that's on top.
Yeah, you got to make sure that your starting strats are on point. And when it comes to Bazaar, especially Slayer, I need a team to come out hot off the beginning. It's not a game type that, I mean, I guess you don't want to start off slow in any game type, but especially not Slayer on Bazaar, because there's too many resources that if you allow that in the enemy's team hand, it's going to get out of control. So like you said, you want to control that Bulldog. There's Manglers on the map as well. You have thrusters start on your side, assault rifles, rockets, grapples. You really have to make sure that you get at least most of those utilities and keep them, and obviously use them for yourself, but more importantly, keep them out of your opponent's hands.
You do that, you get an advantage, and then you lock down spawns, right? You're starting to anticipate spawn locations and control them. Let's talk about these individual teams real quickly, though. We've got Navi, we've got G2, of course, and we've got lovely graphics to go with it. Here's the beautiful boys on Navi. I mean, they're all beautiful, but man, when I saw that respectful tweet, I got to say, the man's got a glow up. And we're seeing the glow up on screen. Dude's looking pretty fly. What do you think, Tony? Navi.
I mean, not only are they looking fly, but they're playing fly as well. And by the way, if you guys noticed some of these names before, I mean, these guys, they used to run things. They actually got top 8 in 2018 Worlds. I believe in I want to say even 2017 as well. Back-to-back Worlds actually getting top 8. These guys are part of Fab E before. Now, Navi, they've been there, done that roster. They're well accomplished, and they've done it not only in their respective region, but also in NA and against the rest of the world as well.
Definitely holding records for the placement, especially Jimbo, Kimbo. I want to say Respectful as well.
It was all 4, yeah.
It was all 4 of them.
Yes.
Okay, that had that top 6 placing in NA, which is something that was unprecedented at the time, of course. New era of Halo, so new expectations. We'll see how they perform. And, of course, G2 on the other side of the coin here. We've got our G2 roster and the lovely boys on G2 as well. You can't complain. I mean, Gilkey, Sab, Arctic, and Straight Sick. A ton of talent here. Some newer blood, I want to say, in the form of Sab and Arctic, who have been around for less time. They kind of popped off towards the end of Halo 5 competitive. Then you got Straight Sick and Gilkey, who are veterans in their own right in the scene.
Yeah, I mean, I remember watching Gilkey way back in Halo 3 MLG days when I was watching every day, sitting at home, my pizza and my wings, and of course, my Halo 3 on MLG. And then you have Straight Sick as well. Straight Sick actually was a part of Fnatic back in their first stint with Halo, Fnatic Classic. He was teaming alongside Prototype, and then Straight Sick is to go off.
I still remember the big FFA, Halo Reach FFAs with Straight Sick and Campy, and I think Prototype was there too. But
yeah,
a lot of legends in those FFAs, and Straight Sick, one of the most winningest, I want to say, FFA competitors in Halo's history. But of course, that's a different story. 4v4, Bazaar Slayer about to pop up, and a chance for G2 to pick up some momentum here. They're going to need it.
And I'm really interested in seeing what the starting strat is for this team. We see 2 Foxy working his way towards the big door along with Jimbo, it looks like. The assist is going to come in, so a first slay going in favor of Navi, but the frag going right back. Sab able to match them. Rockets are later stop. I think Overshield was just picked up, and it might be in the hands of somebody from Navi.
So the Navi definitely have the rockets as well. We can see Kimbo popping off in the feed here. And that's the beauty of it, is it gives them access to grapple. And when you have grapple, rockets, you got it all. You're just chasing these boys down. By the time Straight Sick figures out where 2 Foxy is, he's dead.
Still on board here with 2 Foxy, trying to find where he can grapple. He's taking some heavy damage, going all the way down to 1 shot. Luckily, he's able to get away with his life. Meanwhile, Kimbo,
man.
the shotty to the
all.
body, taking down Optic, and now having numbers advantage. Can they capitalize? He also has Gilkey in front of him.
Did they literally have everything? They got the shoddy, the rockets, the grapple. I'm not sure where the OS went, but it didn't last long. Either way, this is sandbox control. And when you got this, you've got the advantage in a big way, especially on Bizarre. Respectful just going to keep Optic back down behind the double doors. He's going in, actually. He'll take the trade. 7-4 on the board. Not too shabby for G2 considering the lack of resources. And, I mean, just testament to how good they are as a team. They're going to try to coordinate, push together to break through.
Gilkey and Sab getting back-to-back kills right there, putting Navi momentarily 2 down. We're on board now with Kimbo playing out of Navi, trying to stay alive over towards Top Cafe, having the Commando in hands, and again, we're seeing that Commando come into use. You know, I don't use it as a primary. There we go. Good old BR out there, putting out shots on Sab, but he's going to be forced to back down.
Especially at that distance, right? The BR reigns supreme in these longer distance situations, sometimes even close quarters. I mean, Sab showcasing that. The shotgun was up previously. I think that was a Navi member who went to grab it. But the fight is for the OS here. Grapple down beside the OS. Whoever earns this earns quite the advantage with it. We'll see if they can do it. The Dynamo Nade's perfect line of defense, right? Just an area denial, difficult to push through them, and because of it, Gilkey walks away with an OS, a grapple, and a shotgun. I mean, if he doesn't make... Oh!
No.
That was so close. I mean, he lived at the very least, but man, what a denial that could have been.
Yeah, either way, I mean, despite the great start coming out of Navi, G2 able to actually tie things up at 12 apiece, and even having that overshield. If it wasn't for that pesky green gun, Gilkey might have been able to go off with that overshield and Bulldog combo, but either way, G2 still coming back in this game, and they're looking really good right now.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I'm noticing with Navi. It's like, okay, we didn't get the shoddy, we didn't get the OS. What can we do to counter it? There's thrusters that spawn in your base. There's a plasma pistol that spawns near your base. Like, take advantage of all these utilities so you counter these advances immediately and try to hold on to the narrow lead that you've got. Of course, only 16-14 here on the board. Sab under a lot of trouble. Respectful. Oh, you think he held the angle. Maybe he looked away for a split second, but Sab, I mean, just locking it down.
And the crazy thing was Sab was actually stuck in that corner. Kimbo was coming in for the flank. You see him right here. He would have easily got that kill, but Sab getting an excellent trade across the map on Respectful, but rocket launchers still in the hand of Kimbo at the moment. That's going to be an easy rocket to Optic. He just played a little peekaboo. Don't play that with Kimbo.
That was sick out of Kimbo. The safe grab with the grapple to bring the rockets down below, nice and quick, and then he gets the angle for the kill. Still got a rocket to work with. Got an enemy in the alleyway. 2 Foxes in that base. Optic trapped in the rock in a hard place there. Not too much he can do. Gilkey gonna try to get up to BR. And now they have info as well, right? So as he pushes up, he can call that out. Drops a nade behind though. Gilkey gonna try to rotate out. It just feels like G2 are under a lot of pressure. Well, they do take 2 though.
Yeah, G2 doing a great job of clawing the way back into it. Navi creating a little bit of separation here, but G2 still having momentary map control at the moment, and that's going to be great now that Gilkey having the Bulldog in hand. Optic just waiting for a player to reveal his location, puts a shot on Jimbo, but 2 Foxy has his back, and here comes Team Navi.
Oh, I mean, a little unfortunate timing for Sab. He does get, okay, he's good now. Now he's got a double and a triple, maybe. There it is. Pulls off the triple, he'll drop with it. I was worried about the timing of the OS activation, but I mean, he got all he needed in the end of that.
Optic hitting that man with the knick-knack paddywhack, getting a beautiful triple kill here. Meanwhile, Stray 6 just patrolling the bottom of the map, able to stay alive here. Not the information hasn't been received that he's just sitting there. Finally goes in for a challenge. He goes in on Jimbo, able to get the kill. Respectful now going to challenge across the map here on Sab, and G2 are finally starting to show some life here. They're only down by 3 kills, so they're still within striking distance.
I gotta say, Bizarre, more so than any other map in the game, is gonna test your patience, your accuracy, and long-range encounters, right? When you walk through those doors, you spot somebody cross-map, can you have that reticle locked on him, de-scope him instantly, and then how do you react when you're de-scoped? How do you react when a shotgun's in your face? You know, the close quarters and the long-range engagements and the dynamic between the 2 of them really puts the players to the test. We're seeing that right now.
Both of these teams are being absolutely tested right now. Notice how Jimbo prioritized those dynamo grenades. I love that. Again, you're going to see us talk about that. All of us casters, whether it's A stream, B stream, C, or D, we're going to be talking about how controlling the sandbox is so important, and the dynamo grenades are a part of it. Sometimes forgotten.
Sometimes forgotten, but would be a mistake to forget them, to be honest. At this point, 33-25, so nice comfy advantage here for Navi. You can see the confidence in their play, and the cross-map nades onto Gilkey as well. Respectful only just getting started, though. He's going to bust the doors down. That's a spree for him. Bait switched out with a teammate. And lives, too. My God, this is beautiful. I think the OS is about to pop behind him, so if he does survive here, this is massive for his team.
I actually talked to Respectful about 3 weeks back, and I asked him, I said, what was the origin of your name? And he said, honestly, I made this name when I was 13 years old, and it was a troll. He's like, I was being disrespectful, I was teabagging everybody, I was body disrespecting everybody, and it was literally, it was a complete opposite of what he was doing, and we're seeing that right here, because this man's not showing any respect to G2. Meanwhile, Jimbo getting a big kill, utilizing all of that overshield, tries to jump out towards the mid, 3 down go G2. Luckily, Gilkey gets a big kill.
I'm gonna flip that on you. I'll say he's showing the most respect you could show for his own life, for his teammates as well, right? The team awareness, the respect the man has for his own life is unbelievable. He lived for how long there with that shotgun, and because of it, they're at a 10-kill advantage. And honestly, that's what matters most. You gotta respect your life and understand where your teammates are and use them efficiently, and limit the options of Sab and Optic here, who is stuck in the locker and now stuck on bottom mid getting pinched.
And look at the fate Jimbo had on his teammate right there. Puts down the shots, make him one shot, then immediately changes targets while his teammate comes in for the collapse, ends up getting the double kill. Beautifully played by Jimbo. I got my mic, I got my water, but I forgot my notepad and pen so I can take some notes.
What's going on here? Jimbo feeling himself, right? We're talking about respectful and disrespect. Meanwhile, the disrespecting man is Jimbo on the team. Gonna drop a little bit of disrespect here. At this point, they are confident they've closed this out. Just a matter of when. 4 kills left at this point, 46. And G2 backs against the wall, facing a 3-0 in this series. Tony, if you talked to me about this pre-series, I would have not told you a 3-0 Navi. Would not have expected this.
Well, we actually did talk about this before a series, and we both said that G2 would probably win this 3-1, and I mean, that was kind of what I was feeling. And no, Navi looking so good, about to go up 2-0 in this series as 2 Foxy is putting in shots. Jimbo off the screen takes down straight 6. The challenger to come in, and 2 Foxy letting them know about it.
Kind of nasty by 2 Foxy and team, I gotta say. I mean, they're putting in the body disrespect, but there's a reason behind it. It's well earned disrespect. If you go through game 2 with that kind of confidence, that kind of dominance, I mean, punch a couple bodies, make them feel it, make them remember it, and hopefully that puts, gives them a mental block, if anything, going into game 3. These boys, of course, want that 3-0. They want to close this out strong. I gotta say though, just the efficiency we saw from the beginning, with the winning basically every single weapon to start the game. They had the rockets, the shotgun, the grapple. The OS, I think, got burned. And then in the situations, in the shotgun, the Bulldog, in the situations that they didn't have the weapons, they countered admirably, right? You had the plasma pistol on Gilkey. They were ready, like clockwork, to counter that. So, deserved.
And you know what's funny? I mean, we saw some body disrespect coming out 2 Fox. Let me remind you guys, ladies and gentlemen, we're on land right now. Forget body disrespect. I don't know if I'm doing it right. I'm standing up and I'm letting them know. I'm saying, hey, look, we've been playing under the EU
when you're not busy getting DFR'd, you're
first of all, I don't know what DFR or nothing. I'm one of the best players in the game.
Double first rounded,
hey,
by the way.
What happened last time we matched? I'm just saying.
You lost, I'm pretty sure.
When we were playing H, who won most of those games? Just saying. But
you were carried by your teammates.
That's for a different day. That's for a different day. Either way, I'm on land. I'm stepping up. I'm letting the other team know. I'm saying, hey, look, we've been playing under the EU ping under a crazy amount of time. Now we're on land. Now we're showing what we can do, and we're showing how good we really are. That's how I'm saying if I'm Navi. I'm standing up and letting them know.
Hey, let's show the maps, by the way. We'll talk about it in just a second. But I got to say, once again, if you're Navi, you got a point to prove, right? Because according to the world, you are not playing as well as you should be playing right now, according to the qualifiers, right? The qualifiers, they didn't place as high as they would have liked to, and because of that, you got a lot of people, the Twitch chat is going to troll in the end of the day, but you got a lot of trolls coming in saying, Navi washed, Navi, they shouldn't have been partnered, you should have partnered Cartel or something instead, right? So Navi coming in here looking to make a statement saying, no, they are better than you think we are. We're going to beat these NA top teams, and we're going to start with G2. So far, 2-0 in this series. We got Strongholds Live Fire coming up next. Tony, what do you expect to see? And let's go from the side of G2 because they are in a rough spot here.
Well, luckily for G2, when I look at Oddball, that's the ultimate game type that plays into the hands of Navi. They can slow things down to their pace. Same thing with Slayer, I would say. Slayer, you can slow the game down as well. In my opinion, it's a lot harder to slow a game down in Strongholds. Like, you can hunker down and hold down a 2-cap, but once that gets slayed out, you have to be always rotating. While you're rotating, you need to get those slays as well. So I would say this is going to favor the faster team, and now this is going to be really a test for Navi. I want to see how they can adapt to every situation. You can't just be good at Oddball and Slayer and expect to win every series. You have to win on strongholds. You have to win on CTF. And now we're gonna see what happens here going into game number 3.
It's definitely not over. You know, even though it's just one game left to win, we've had many situations. I mean, you know, not to harken back to the Cloud9 Optic series, but we've had Cloud9, you know, winning, winners bracket, best of 5. They're ready to close it out. Optic Gaming, full reset, full comeback, takes the tournament. Anything can happen.
Yes.
It's all going to start with this one game. Like you said, stay confident, stay on top of rotation, stay on top of those crucial weapons, and ideally you'll pull through. We'll see. I mean, there's so much talent on G2. I expect them to ice up at some point, really wake up and showcase it, because Slayer, that definitely wasn't it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when you think about G2 as the organization, like what follows them is excellence. No matter where they've gone,
Sure.
Apex, no matter what esport it is, they're synonymous with winning and championships.
Right.
So this, in my opinion, is a lot of pressure on Gilkey, Straight Sick, and them, because I mean, you have to live up to those expectations.
Yeah.
And I'm expecting them to come out on top again. Gilkey, Straight Sick, been there, done that. Players. I was watching way back Halo 3. You mentioned Straight Sick being that free-for-all phenom back in the day.
Right.
I promise you, these guys are not done yet. If there's any chance we could see a reverse sweep, it might be right here, right now.
There's no lack. They're not lacking comfort, that's for sure. You got Arctic and Sab. They do have LAN experience, though.
Yeah.
When you look at the end of Halo 5, they were breaking into the top teams on LAN, so you know the comfort's there. That can't be the contributing factor. It really just comes down to, is this the starting point? You also got to think, you know, maps, game types. Obviously, you're going to have stronger ones. You're going to have weaker ones. Maybe it's an unlucky draw. I don't know. Either way, luck or not, you got to pull up. This is your time.
I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, maybe G2 aren't playing to expectations, but I also don't want to take anything from Navi, because Navi are playing good
Incredible.
Halo
Yeah.
right now, and like they're playing good winning Halo. Like to be honest with the way they're playing right now, I expect them to beat most of the partner teams. They can continue this. I mean,
let's start here and see what they can do about it. Of course, a double out of Respectful is just going to shut me up right quick, Tony.
the first 2 caps are going to go in favor of Navi. However, you do see A being quickly taken by G2, and now points going right back in favor of the boys in blue, but Respectful going in for the challenge on Gilkey.
Respectful just bobbing and weaving, right? He's so quick to get back into safety. Something you got to be intimately aware of in Halo Infinite. In Halo 5, I think people got so comfy getting so far away from cover because they knew they had the thrust to tether them back to it. You have to very quickly make that mental switch and understand what are your escape options in every scenario. How can you ensure that you can cut sight lines, get out of there if you need to. And in Straight 6 case, get into there and hopefully pick up a snipe. Unfortunately, whiffs it.
Yeah, I've heard some of the trolls, refer to it as, get out of jail free card, and maybe not to that extent, but I mean, you know what? It does buy you that extra resource, and I'm not gonna lie, I miss starting with thrust, but there's no doubt that I had to change my mindset coming into Halo Infinite, and I'm loving it.
There's a deeper value you have to have for positioning now, right? Positioning, Halo 5 was a little different, a little more flexible. Halo Infinite is more classic Halo-esque in the way positioning works, and it's a nice middle ground, and something that Navi seem to have a pretty good handle on, because Kimbo's going to take that fight.
Notice how Kimbo's going in for the repulsor. You're actually trying to repulse him off the map, just barely missed it. But one thing, I really love watching Kimbo's screen. At some point, I want to go back on him because he has such a smooth shot. Meanwhile, 2 Foxy having the heat wave in hand, getting right behind enemy lines, runs into a Mangler, and Sav going to put him down.
Big opportunity here for G2. With that Mangler heat wave down, they can pick it up. They're winning their slays here too. You can see Respectful knowing that he's going to try to back off just a little bit. Sav making a sneaky rotation to B though. That'll tip off Respectful, who can't quite get the angle yet. You can see a sniper in the back pocket here of Sav as well. Snipe Mangler. How does he play it? 1-shot beatdown. Nice and easy. Man's now red barred too, barely alive. That's just enough.
And not only was he able to get the kill, but also able to take away B as well. However, they immediately lose Charlie. That's going to be a trip cap now. Going towards G2, they were able to defend C right at the last second. And now Kimbo's going to go in for the challenge. Gets the melee, but sadly, Straight Sick going to win that individual gunfight. Meanwhile, Sab is peeling faces, getting himself a killing spree. And G2 have woken up.
Just caught the tail end of that one. Like you said, G2, they've woken up 70 and counting on the board. They got control. A B and C, now forcing Navi to push outside here through Camo side. Can they make it to C unscathed, though? Especially with Straight Sick waiting down below. Straight Sick, does he go for the jump? In perfect spot. He's going to wrap around instead. All right, I respect it. As long as he comes out with a kill. And so far, it looks like he's done exactly that and a little more.
And this is honestly what some of my questions that I had about Team Navi. Again, when the game slows down, we know how good they are, but on a game type like Strongholds, where again, you always have to be rotating, you always have to be slaying, and also being objective efficient, which they are, but always be on the move where you can't lean on those setups that they normally rely on. How are they going to be tested here? It looks like G2 are answering back on Stronghold's live fire.
G2 starting to get comfortable, which is worrisome if you're Navi, right? You don't want them to get comfy. The moment they get on a roll is the moment that things can get kind of scary. G2, they're no slouch of a team here. So Navi, you want to shut them out. You want to shut them out quick. We've been in situations where Navi have started strong and couldn't quite close out the series.
I don't jinx it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, not the jinx, I'm just saying. Last thing you want is for these boys to get comfy. So I like to see this nice little transition here. 37 and counting, some points being collected for Navi, but they got work to do.
I love how the moment I questioned them rotating, they out-rotate G2 completely, steal away a BC setup, and now they're looking excellent right now, getting the slay. They did momentarily go 2 down, and meanwhile, Gilkey now going to go in for the challenge. He's going to be able to get the third player, and now also getting sniper rifle as well. And here comes Team Navi, rotating once again, stealing it.
Would love to see if that snipe comes into play. Gonna be useful if it does. Gilt does with it. Couldn't quite connect that second shot. Unfortunately, man got flanked. That's gonna drop the snipe, put it in the hands of, I believe, 2 Foxy. Respectful just gonna go on the chase here, force that man out into the open for the easy pickup. They got A and B. A currently being contested. They'll trade it out with C and leave 2 Foxy with a chance to pick up anyone rotating.
That's exactly what's happening right now. I mean, it's simply G2 are getting out-rotated. The moment G2 went for A, what do you see? They rotate towards Charlie. Now that they know they're on the move, they're actually going right back towards A. A momentary trip cap now on the board here for Navi, who are playing excellent Halo to claw their way back into it. This is not over yet, Alex. We have a game.
It's looking good. 2 Foxy, unfortunately, getting caught from behind. He's going to try to sprint out of this. Oh, I love the attempt. But if you miss it, you die. And that was a damn good attempt, though. He almost did it real quick, too. That can take a bit of a setup to get accurately, but he had the right idea. Sab, his turn. I think he used his repulsor up. Rotate back through C, currently being capped in. An opportunity to stop it immediately.
Excellent melee coming out of Sab right there to clear out B, even able to get the double kill, taking down 2 Foxy as well. Respectful gonna get the double kill of his own, going in for the challenge, able to take down Arte, multiple slays, now going in favor of Team Navi, and they're trying to steal away B. Can they do it?
You gotta love that steady BR out of Respectful, like the strafe and crouch, whatever was going on with that play. He was moving so quick, right? But Respectful just you know, full respect for the strafe. He just held still with the reticle, hits every shot, make sure he gets the kill regardless. And, you know, a lot of other players, they would windmill in situations like that.
Ooh.
I mean, and 2 Foxy definitely won't. Man's already snapping on the bodies here.
And look
you
at
better watch out.
Look at the pre-aim. Look at the reticle placement, moving all the way towards C, towards top mid. He knows exactly where most likely the members that are taking A are going to be, and he had them headline ready. Sadly, nobody home just yet. Respectful now going to challenge that player over towards top mid, but he has to be careful. There's multiple players getting right behind enemy line, taking down Sad. Beautiful flank come out him, almost able to get the double kill. Sadly, not going to be able to, but Kimbo comes in for the cleanup.
Looking like a different game now, Tony. At first, what, it was 137, I want to say, to like 40 or something. They almost uncontested comeback we've had it. Now, they've taken the lead as well. Nearly holding on to all 3 caps here. Sab going to do what he can to just take B. He's got Gilkey trying to fend off a player pushing into B. That's Respectful, who takes Gilkey, resets B for a trip cap, and now 2 points a second. And G2 feeling the hurt here. They're scrambling. They got to get into a hill.
G2 started the game off amazingly, and Navi were being tested with their backs against the wall. What do? They answer back. They accept the challenge. They get the slays, put on a trip cap. Meanwhile, back-to-back kills are going to go in favor of G2. The boys in blue looking good right now, stealing away A, but Respectful, once again, hiding in the corner, waiting for somebody to cross, ends up getting a big kill. Navi are just playing winning Halo right now.
All right, Tony, get me a pen or something, all right? We got to go approach Respectful and get an autograph after this or something, Tony. That play was beautiful, by the way. With the repulsor back in A, that player that challenged him in the hallway, he repulsed him back and didn't even bother with him. Just let him be, rotate out back to front, and got in a perfect position to flank that player coming out of A. He just made a beautiful play because of it. But the awareness, I mean, my God, 206 and counting. G2, they don't have an answer, and they need one quick.
And I just want to remind you guys at home, 4 down go Navi, not looking good. But Navi are the #3 team coming out of the EU. We're not talking about the #1 right now. As far as the rankings go, they are the #3 squad. If this doesn't tell you how far EU has come in the last few years, I don't know what will. I honestly don't know what will.
It's not over yet, but it's not looking good, that's for sure. You got Gilkey coming in, does get a nice double, though. Opportunity for AC, currently being capped to counter it. Looking like an AB hold here. Some points, at least, but how many? Arctic already dead. And I love loving the moves out of Gilkey. Nice little swerve, right? He gets right down to bottom mid. Got to watch his back in case somebody counters, but likely we're going to see the enemy team rotate to A as he makes it to C.
Double cap on the board here for Navi. They're putting some good points here. However, G2 are on a run. They're able to steal away Charlie, and A has been contested here. It looks like G2 are trying to come back here. I mean, mind you, they started the game so well. Navi have come back in it, but G2 are trying to ice up.
They got no choice. This is it, right? They lose this game, they lose the series.
Do or
Last
die,
thing
baby.
G2 want. Last thing they want is to go down 3-0 here. I can understand it. I mean, Gilkey gonna try to do what he can to hold things down, commando. Getting pelted by nades, teammates with him. They got AB held down. This is what they need. But they need the slays here. Straight stick with one. Nice timing, too, at a Sab. Drops it with a trade. Jimbo, he's got no cover. That's a nice free double for Sab because of it.
It's go big or go home, and Sab does not want to go home. That's a beautiful double kill. Straight six coming in, taking respectful. That's going to be a trip cap going in favor of G2. This has been the best game of the series so far. I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm about to fall off.
Oh, good thing you're standing, you know? Yeah, you're lying to the fans here, Tony. Either way, I got to agree, though. This one's it's close as hell. It can go either way. And we're seeing G2 wake up here in the end, start to get on a roll and pick up everything, take advantage of it. We got Jimbo trying to use the assault rifle, gets denied for it immediately. That's a snipe in the hands of Arctic, by the way. He's locking it down in tower. Might want to jump on with him because you know he's going to be looking to get a couple kills with it. Here he is. A, B, and C accounted for. Can he get some coverage? His respectful is going to take C right out from under him. But the patience pays off.
Great kill by Arctic. Now he's going to go in for the challenge on 2-5. He's making that player one shot, trading off kills. That's a big kill by them, putting Navi 3 down. That's exactly what you need if you want to come back in this game. Now they're going after B. They were momentarily going after Charlie, but Straight Sick is being so sneaky with the camo.
Tony, this is getting so damn close, right? Any slight mistake, and that could result in the game here. And Straight Sick, he knows it. Look at this. Look at this man get away with murder. That was a little scary. Almost didn't get the backsmack. Kimbo's onto him, though, and getting meleeed there is brutal, right? It just allowed him to put him in a situation he couldn't do anything. 3 cap, like you said, they have 2 now. They've taken the lead, too. 25 seconds to close out this game. G2, they got a chance here.
But hang on, somebody in Navi's actually making their way towards C. It looks like Sab tries to go in for the shutdown, but not able to do so. Meanwhile, it looks like Navi going to take away C. They also have A at the moment. Now the points being put on board for Navi. We might see one more lead change unless they're not able to stop Alpha. This is not looking good. G2 just constantly rotating, but Navi rotating right back with them. Just rotating on top of rotating on top of rotating.
It's a merry-go-round, Tony. You're going around in a big circle, and you get kills on the way. Ideally, you get majority of the kills so you can hold on to the score here, but now 29. A and C capture. Jimbo needs to win the fights, and of course he will. That's Sabna down. Where will they go, though? There's already pressure in B. I don't know where this player is directly below him. He's got to fight Arctic at the same time. It's Straight Sick out above, and Straight Sick just delaying the clock. Navi do have it, though. Jimbo's still alive somehow. Tony, dare I say, actually, I have no idea what to say here.
Nah, those are the plays that don't show up on the stat sheet right there. Staying alive, putting down that damage, able to get away, and stealing away the recov on B. Beautiful plays come out of Jimbo. Those are the plays that don't show up on the stat sheet. This man's making plays right now, but sadly, he's going to hit the black screen. Sab winning that individual gunfight. Another 3 down go Navi. G2 are trying to steal the game away.
Massive out of Sab, but Navi's already in C. They got to get into C here. Straight Sick with a huge win on the heat wave. He'll jump in. He's got a snipe now, too. They got to lead 10 seconds to close out this game. Navi needs an answer. Straight Sick, what's he going to do? You got Navi already. He was standing still there back in the tower, but I mean, well, that should be game. They can't get in time. G2 will lock it out, and G2 are on the board.
That they are. One hell of a game coming out of G2. I mean, and let's be honest. They had to step up. Otherwise, they were going to be going home a little empty-handed, at least in this pool series against Navi. They had to answer, and they did. They did.
Tony, I don't know what it is about live fire strongholds. That's the second one that went down to the wire, right? The first live fire game we had of the day was 250 to 248. Yeah. I mean, now I'm expecting it to be crazy every time we get live fire strongholds. I got to figure out how to cast it though too. I don't know about you. There's so much going on. Yeah. There's like if you're not in B, you got to be in C. Then you got to rotate to A, and it's just a constant, like you said, it's like a merry-go-round. And it's beautiful to witness. It's chaos. It's absolute chaos.
You said I forgot to cast. I think you did a great job. I'm sure you guys could agree at home. I think you did a fantastic job.
We got a whole year to figure it out at least, right? We got the roadmap. Anyway.
We have a 2-1 going in favor of Navi now. 1 win away from taking the series. And again, I want to talk about that. We are in pool play right now, so every game matters. If this goes to tiebreakers somehow, they're going to be looking at those game counts, and they might come into effect here. G2 taking game number 3 and maybe poise themselves to might be able to take game number 4 and force a game 5.
Right. This whole series, though, G2 kind of taken aback, right? Not expecting, maybe not expecting just the pressure, the dominance we saw to Navi. Game 1, game 2, you're looking at 2 dominant score lines to start this series, right? 2-0, 50 to 38. Navi coming into game 3, all the confidence, all the comfort in the world. Yeah. And all of a sudden, G2, they breathe. They have an opportunity now, right? So I wonder what that does to the mentality of Navi and the G2. G2, all of a sudden, a second win, a burst of confidence they may not have had previously, and that they can take into the series, completely reset everything, right? With Navi, it's like it becomes a bit of a worrisome, game coming into CTF Aquarius, where it's like, okay, don't choke. Last thing you want is I didn't want to cast a curse it coming in previously. It's like the moment you lose a game, you fall from grace. What does that do to your mindset? Can you hold on? We got CTF Aquarius coming up next at the very least, Tony. One of my favorite map game type combos. What would you like to see in this?
I want to say that thruster being utilized. I feel like obviously the heat wave is fantastic, and everybody's been fighting for the camouflage. But I think the unsung hero of this map is the thrust. I think the teams that control the thrust might win a little bit more of their individual pivotal battles, which will pay dividends when they're trying to create some offense with capturing these flags. The thrust, in my opinion, unsung hero, but obviously it's all about the camouflage as well.
Thrust, the camo, we're seeing the heat wave on screen as well. Been a star of the show in live fire and will be in Aquarius. There's the sidekick, as always, the trusty sidekick. If anything, your main weapon in some of these encounters. But there's the thrust, already off the rip here. So Sav gonna pick it up, rotate straight through perimeter, and making use of it as well. Shots into Respectful, can double back, but you can see that board, it's all red. Navi popping up with 3 dead and making 4, not quite. Gilkey not gonna let it happen.
Hey, you can put them 3 down, but it don't matter. Gilkey's gonna win those individual pips, and you saw that right there, right now. Luckily, Respectful is gonna start this flag, but the spawners from G2 are coming in, and he's aware of that, so he starts the flag, tries to stay alive, tries to back down, but him and 2 Foxy are both going to hit the black screen.
Back up over with Jimbo. Now bottom mid. You can see Respectful 2 Foxy died in the base. That flag will be returned. No opportunity just yet. But Jimbo, nice opening shots here. Got to avoid a potential 2v1. He's got a teammate with the perimeter to help, but Sab, and I like that rotation out of Sab, right? Knowing he's down there. Just full confidence, drops down, gets the kill.
Sab getting another kill on Kimbo, but luckily Respectful is able to come in for the cleanup kill. Ends up going all the way down to 1 shot, but gets away with his life. So great job by Respectful for, like you said before, respecting his life. We're also respecting his teammate's life as well. He's going to go in for the challenge, and Arctic gets the big kill. And now we're seeing a little bit of a 1-2 combo out of him and Kimbo.
You can see how in sync they are as they push through bottom mid, though. Respectful had the head level placement. He was so ready for that weak player to come out just to clean up. You know that got called out. And beautiful nades out of 2 Foxy as well, just to deny the challenge out of Gilkey. Of course, immediately traded out. Something we're going to see so much in Aquarius is just very quick trades, very scrappy fights for flags. The map is so close quarters. You can die so quickly. I mean, he gets the kill and gets back smacked immediately after. Speaking of which, it's still happening.
Respectful going to try to stay alive here, but he is going to be cleaned up. Gilkey and Sab are going to get 2 kills on the board. That might be the opening they need in order to get this first flag one coming in. Gilkey still having the heat wave in hands, using a cheeky spot to avoid all the damage. Able to stay alive, but they have to clean up those spawners.
Gilkey just going to play defense here. All he needs to do at the moment. Teammates already pushed up. Gilkey in the base, though, right? And there's a camo coming up with straight sick to help out. is a good opportunity for them if Gilkey can continue to stay up. Unfortunately, does die to Kimbo. Straight sick, it's on him. Gonna just watch Kimbo go by. You know, I like that, though. He waits until he's in a spot where he can't counter fire. Unfortunately, didn't get the kill, though. And now Straight sick forced a double back.
Yeah, I think trigger discipline is so important. Like, players like Sniped Out, very good at the trigger discipline. That translates, but Gilkey, very good at winning pivotal gunfights. Those 50-50s go in favor of them. But another 3 down for G2. Navi are answering back at every single kill. And again, they're looking so good right now. I can't stop saying it.
Optic off his spawn, cuts his losses there, right? Sees the flag pulled, decides to just go for the overextension, rotate to counter it. We'll see, Kimbo and Navi do have that flag. Try to get it as far as they can. Respectful gonna do what he can to escort. Of course, flag just sits out front base, almost there at this point. Kimbo coming in like a wrecking ball as well. Straight sick, wants a piece, he'll take a trade, honestly huge. Puts the heat wave out. Flag down as well, Respectful gonna get to it. Maybe an opportunity here for him.
The Slay's almost dead even at the moment here, but we're seeing that first flag now being run in here by Navi. Objective, efficient as can be. That's going to be the name of the game here. 2 down, go down, but another 3 down, go G2. So most likely no counter cap coming in out of G2 unless they're able to slay out. Jimbo coming in for the cleanup kill, and now he's going to be back on the offense.
That's the biggest thing, right? You go for the run, you secure the run, but then you make sure you play defense, you get the slay so the counter cap doesn't happen. So beautifully executed out of Navi. Just denying the options, and my God, 2Foxy's a maniac. Oh, and he gets the kill. He jumped over that player's head, not sure what happened to him, but I mean, the flag's out the door now. Kimbo's got it, and a huge opportunity for Navi once again. Gilkey already overextended. Gilkey needs to wait, though. Look at this, he's playing it carefully. Oh, he's been spotted, though. This is rough. Gilkey alone in the base. Only line of defense for this flag. He does have a heat wave. You just got to blast him with it. This is huge. Straight sick with a double. Gilkey did his job. He played it beautifully. Should walk away with a return.
Gilkey getting really aggressive there and being the sole, pretty much almost the sole reason why they were able to stop that flag and also get the recover as well. Meanwhile, Straight Sick now going to be walking the flag over. No, he's not sprinting, so they have no idea what Straight Sick is just yet until he starts sprinting, or it looks like he actually did.
Or drop the flag, right. He got at least halfway with it, though, so great progress. Respectful, not going to worry about it. Respectful going to push over. Actually, looks like he's going to meet him head on. We'll see how this goes. Bit of a joust about to take place. Straight sick trying to cut the angle, get that flag out, but Respectful. He's got eyes on him. Thankfully for Straight sick, there's some coverage. 2Foxy and Kimbo, they drop their pivs. This does at least get Straight sick back to the back of the base, but he's down numbers, right? He's in trouble back here. Yeah.
And notice how the collapse not only came in from Navi, but there was also even a player already working on those fridge spawns, already catching that angle. We're seeing a 1-0 lead going in favor of Navi, and Jimbo once again going to be running his flag. If he won that piv, that might have been clear, but Straight Sick, the last player alive now.
Navi was already up 1-0 though, so that they must have got a return. Navi went for another quick pull.
Yeah.
So this will be a 2-0 at the very least now. Navi fending off the storm here, getting their kills. Always ready to pull that next flag when they can, and I mean, coming out on top because of it. Oh, okay. Make it 3.
Great frags coming out of Navi right there. Once you capture the flag, you kind of put yourself in a vulnerable position where the enemy team is going to collapse and try to go in for that counter cap, so you have to be able to win your battles, and it looks like Navi were able to do that. 2-0 lead with a little bit less than 6 minutes on the clock, so G2 have the time. It can happen. It's just Navi's making it tough.
Making it very difficult for sure. They got all that coverage up top map as well. 2Foxy did drop a Respectful. Gonna try to stay up. Sap just slid out with the camo though. And look at all of his teammates slide in to make it difficult. This is an opportunity here for G2. Sap popping the camo a little late, which is good. Enough timing to get 2 thrusts for free. How does he play it though? And Kimbo didn't see the thrust get picked up either. All right, free back smack to start. Teammate on his right-hand side. They've got an opportunity here. They cannot afford to make mistakes. Optic with one as well. Look at Respectful, though. He's chilling back in the base.
Not for long. Chilling on the dead screen, huh? Now we have a flag being pulled here by Sab, who momentarily, excellent job by him to utilize that thrust to close the distance. Got the first flag back smack, got another one on Kimbo, and G2 are back in this game. Sadly, Sab is going to go down, and that's some free shot for 2Foxy, and the assist comes in. Navi once again answering back.
That flag's pretty close. Optic here, line of defense. 2Foxy in for the return, but he's got Kimbo with him. He'll get the touch, but that's all he can do. They're in for the re. And I don't know if there's anybody in position to stop that from going in. It still sits there. Straight Sick has a beat on it. Teammate goes up, so Straight Sick holds the angle. I like this. Just to make sure they got 2 lines of sight covered. But so does Navi. That's 2 dead on the feed. Sab and Arctic pick it up. They slide in for a touch. And they'll grab it in the first flag. About to be capped, but not quite. Kimbo's got to slide. Wait, no, Kimbo's got to get their defense on it. Who's left? We got Arctic, Sab, and Sab will make it. My God.
I mean, obviously Navi weren't able to get the stop, but look at how hard they made it for G2 right there. Literally giving it all, dumping resource after resource, and they almost were able to get that recap. Either way, 2-1 lead in favor of Navi, but G2 having a bit of momentum on their side. 2Foxy is going to get the big kill on Arctic right there, and that's going to be the opening they need to kind of get a little aggressive.
Still plenty of time to work with here. Any direction this game could go. 2Foxy just going to rotate through. Dynamo, of course, like we said, ticks if it hits a player. Of course, instead, he's going to get flanked immediately, so not much he could do there. Jimbo in trouble as well. I like the attempt. What else could he do in that position other than go for the aggressive play, but Arctic ready for it?
And that's what it's all about. I mean, it's almost a chess game at this point. Like all these players can shoot their guns. Let's be serious. They all have the ability to force shots. So at that point, you have to be able to anticipate your opponent's next move. And that's what you saw Arctic do right there. He knew exactly where he was funneling that player to go to. And at that point, it was all about just simply cutting him off, getting a big kill. Mind you, speaking of big kills, 22 kills coming out of both Sab and Respectful. Both of these Slayers are going off, and Sab going to put his 23rd on the board.
Sab looking good on the feet for sure. Arctic no slouch as well. Man's 20 and 17. Back up over with Gilkey. Not the greatest Slay numbers just yet, but still a nice shot. Puts the damage in too. He's got the most assists. Make it 13. Well, he does that. Sab with the escort. Gonna make the flag through. Right back in that same position, and the immediate handoff too. Sends it to Arctic. Arctic plants it in. Next thing you know, we got a tie game.
Excellent teamwork coming out of G2 right there, just relaying that flag right in, but they did momentarily go 2 down, and that's actually going to be a double kill coming out of 2Foxy, who's going to actually relay that flag over, but you got to be careful. There was a player over towards utility, ends up getting the cleanup kill. Either way, Navi still running that flag over. Jimbo dropping the flag, going in for the challenge, and getting the trade. I know you like that, Alex.
That was beautiful out of Jimbo. The awareness to drop that flag and run back and just assault Straight Sick like that. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, though. G2 very quick to get on that flag in the return. Camo about to pop as well. G2 with presence up top map. Straight Sick with eyes on the 2Foxy. 2Foxy just going to try to be a fox and get out of there.
They slide.
Can't slide out, unfortunately. Gilkey, can he get out? Nope, he can't. Respectful finds him. 1v1 Straight Sick, Respectful. And what a thrust at a Respectful to get right behind him. Jimbo cleans it up.
Another 3 down go the boys in blue here. It looks like Team Navi want to take advantage of that. They're starting to up the tempo here. We have Kimbo and 2Foxy working a little 1-2 combo over towards the utility side of the map. Meanwhile, Arctic is not that far behind. I think they know they're finally able to spot him, put down the damage on. That's going to be an easy cleanup, but now Gilkey going to slide in and get the big kill.
Okay, time is starting to become a factor here, Tony. Just over a minute, double on board for Gilkey. He'll drop. But at this point, we need one solid run. And whoever does it might win the game, or we might go to overtime. We'll see. This is the playmaking opportunity right here. So Sab going to try to prioritize his life. Arctic with the heat wave as well. They got a pinch on both sides. The entire team kind of locked in their base because of it. Straight Sick coming in. Nades as well. That's 2Foxy who drops a trade, though. And it's all down to Arctic in this heat wave to make a big play.
And mind you, this is still a best of 5. Navi only needing one more win to come out with the series. G2 fighting for their series lives right now. Gilkey ends up taking down Jimbo. Arctic just sitting back, and Gilkey already has that flag over to the 50% portion of the map. Excellent slide right there to get just a bit faster.
Can they even stop it at this point? I don't think they can. They got sights on it. But all they can do is just try to shoot from afar. Nobody's managed to overextend. Arctic with a kill on the feed. The flag just seconds away from being planted. And with 20 seconds left on the board, G2 almost guarantee this game. I think they've done it. They got to pull the flag for a sudden death in 10 seconds, Tony.
I mean, it's definitely still possible. I mean, Navi are 100% still in it. However, they just momentarily have gone 2 down, so I don't know where the offense is going to come from. And with only 2 more seconds, the body shots are coming back. The teabags are coming in. Let me tell you, I don't think he liked that flavor.
Wait a second, Tony. Wait a second. So Navi, they come out hot. They win the first 2 games. They start bagging game 2, 50-37, I think was the scoreline, because they're feeling confident. G2, they're right back in it. This is a game 5. That's the worry, right? That's the unfortunate reality here is the moment you give G2 an opening, you give him confidence, the snowball starts rolling.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, now Navi might be mental blocked. Now Navi might be in that hot seat. How do they react to this pressure? It's kind of dicey.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie to you. There's some players, you shoot their body and you scream at them from across the way, you get in their head, and and that player can shut down. But there's some players that thrive on it. Okay, you're gonna shoot my body, great. Now you have to win every individual gunfight from here on out. You're gonna look like an idiot because I'm gonna put you down. You're gonna make me play even better now, so that when I win and shoot your body, it's going to be for coming for the series, now G2 almost about to pull out the reverse sweep.
There's a deep mind game to the body disrespect, you know, on both sides, right? Like, I've talked to Bound about it one time, and I think even Bound said he doesn't like to do body disrespect stuff too often.
Okay.
Because it can make him feel like he's under pressure sometimes, which is crazy to hear from Bound. Maybe I got to, you know, say in paraphrase, not 100% sure, but that's the thing. If you go in for that body disrespect, you better be ready to back it up. Because you're putting yourself on that pedestal. You're putting yourself in a position where, you know, where you got to continue to play well, or that disrespect's going to come right back to you.
Yeah.
Either way, Tony, take a look at this layout. Things have, it's been quite a journey we've had with this series. About to hit a game 5 here. Slayer Recharge is the game to break the tie, to square it off here. What do you expect with this one?
Sure, you guys ask what to expect. I don't know what to expect, man. I mean, Navi started
what do you
off
expect?
hot.
I want the whole game, start to finish.
Okay.
Give me your, I expect your predictions.
Okay,
Go.
Navi goes up. Navi goes up in a 9-6 run. G2 answer back with 10 contested kills. We go into the mid game about 25-23. Navi pull away with it and win 50-41.
Okay, and if that happens, now I'm going to take you to the casino after this, and we're going to win enough money to never have to cast Halo again. Assuming that happens.
This ain't work for me, man. I love doing this. I don't care how rich I get. I promise you, I want to be right here every single event. I could be a multi-billionaire, and I'll still be here casting some amazing Halo.
I respect the passion, and I'm right there with you, buddy. We wouldn't be here if we didn't love what we did. By the way, look at that little the little statement on screen. Can G2 complete the reverse sweep? What do you think in the chat? Can G2 complete the reverse sweep off of what we've seen? So far, I'm starting to think that could be a reality. Bit of a scary reality for Navi. I don't want to bring this up, but I kind of do. If I go back to the EU qualifiers, didn't this happen? Like, I feel like I'm having a bit of a deja vu where Navi were up 2-0 in the series, and then last thing I remember is the chat screaming, choke, at the very end. I think they might have.
Right. I think it was the second qualifier.
Very worried now.
They finished outside the top 3. It's the only time they finished outside the top 3, and I think you're right. Wow, good memory on you. I like. Wow, that's a good one. I mean, I want to go with Navi simply because they won game 2. That's the Slayer. So we're going into game 5, which guess what is going to be a Slayer again. However, I'm a true believer in momentum. I'm going to go Navi 50-41, but G2 have all the momentum on your side. I'm a true believer in that. They could run away with this and carry this out.
Slayer Recharge is very different than Slayer Bazaar, right? Different tools to control, not a symmetrical map, kind of rotational in the way that it works. Not going to play out like Bazaar did. We did see some excellent coverage from Navi there. I don't know what to expect from this. I'm almost leaning to G2, to be honest, based off of what we've seen. If you're a Navi fan in the chat, though, what I think is they need your energy, right? They came out so strong. They were looking so good in the first 2 games. All of a sudden, things are starting to crumble. I think they just need some energy. They need to reset and regain for a chance to close this out finally, or else it's a hell of a reverse sweep at a G2.
I'm going to be in trouble. I'm actually good friends with some of the G2 guys over in the Apex side of things. They heard me going against G2 in a reverse sweep possibility. I'm pretty sure Design was probably in my DMs right now flipping out at me, but I'm sorry. I just feel like Navi's game, their play style is so good when it comes to Oddball and Slayer. I feel like they're able to slow the game down, play at their pace, and that's when they're at their best. They have no problem setting up and hiding in corners, just waiting for you to make the move. They grab that early lead. They take advantage of it. I got to go Navi. But again, like I said, I mean, G2
That's fine, man. That's fine. You could vote for the losing team. No, either way. I'm going to go G2. You go Navi. We'll just do it just to have a little bit of camaraderie here, right? We'll see how it goes. I think at the end of the day, neither of us can predict this, right? We don't know which way it could go. Just based off the way the series has gone, it's been all over the place, right? It started with dominance. At this point, it's ending with question marks. I just need to see it. The match is getting ready. It will start up very shortly. Slayer on Recharge. Let's just go through what we got in the map here, Tony. We've got the grapple, the repulsor, the camo to fight over. There's a shock rifle on here. What are the tools of the trade, and what do you expect to see? Okay, tell me about it. What do you do with the sword? How do you use this? I don't know.
How do you use what you do with it? You don't go and grab it. You got to be fancy with it. You got to drop the sticky grenade and grenade launcher it to yourself, called a combat evolve. Or combat evolve. Excuse me. You could also utilize that grapple, grab it, whatever you do. You got to get it with style. Once you get it with style, you start to move with a little bit of swagger on the map. That's when you start to feel yourself, and then that's when you start going and slicing and dicing everybody. Either way, no matter whether Navi win or G2 win, there's one thing that's guaranteed. It's going to be amazing. It really is. Time,
for sure. And I like what you said about the combat evolved. I haven't been doing that enough. If you're not already aware,
oh my God.
You should be aware. The plasma nades spawn right beside C. Beautiful. It's perfectly set up, right? Like, you can tell 343 are like, okay, this is the combat evolved section of Halo Infinite right here. We want you to do that with the sword. And then you got the dynamic of that off-map section, right? You got the grapple, the repulsor, how they come into play, who's going to get knocked off the map, or maybe grapple back on if you get knocked off. Either way, this is it. Game 5, series tied 2-2. All of a sudden, G2, they got some wind under their sails. Navi started strong. Now they're being crushed. Where will this go, Tony?
We're going to find out here. It's funny you mentioned grappling back onto the map. On this very map right here, the most embarrassing thing happened. I repulsed, and it's on stream, by the way. I repulsed the enemy team off of the map. Literally, I was so happy, repulsed him right off the map. He grapples back on and then kills me. It was so embarrassing.
Are you sure it wasn't Shotzi? Because I saw Shotzi do that like 2 weeks ago.
No.
I think it was the Elamite. I think he grappled back on and killed the Elamite. Don't quote me. Either way, Arctic going to start this one out hot. Slides straight up, gets the kill, and he gets out too. Quite convenient. All well he does that straight sick with the camo and a little progression on the board. And the Needler too. Show some Needler love.
I'm sorry, I'm getting old right now. You know, I got to get my glasses or something. Is that a 6 to 1 lead?
How far do you got to lean into
going
the TV?
In favor of G2? I told you I'm getting old, man. I don't believe it. Now it's 7 to 1. What's going on here?
Understand that I need to see some of the TV too, or else I can't cast. 8 to 2, by the way. What a hot start at a G2. That's the worry, right? Navi, they start out strong, they lose momentum, and then G2 are so confident coming into Game 5. And the scoreboard is showcasing that.
Back on board here with Sav right now, and actually he can get behind enemy lines. They have no idea. Respectful actually going down to one shot. Easy cleanup coming in from Sav. Now going in for the challenge. Beautiful play come out of Sav. That's going to be an excellent double kill, putting Navi 2 down and giving G2 the advantages that they need.
Hey, Tony, you saw one game of Slayer from Navi, and you're like, yeah, Navi's a really good Slayer team.
You saw 0 games from G2. I don't want to hear it.
I'm just saying, I think it could go either way. I didn't say that Navi's a really good Slayer team off of one game. I think it's just not enough info. Either way, Arctic not going to get out of that. There's the sword, right? We got the sword back in play. We could see somewhat of a swing, hopefully, with it. All starts with respectful.
Now, when you're right, you're right. And I mean, it's hard to go against G2, especially when they're playing like this right now. Excellent kill coming out of respectful. Ends up getting the kill joy. Not even the melee kill with the sword. He whipped out his, I think it was YYing, ended up with his BR out and meleeed him either way.
Did the trick.
The melee kill's going to come in. 15 to 5 lead going in favor of G2 right now, but respectful still having that sword in hands.
Respectful going to conserve his life, as is Arctic. Managing to stay up. Teammates opposite side of the map. Navi going to try to rotate through. You got Sav and Respectful on the feet. Gilkey with a shock rifle kill. I'm curious to see what Gilk's up to. If he's got a shock rifle, there's potential for more plays here. Although, I can't complain about Respectful and the sword repulsor combo.
I mean, the problem is Respectful is the only player making any kind of plays here. Everybody else on his team literally have 1 kill at the moment, where he's sitting at 4. It's really tough. G2 are playing lights out, and I guess the only question I have is, where was this dominance coming out of G2 throughout the first half of the series?
I think Navi just came out with so much heat. G2 not quite ready for it, but they started to regain their footing, warm up. And it's also, you got to think about maps, game types, right? Where are you comfortable? Where do you, play best? Maybe Recharge Slayer is just G2's map. So far, it's looking like it.
Excellent kill come out of Straight Sick, able to take down 2 Fox. We're not going to go on board here with Straight Sick. Right up over towards the C plant, but just going to barely miss that jump. And he's like, you know what? I'm just going to go around. I'm just going to go around. I know I'm on stream right now. I don't want to embarrass him missing that jump again. I'm going to go around. That's fine.
I don't think he watched the tutorial, unfortunately.
I watched it.
Skip the tutorial. Either way, he doesn't need it. The man's shot's too cracked. And so far, they're looking too good on the board, right? 26-12 here. Saab going to grapple his way back into yellow and get a kill for it, and a shock rifle potential here. We'll see what he can put together. You got all members in Navi over on A stronghold, and a line of sight at a Saab to put something together. Hopefully not making too much noise as he stomps through the hallway here. That player must have... Okay, now he's doubling back. There's the pinch. A little late, though, right? Navi now dying from that little loss in coordination and timing there. And Straight Sick now getting out with the camo, too.
Yeah, it's going to be dangerous. I mean, they already have a 15-kill lead at the moment. The last thing they need is a camouflage, and now they're going to combine that camo with the sword. This is bad. G2 are already looking good. Luckily, Jimbo ends up getting a big kill off the screen. That's going to be needed. Respectable trying to go for the 1v1, able to take down the first player, being really tough, but a killing spree now going to be earned by Straight Sick. Killing spree +1, because that's going to be a double kill by Straight Sick.
Man, Tony, this is kind of heartbreaking. I mean, you know, not to be like not to bias or anything, but if you come into a series as hot as Navi did, and then to have this happen game 5, it's a heartbreaker, man. It's a tragedy. It's not done. Changes could be made, but they need to be made quickly, right? 35-18. I mean, they're bleeding resources. You look at the feed. Arctic, Straight Sick, they're popping off in the meantime here. Jimbo going to do what he can to stay alive. He's just getting pelted by nades. 2 Foxy with him. The entire team now spawning up at C. And the entire enemy team, you got Straight Sick and teammates lined up to yellow as well. They got coverage on all the high spots on the map.
It's been crazy. I mean, this series has probably been one of the best series that we've seen. It's been so tightly contested from game 1 all the way to game 4. And then you just see this dominance, this textbook plays coming out of G2. I'm loving what I'm seeing right now. Meanwhile, 2 Foxy having the sword in hand, just checking every corner. Wants to be sure. Find that player going to reveal himself. Almost going down thanks to the Mangler, but he clutches up.
Just about 40, 39 here to 24. Coverage and control. They don't have any form of a setup though, right? Like, despite the trades that they'll get, you'll always see G2 holding on to A down through yellow hallway. It seems like yellow hallway just kind of that anchor point you want to lock down. You can isolate a lot of trades and kills here. I mean, look, it's so difficult to challenge through that hallway, and Gilkey's just walking away with free kills because of it.
We got to talk about something, Alex, here. We got to talk about something. My man Saab and Straight Sick have 30 kills as a duo. The entire Navi squad is sitting at about 26 at the moment. These two are literally going off. Saab and Straight Sick are running house.
This series went the distance, Tony. It was a nail-biter the last 2 games. All of a sudden, Navi, it's like they ran out of steam. The engine just ran out of gas here, dude. 46, 47. Straight Sick, they're just oozing confidence at this point. G2, I mean, that's looking like curtains. It's a matter of whether or not it's a stake at this point, as unfortunate as it is, right? 48-29, we're looking at stake potential here for G2 Esports to close a game 5, and they're putting the bags in. I mean, at this point, I can't blame them, dude. Stake-tacular, G2 with a well-deserved 3-0 reverse sweep. And a 3-2 best of 5. Man, I can't believe what we witnessed, and I'm sure some of you in the chat maybe can't believe it either. But that, you know, that is just how Halo. That's just Halo. What I want to say that's what makes Halo.
That's the way the cookie crumbles.
Yes, but it's what makes Halo Halo is what I want to say. It's a very Halo thing. Anyway, I don't know. It was nice to watch. It can't be nice for the team.
It was amazing. I mean, I don't know how you like your steak. I prefer mine's medium rare.
Medium rare. Probably,
I mean, let me tell you that the way Navi got cooked, I'm guessing G2 likes theirs well done. Cause they cooked them real good. Let me tell you something. That was crazy. But I want to give a shout out to Navi to start off 2-0 in that series and to look that good. You guys showed me something. And again, I talk about obviously G2 came out with the win with the reverse sweep. But again, every game matters. If this goes into tiebreakers to make it into champ bracket, they were able to put 2 on the board. That's going to be important.
It's disappointing, though, right? Because this is just a replay of what we saw in qualifiers. Like, Navi, they showed that potential. They did that in qualifiers. It was just, I swear it was the exact same thing. It was like 2-0 and then a full 3-0 sweep comeback. I have to go back and check it. Right, so that's the unfortunate thing. Is like that's why they're 3rd place in EU. Is they can't seem, they come out with so much energy. They unfortunately don't quite clutch it up. It's not over, right? Still pools.
Yeah.
I expect them to, at the very least, maybe come out 2nd place in their pool. We'll take a look at it and see how it shakes up in a second. Quite a series. Quite a pleasure casting it with you, Tony. But, you know, in the end of the day, one team wins. This time it's G2. They focused up, and they did not quit. They came out on top.
It was excellent classing with you as well. I mean, I'm great, and you're okay.
Yeah. I'm still a beginner, so, you know.
No, it was amazing. It really was. 2-0 coming out oddball, game number 1. Pretty close, but still, obviously, a dominant win for Navi. Then going into Slayer Bazaar. Again, Navi were looking so good. 250 to 236 from Stronghold's live fire. That was in favor of G2, but Navi were like 1 or 2 mistakes from getting in there.
Yep.
3-2 for Aquarius. I think they capped like the last, 16 seconds before the game ultimately ended, or at least went to overtime. And then that wonderfully played 50 to 30, dominant, well done, spectacular, coming out of G2 with the reverse sweep. I'm gonna give him a hug after this. I'm gonna find him. I'm gonna give him a hug after that one.
I don't know if he wants that. You should ask him first. Don't just spontaneously hug people.
I'm gonna hug
him.
him.
You can't just spontaneously.
Don't tell me what to do. I'm gonna hug him.
This is a post-COVID.
I'll hug you right now.
All right, Tony, let's do this off broadcast. Let's take a look at the pool. Real quick, by the way, this is part of Pool B. So we've been jumping around a little bit. We started in D. We jumped over to B. We got FaZe in this pool. So unfortunate for Navi, it doesn't get any easier when you go up against FaZe. You got Divine Mind, and unfortunate for them, they are sitting at an 0-2 score. I think they faced FaZe and Navi just previously. They lost, I think, a 3-0 to both of them, maybe. I know for FaZe it was a 3-0. Either way, Divine Mind, rough spot for them. G2 have yet to play Divine Mind, but just based off of what we've seen, you know, G2 looking pretty good. So,
yeah,
Navi right now, they're kind of in that, you know, that tipping point. They've got some work to do, and I think it's going to have to be against FaZe, I guess, where they put that work in. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, I mean, I put, as far as on paper, I'm going to put FaZe just a little bit above G2. So, I mean, they have the work cut out for them. And same thing for Divine Mind, too. I mean, G2 are coming off of a red-hot win right there. They want to continue that momentum. Divine Mind's going to have a tough time. They don't want to go 0-3. Nobody wants to go 0-3. Nobody wants to go 0-3.
Nobody wants to go 0-3, but everybody wants to watch more Halo. We got more Halo coming up soon. We've got Pool D, Cloud9, and Xset coming up after the break. That's a hell of a series, right?
Oh,
C9,
yeah.
top team. Xset, Kratos' team, by the way. Kratos, apparently the face of Halo. Face of Halo Esports. I know that's what it said on his Twitter. So stay tuned. You're not going to want to miss that. That's coming up after the break. Going to be a little bit of a longer break this time, so keep this tab open. Multi-twitch it, to be honest, is what I recommend. We got, of course, the main broadcast. We got Charlie, we got Delta, but a little bit longer break. We'll be right back after it, and we'll check out C9 Xset. So don't go anywhere. Keep the tab open. We'll be back. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to our HCS Raleigh Kickoff Major. Man, it's good to be back. We said we'd return shortly, and here we are, finally. Of course, I'm Shyway. Pleasure to welcome Mark Xset onto the broadcast. My God, Xset.
What's up, everyone?
Let's just first off say what a day we've had. What a series, a set you've just had. I'll just kind of send it to you for a second. Can you talk a bit about, it was Ascend up against Xset. And that went the distance. And you somehow, from that series, what was that, 2 hours of casting, down to here. Just relentless, man. Tell me a bit about that series. Unbelievable.
I mean, my feet hurt. Okay, I've been sitting on my feet for a while, but you know, it's what we go through. See, you don't see this at home, right? You're just sat there, comfy, and you're like, oh, you know, this is all cool, this is all good. My feet are killing me, everyone.
Oh my God.
But don't worry about it. I'm gonna stop moaning about it. The series itself, though, Shyway, unbelievable series. It went all the way down to a game 5. A lot of hype on, you know, Ascend's shoulders coming into this event. Unbeaten in Europe for a number of years now, which is a crazy, crazy thing to say. New names on the scene, 2 players who have never been to a LAN event before. Let's just take a second to appreciate that, and then they take down Xset. I mean, it was a crazy series, back and forth, and I think the question coming in was, are they the real deal?
Right.
I think we've answered that.
It's starting to look like it, right? Like you said, the storyline that's being built here. And, you know, not to have a bias, but on the low, I wanted to see Ascend make it through there, right? You got brand new faces, you got young talent, and it seems like the sky's the limit. Of course, what happened, though, is Xset loses that, and now Xset has to go into their next series up against C9. And that's the series we're about to witness.
I mean, let's just take a second there. Xset having come off the back of a loss.
Right.
Your prize is to play C9.
Off a loss against a team that they probably expected to beat.
Yeah.
And now here they are dejected, and they're like, okay, here we go. We got to face Cloud9, one of the best top 3 teams in the league. So far, so good with them as well. I think they beat Space Station 3-1.
Yep.
They're looking pretty good. Of course, here's our series layout on screen. We got Strongholds on Recharge, Slayer on Live Fire, CTF, Bizarre, and of course, if we get there, we got Oddball Streets and Slayer Aquarius. Pretty run-of-the-mill so far, but what are you thinking coming into that first match game time?
I mean, Xset probably don't want to see Recharge for a while. I think they've just played it about 8 times in a row. So, with all the restarts and everything that went on.
It's not Slayer, but
exactly, it's
same
not
map.
It's not Slayer, but I think it's a very different feel, right? If you're going into Stronghold, you find your way into a series. I think that the worry here for Xset is that C9. Like you mentioned, coming into the tournament, there's a couple of names we're talking about, right? We were talking about Optic, we're talking about C9, and we were talking about Sentinels as teams who are going to be up there as potential tournament winners. All due respect to the other teams who have been going through that online tournaments and everything in the build up to here, but when you come off the back of such a devastating loss, especially after they won that first series as well against Space Station, they've been in like an emotional roller coaster today. The highs and then the lows. They don't have an opportunity to get emotional now. They need to focus up big time, because if C9 are giving any opportunity, we know they're going to make them pay, and this could be a very quick 3-0.
At the same time, I feel like C9 have been sitting comfy for a while, just kind of waiting for the moment to pounce and to take on a team like Xset. The one thing I could say kind of in Xset's, I don't know if it's defense, but you got Kratos on that team. You got Suspector on that team. If anybody's going to kind of, you know, set the energy level for the team from series to series, I feel like Kratos is kind of the man to do it. I feel like he's not going to go down after that series. And
I mean, have you seen his player pick? The man stood there like
his
this.
Tweet, he's like the face of Halo. Yeah.
Exactly. He stood there. He's ready for a fight. Like, Kratos comes into every single event. And, like, love him or hate him. By the way, I love it. I absolutely love it. I love the personality. He wants to, he will not give up until that final shot, that final kill, that final cap, whatever it is, has gone down. And finally someone says, I'm sorry, you got to leave the stage. You're out of the tournament. So that guy is going to be going, you know, hammer and tongue. And trust me, there's nothing more that they would want right now to bounce back from what is, you know, a heartbreaking loss for them, to beat C9. So you know that they're going to be going hard.
Yeah, they do. Let's take a look at Xset, by the way. We've been talking about them. Beautiful bunch of people there. There you go, like you said.
There you go, fists up.
Fists up, ready to fight. Thankfully, this is a video game. We're doing it on the sticks because, man, I feel like, you know, this guy's ready to actually fight me. I mean, shit, jeez. Apparently. Filthy G, Porky J as well, and then Suspector. We've seen plenty of Kratos Suspector in Halo 5 throughout the life of that game. Porky J, Filthy G, these boys coming off of Halo 3, more so, I want to say, the classic side of things. Anything you can say about them or what you've seen from their gameplay so far?
I think they've been pretty consistent. There's been nothing outstanding, I would say. And the one concern for me for Xset as a team overall has been objective efficiency, and it's been on display in that previous series that we saw against Ascend. Now, I will kind of caveat this one with an asterisk next to it to say that Ascend objectively were unreal, like with their efficiency. So it kind of really highlighted an issue here for Xset. I'd like to see Filthy G, and Porky J just be a little bit quicker on the objective, and I would say the same about Suspector. They're kind of overslaying, a little bit guilty of it. They're looking for the perfect flag run, looking for the perfect setup.
Right.
You can't do that here on Halo Infinite. You have to be flexible in the way that you approach things.
We talked about the perfect example last series, Ascend, CTF, right?
Yeah.
They were overslaying in the base, and then all of a sudden snipe drones spawned up. You got an easy opportunity to just flank through, pick up the flag. So like you said, you can't leave the holes in the defense. And C9, what better team to test it against than C9, who is very objective efficient. Here's the boys on screen. Good to finally see them once again. Of course, incredible team. Top 3, I want to say, at the minimum. Top 2 in the first 2 qualifiers, and then top 6, actually, in Raleigh, the final one. But today's a different day. We're on LAN.
Yeah, I mean, one thing you need to highlight as well about this team is...
He also has his fists up, by the way.
Dude, Eco's got a smile. I'm just saying, if I bump into Eco or Kratos in a dark alley and I see Eco like that I'm taking that fight. That's what I'm saying, all right? Kratos, I'm leaving to the side. I feel like, you know, that looks like he's approaching me for a hug.
That's
all right?
Maybe. That's an unpredictable
But
style.
I will say this about this team.
Inviting.
We have to remember that 3/4 of this team are Halo World Champions. You know, when it gets to the LAN environment, it is a different breed of player. They've never liked playing online. Whether it be scrims, whether it be tournaments, it's just not the same for them. But when they get to the live arena, when the lights are on, when all the crowd is going wild, that's when they come to life. That's when they want to play this game, and this is when they play their best. So C9, for me, keep your eyes on them. Not just in this series, but I'm talking about over the next 2 days as well.
Unbelievable team, ton of potential. You said it perfectly, right? They don't like play. I mean, nobody likes playing online, but especially C9. You hear it in Renegades comms all the time too. It's just these boys, they're waiting for this moment. Now that they finally have it, it's Splice plus Penguin, and Penguin, I mean, no slouch. She's proven it time and time again. We've got our little topic on screen as well. You can let us know in the chat what you think. Can Xset bounce back? That's been our question too. If I'm in Xset's position, I don't think I could bounce back, but maybe that's why I'm not
I'm here to pick you up. See, if you're on my team right now, I'm like, look, well, guys, series is done. We learned a lot from this series, and we're going to take that into this series. Because if we play like that, we ain't going to come out of this pool looking good. All right, so it's time for us to step up, re-announce ourselves right now. Shyway, you're going to go off this series,
I feel
man.
elevated.
You're gonna, you feel like you added a few inches onto your chest there?
My posture got better.
Biceps got bigger. Do you know what I mean? Like,
dude, it's all disintegrating as we stand here all day long. But after this series, we'll see what we can do. Either way, this is going to be a hell of a series. Best of 5, of course. Find out who the ultimate better team is, I want to say. And, of course, starts with Recharge Strongholds. So we'll just zero back in on the map, the game type real quick. Recharge Strongholds. What would you expect to see, I guess, the ultimate keys to success here? I'm
going to focus on Cloud9 here because I want to talk about the way that they try and play this game. And I think it's something that we're seeing develop a little bit more, I would say, in those top 3 teams that I kind of mentioned. They're kind of separating themselves in the way they approach it. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to get a 2-cap. Now, they don't mind what 2-cap it is. You know, B is great to have because of the fact that it's difficult to defend, but at the same time, you can actually fight pretty effectively, they found, from within B. And you've also got the opportunity to hit some really nice lines of sight on spawners. What they're trying to do at any point, if they get a 2-cap, Cloud9, they want to stagger spawns. So what they're trying to do is if there's a 4v4 scenario, and they have 1 stronghold, they will focus on kills before they go to stronghold, then they get 2, and then if they can get 2 alive, they will then rotate to strongholds. They will try and go for a triple cap, they'll try and push to force a constant 2-2 split across the map. Because if you've got 4 players alive and they've got 2, you can't afford on a strongholds to rack up time to let 4 players spawn in. So they're always trying to pressurize, they're always trying to put you on the back foot, always trying to force you into spawns, even if it's by A, which a lot of people, you know, just a few weeks ago saying, if we control A, we've got high, you know, it's a difficult stronghold to take, right? They don't care anymore. They're just trying to force a lot of fights into those scenarios where they have numbers.
Which I want to say is a very Halo 5-esque way to play. Kind of reminds me of Splice, that constant way that they would suffocate the enemy team and, like you said, stagger spawns. You let them spawn up all together, they can kind of maybe coordinate, work, they can shoot together too, which is the non-ideal situation. It's very interesting, something I'm sure we'll see. We're going to zero in on Pool D in general. Of course, quite a day we've had with this tournament. We can see the overall scores here. C9 only played 1 game so far. They're 1-0, of course. That was against Space Station. Xset now 1-1. Ascend, they've ascended to the top of this pool.
I've been trying not to say that all day, by the way.
You know what? It's too easily available, isn't it? It's kind of.
It will come out at some point.
You know, that was the second time I think I've done it, and the last time. I'll try my best. Space Station, unfortunate for them, 0-2. It's been a rough day. It's not over, but it's been a rough day for them. We'll see what they can do with what's left.
I think it's not just been a rough day for them. It's been a rough week. It's been a rough couple of days for Space Station. You know, we all know what happened with Formal, unfortunately, you know, making the decision to move over to play with Sentinels for this event. And we can kind of, you know, we know what happened. We can leave it at that. But it's very, very difficult to motivate yourself and pick yourself up as a team, especially after a first series where you lose it against Xset. Now, if you go back a week ago with Formal on the lineup, I don't think Space Station lose that. I know it's kind of like hypotheticals, right? But it's such a different mentality to come into an event and think, what are we trying to do here? We've only had a couple of days of practice where you're going up against a full roster like Xset, Cloud9, Ascend, for example. Space Station are struggling. But there are understandable reasons for it. But it would still be a surprise for me, regardless of that, with the caliber of player on that team, to see them a 0-3.
Yeah, I mean, considering what we've seen so far in the pool.
Yes.
One thing, I mean, on top of that, you got, Formal was kind of that X factor on the team too. So not even to just lean on it any more than we already did. But Ascend, I'll come back to them because the biggest thing about this Cloud9 Xset series is it kind of lets us know where Ascend sits.
Yes.
Right? We talked about that coming into this series. Is Ascend, now that they've beaten Xset, how good is this Xset team? They beat Space Station. They 3-1'd them. C9 3-1 Space Station as well. Yep. So we're trying to figure out, where does this balance out? Is Ascend good enough to beat, go toe-to-toe with C9? Basically, that's the big question mark, is what I'm thinking. So the result of this series might tell us. Xset, we also have to think about Xset and their mentality coming into this.
Yeah, of course.
But,
I think it's a very good question, and it gives us a real lay of the land, right? You're looking at a team who had a lot of hype coming in, understandably, and a lot of pressure on their shoulders, not just from Europe and their fans back home, but it was kind of, you heard it from the other pros in North America going, these guys are a little bit different. You heard Frosty on his stream. He was saying, these guys are a little bit different. These guys are playing the game how I see the game should be played. So it is going to be a very good barometer of how good they are, especially when they finally go up against C9. But that's for later. That's for later, Shyway. Don't worry about it.
Not too much later, hopefully. Thankfully.
You never know.
But like you said, I love that you said that about the players recognizing the talent on that team. Though,
yes.
Right? Frosty, Bound, another one as well. You got Legend and Shady, I think, kind of stolen that spotlight a little bit through twos, right? Through Halo 5 twos, kind of showcasing that individual skill and then how it all came together. So far, it's just been beautiful. We're going to switch to C9, though. Once again, Keys to Victory is our new kind of topic here. C9, of course, they're looking good. It's kind of just continuing to play their game is what I would assume. But what are you thinking as far as Keys to Victory?
I think a lot of eyes are going to be on Penguin this event as well. You're replacing a player who is arguably one of the best FPS players of the last 10 years.
It's true.
In Shotzzy on this lineup. Shotzzy's gone off to do his thing.
Yeah.
Penguin is the player that they chose. And just remember, this C9 lineup could have pretty much chosen who they wanted to bring in as well. It's not like they were left with someone. It was they went out and they said, we want Penguin. So I think as the tournament goes on, Penguin's going to have to prove his worth on this team. And I'm a huge Penguin fan as well. I think he's been waiting for a lineup like this where he can play the way that he wants. And I think that he is going to be the key to their success, not only in controlling things and, filling in the gaps that the others are creating, but also just kind of putting that to the side, right? There's always going to be the murmurings here, like, if they don't do well, was it Shotzzy who was the difference maker for this C9 lineup? You know what I mean? And you want to put that to bed early.
Yeah, you do. It's unfortunate that Penguin is, in a way, still kind of in that shadow.
Which is crazy.
He shouldn't be, right? Because we've seen him for years playing with this team, playing exceptionally well through Halo 5, proving that he can hold his own. But Halo 5, very different game, very different time period for the game. This is a whole new ballpark, whole new era with Infinite. So the potential is different, the opportunity to prove himself, take over like somebody like Shotzzy did. I mean, he's got that now. On top of the fact, there's a ton of history with C9. I think behind the scenes, too, I got a chance to talk to Eco, to talk to Penguin, and get to know the fact that they had wanted the team together for a long time, right? Back in Halo 5, they had Team Liquid. They were kind of split up. Team Liquid, I think there was straight Rippin with Renegade as well, so things didn't quite work out. Shotzzy leaving, in a way, was actually kind of convenient for the team because it brought together a team that had wanted to come together for a while. So there is a lot of chemistry there, and it's something I'm sure we're going to feel coming up in this series, but just a matter of time until we get there.
I'm also looking forward to seeing Eco and Stella play on LAN. Different animals. Absolutely different animals. And I think if there's a couple of players that really jumped out to me, watching all the qualifiers and having the opportunity to commentate and watch a lot of different POVs, is I just feel like Eco is one of the best Halo players in the world who never has a power up in his hand. It's so true, right? When do you think like Eco's got a power weapon in his hand? Like those moments,
sniper,
you know what I mean?
usually.
It's never those moments, but he does everything right for his team, and like he's what I describe as like the player who makes everyone else on his team look better. And Eco, I think, has found a footing here in Halo Infinite where he is actually becoming a superstar for his team. I look across statistics, right, and Eco's usually that player who's going like a couple positive KDA, lots of assists, doing the right thing, right?
Yeah.
I'm seeing him put up some huge stats here in Infinite. I don't mean like monster. I don't mean like +5, +6. I'm saying +10s, +12, 13s. Eco is an animal, and I think that Infinite is unleashing the animal.
You got me. I want to see it now. You got me charged
we got
up.
it.
Perfect. The opportunity is here.
We're recharged
We're
up.
recharged up to get into recharge strongholds, of course.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. But, I mean, you can keep apologizing. I like it kind of, to be honest. Camo bottom mid. That's going to be something important to fight over. We got the sword on the map as well, the grapple, the shock rifle. So many goodies to fight over. Of course, we've seen it a few times now. I can't wait to see it again.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how this game does start as well, because opening strategy, very, very influential in a lot of game types. We're seeing it more and more, Shyway, right? Whoever wins that initial battle, it's not just a case of winning the initial battle for control now. It's sandbox and scavenging that go into your hands. It's not one weapon. It's not two weapons like it used to be. It's grapple. It's shock rifle. It's all of those cool things that, by the way, this is a curse, and I'm sorry, everybody. Whenever you see me,
you every series,
listen,
by the way.
Whenever you see me on your screens now, at any kind of Halo event, whatever it might be, wear comfy shoes, all right? Because
it's going to be a long broadcast. I thought it was me, personally. Back when we had the Ascend series, it was 42 all. It was the moment I noticed it, too. I looked at the TV, 42 all. I'm like, holy crap, I got to watch this. I walk in, lag out, or disconnect immediately.
Let's take ourselves back to the kickoff qualifier.
Oh, my God,
right?
I did
10 a.m. 10 a.m.
Oh, wait, 10 a.m.
10 a.m.
Right, so, I mean, how far back in time do we want to go together? But kickoff qualifier, right, Mark? EU, of course, time zone difference. This, man, you're casting till 10 a.m.
I act, by the way, like I have a regular sleep schedule. Like,
that's
an early night for me.
That's the unfortunate reality with your entire region. Like, I play with Batchford on a pretty regular basis, and Batchford lives in the upside down. He just, he lives in the night, sleeps in the day.
Yeah.
And that's kind
Game
of
of life, man. Game of life. What can I say? It's how we have to do things. But yeah, I feel like I am the reason for this. I'm sorry, everybody. What else can I do but apologize, Alex? You know what I mean? Okay. At least I'm honest about it.
You're right.
I'm not trying to cover it up.
He's honest.
Past the start game? No, I'm breaking games. I'm the worst person on earth right now. Sorry,
as soon as it's ready, we will get in. I do think it's an audio-related concern. Audio is one of the most important things in
important.
Halo. I mean, on top of that, you're in a LAN.
Secondary to vision. I think.
Secondary to vision. Yeah, audio, it's a little bit of importance for sure.
We'll get it sorted.
What's up?
We'll get it sorted.
We'll get
I promise everybody. The best tech guys in the world are on it right now.
Right. I mean, the beautiful thing about it is just being here, honestly, is, and I mean, unfortunate for anybody who's not here, can't truly experience it. You can hear the audience. You can just see the true LAN environment and the kind of, not that I want to say pressures that come with it, but there's just so many other variables that you don't consider when you're at home with your controller.
It's different, man.
Yeah.
It's different. The lights, the noise, the sound, the seat. It sounds crazy. The monitor you're playing on. Your teammates next to you, the screen watching, the pressure, the casters. There's a lot to take in for these players, but we could talk about that all day because we're finally getting this game one.
I want all that pressure to, culminate into this one game right here so we can finally see it happen. Of course, once again, recharge strongholds before we kind of tease you with it. Let's just make sure make sure it starts.
I was going to say, I got a little bit of a giggle there because on the battery it said maintenance required, restart.
Oh, no.
I was like, oh, come on, man. Like, even the game's making jokes now.
We were flying through Aquarius and it said caution wet floor, and I just had the ADD and I was like, oh my God, you better not slide over there. All right, here we go. Recharge strongholds. Finally, Porky J on board here, and early on, he's going to go straight up into yellow. See what he can do with Renegade.
Couple of shots being put down as well. Kills going to be traded across the board. So you can see off the rip here, Xset kind of got the worst of it. A couple of players did fall to them as Kratos will actually lose that battle as well to Renegade. So control early on here, BC in the control of Cloud9. Now, let's see if they can get those staggered spawns like we mentioned before.
Right, you gotta do that first. You got the sword still up. Filthy G gonna do what he can to just hold C down. Under a lot of pressure though. And no teammates nearby to help him as well. They still do have A rotating, coming through from Kratos. Kratos drops, unfortunately, so Penguin Stellar already together, dropping 2, and you have 2 still up. Is this the reality that you mentioned? Are we getting
exactly there? Now C9 know where the spawns are coming in because it doesn't matter if you die, right? Because you've got 2 players across the map that still have a 2v2. Okay. Now you're seeing the push coming in. They do manage to convert A. They have a triple cap in effect, and now it's an opportunity here for Xset, having picked up those kills to slow things down for just a second. They have a 2v4 advantage on the map. Now they can make their play onto B. So you can see how Cloud9 are trying to play it. It was just a few things didn't quite go together, but at the start here, 45-0, they get the reset onto B. So all of a sudden it looks a little bit different here.
Immediately convert 50 points and counting for this team. Now Kratos gonna do what he can with Renegade. Takes a double for it, and that's the type of play you need to see from this man to get any sort of control back. Of course, then just dives out one shot, gets tagged by Penguin, unfortunately. Now up to Filthy G to hold the angle here from Ace. Teammates dead in front of him too.
Now look at the pressure already coming in. This is what I mean. Filthy J,
Yeah.
last player alive. And he's already being pushed by players. And all these players right here, C9 do not care if they are trapped here because they have control of 2 strongholds.
Right.
They can wait for them to have to make a play. They have the numbers advantage. Finally, a couple of kills going their way, but a 2-for-2 trade for C9 means they are not going to lose a stronghold. It's really smart here for C9.
Oh, for a second I thought he was going to take both kills, but just the way that, like you said, Penguin also micromanaging both fights here. They're going to try to lock this down for the hallway as well. You can see Suspector on the approach. And like you said, they're not even going to worry about A. They're going to hold this down, let them kind of filter out, take them as they come through the perimeters, one by one.
Especially with that shock rifle in hand. 1 bullet is all it takes. Or 4, if your name is Renegade, as he picks up a beautiful perfect, and the last player alive will be taken down as well. It's going to be a 1-shot inside of B. They get control, and now watch the push towards A. They're just going to wait a few seconds for the spawns to come in just to secure where they are. Then they'll make the play onto A. But for now, I mean, 106-0. This is about as good as a start as you can get. This is as good a start as you can get, all right?
I don't think it gets any better. On top of the fact that Renegade looked like he had so much free time, he crossed the entire map, said, I want the sword. I'm looking to make plays with it. On top of that, you got Stellar locking down Red with the shock rifle. Suspect they're going to do what he can just to tiptoe in there, but that's a hallway guarded. Already past the halfway point here. Starting to wonder where Xset are on the map when this is happening. They can't seem to break out of A. They'll take trades. Is that enough, though?
Yeah, trades are fine for C9, though, because they have control of strongholds. So it's just the case they are continually scoring. Finally, Xset are going to get some sort of semblance of control, but as I say that, they work so hard to get C. The A conversion comes in, all eyes away from A. Stella has that shock rifle still and is still hitting some nice headshots. And I'm just looking across the stats at the moment. I highlighted Penguin. Is he going to have a big game? He's 11-5, Alex.
Right. That's the thing is, I think he heard us. I think he heard us with what happened. He's like, I'm still proving myself, apparently. So here you go. He pops off, beginning of game 1. Stellar, of course, opportunity to do the same. Kratos down below. Does he hear him, though? You got 2 flankers down below. Filthy G, first victim, not looking as he crosses through as well. Look at this as he drops down at Eco with a pickup, little bait and switch. And Kratos takes 2. Penguin will get it, but Kratos, dirty play.
Big play that came in, but it was traded out almost immediately again. And you can see how difficult this is for Xset, right? Because of the fact that they're never in a straight 4v4 scenario. They're never getting the first kill in the team fights. They're always having to scrap for any kind of pressure, any kind of opportunity to convert one of these strongholds. C9 are just choking them at the moment. That's another 2 dead. Now you're going to see the push on to C. They know where the last 2 players alive are. They're going to stifle them, and if they kill them as quickly as possible, trust me, C9 will be flying back towards A. However, they're now staggering those spawns just for a few seconds. Stella's doing a pretty good job. Stella's doing a phenomenal job to pick up those kills. He's now 10-5.
214-0. We talked about this pre-series. We said, how good is Cloud9 versus Xset? And based off of how this goes, we get a sense of how Ascend might play. But this is about to be 250. Have we had a 250-0
This is a triple kill.
Yet?
I don't want to... It's almost like I don't want to watch. You know what I mean? It's like a horror film that you know what's going to happen, but you don't want to really experience
My
it.
God.
As Stella now steps up, 243 and rising. Who would have thought coming into this game, Alex, we'd be thinking, will Xset get a single point on the board? We're about to find out our answer.
You had to be dreaming, is what I would have said. But here is our reality. 250, 1 point off. There it is, 250-0 to close game 1. I mean, Xset, as good as they might have looked earlier on today, something happened. C9 happened. Maybe are they mentally? Do you think maybe their mental is kind of shattered? Just
250-0.
I don't know.
There's nothing else to say. Like there isn't.
say.
Like that's C9 on LAN. That's a driven C9. That's a C9 who've perfected the way that they've played. And I know there was a lot of talk on the analyst desk before things kicked off that there was a very important scrim between Optic and C9 before we got underway. C9 won it. I think it was 12-1.
Oh my God.
Which is just a really good indication of how well they're playing and how they've started to figure things out. 250-0. That ain't happening very often in a tournament.
I think even back in qualifiers, I don't think I've seen a lockout that bad. So what a precedent that sets. I mean, at the same time, I want to say maybe it's a weakened Xset coming into this. They had a rough series previously, but there's no way it was rough enough to result in a 250. Oh, that's just C9, like you said, C9 on LAN. And apparently it's just the beginning. That one's for the books. Not too much we can say,
That was
right?
so quick. This could be the quickest series ever if it carries on with that style.
Apparently, man. I do like the staggered spawn kind of ideal that you push on it, though. The fact that they will they'll slay 2, almost leave the other two in a sense and lock the map down. We saw that with B and C for the first half of the game there.
Yeah.
And I want to say a little unorthodox as well, because typically for most teams, it's like, okay, get to A. How do we control A, lock down that sight
And
line
then hold your angles, right?
Hold your angles. But instead, they're fighting from B and C and making it look easy, making it look like the strat.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfect gameplay from Cloud9, and it takes so much intellect and understanding of what is happening on the map as a whole to be effective in doing that, which is why they are in the position they are and winning games like that 250-0. But for now, for Xset, I mean, you move over to Live Fire Slayer, and it's like, all right, we've just really struggled on that map. We couldn't get a shock rifle in our hands. We couldn't get anything in our hands. Right. Now you're going over to a game type where you've got a repulsor, you've got a heat wave, and you've got a sniper rifle. And you have the opportunity to once again have a game type where there's constantly staggered spawns if you're down in numbers.
Right.
I worry. I genuinely worry for them here.
I mean, how could you not?
Yeah.
Coming off of a 250-0, it's got to be a little bit brutal, and you wonder how this opening strat's going to go down. Of course, coming off of that game, you want to come in and say, okay, last thing I want is, you know, Stellar, Renegade, somebody pick up the sniper.
Yeah.
So you try to put resources on it. You send maybe multiple to take that sight line. If you kind of desperate it too much, though, you don't get the slays. You can lose it in that way, too. We saw that with Navi earlier on in the series as well. You got to be so careful in how you approach these opportunities. There's so many available to you, but how do you manage your resources and patiently play it out so that you don't give up your life on the approach? Yeah,
100%. It's all about just a risk-reward, right? Recognizing your advantages, and when you do have them, being in a position to recognize it and take advantage of it. It's all good thinking for 3 seconds and then going, oh, we've got numbers. Because by the time you've done that, you've taken the time for those players to come off respawn and you're fighting a 4v4 again. That's what C9 do so well. That's what the best teams in the world do so well. It's recognizing the moment they have an advantage. And I'm not talking like having all the power weapons. I'm thinking, I've got a mangler, you don't. And I can now take this 1v1. You know what I mean? It's now recognizing we have 1 kill in the feed, even though my teammate hasn't said anything, which means I can now challenge knowing that we have a numbers advantage. All those little things are what makes the best teams in the world so good. And when I say a worry for Xset, it's because of the pace that C9 are playing. And Live Fire, like I mentioned, is a map where it can get very snowbally.
It definitely can. And we might see it right now. Of course, here we go. Live Fire Slayer. What a game one we had. I have no idea what to think coming into game two, other than if I'm Xset, I'm worried. Hopefully you got a second win. A last-second opportunity to fight back in this, because C9, they are coming with a force in this one, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, Xset needs to step up. There's no other way to put it. Otherwise, this series might be over quicker than a microwave dinner is, like, cooked, you know what I mean? It'll be done and dusted, and you'll be eating that thing, and it's still cold in the middle, but Suspected, right? Beside you too.
Yeah, I mean, let's not talk about what I've been eating for the last 20 minutes. I'm going to be feeling that later on. But early on here, at least a couple of kills being traded. But there you go. Heat wave immediately in the hands of C9. Prioritizing weapons, 3 dead. The Spectre with snipe in the back pocket as well. So a lot of playmaking potential. How do they play it? He's going to play it patiently for now. Camo popping up in just a second. You can see that the entirety of Cloud9 aware of it. They've got all their players rotated out for it. But Kratos in the meantime with a bit of a flank. Filthy G as well. Maybe a pinch opportunity on the outside here from both sides of the map. Assuming they see Stellar sneaking in through A, they will take him. Got Eco making the advance onto Camo, though. Nice shots out of Suspector to keep him back. Eco playing it so patiently. Somehow living through these nades here, too. It's just brilliant from Eco. It's just every second he buys there, he buys his teammates time, but I talk about patience, I talk about playing well, right? Suspector did not take his eyes off of it. He was locked like a hawk onto that situation. Knowing those 2 players are alive, all he had to do was make sure they didn't escape. If they don't escape, and even if they do, he needs to have that information to relay to his teammates on where to push off respawn. Very different looking game too, that's for sure. Xset, you know, we saw 250-0 to start. They breathe, they can fight back at least early on. Big part of that due to that power weapon, that sniper, but of course, things have transferred hands at this point. Stellar with the heat wave. He's got Kratos below him. You got Penguin, who should be able to get the pinch, but quite awkward timing for this player here. He'll drop it with the nade instead. You gotta love the attention to detail out of Stellar, not over-challenging that situation. Playing it carefully, but a couple trades here, and ultimately, Xset maybe a chance to pull away. An opportunity possibly, however, can they take the opportunity? That's the real question here. Stella's going to be trying to stay alive, and I like the fact that he's challenging here because he knows that the information that he's giving is that I have a heat wave. So if you try and chase me, then there's an opportunity that I'm going to trade a kill. So Xset recognized that as well, using that repulsor to escape. 2 also keeps the attention on him, right?
Yep.
What's that allowed his teammates to do? Respawn, come back and help him in the fight. You saw that Penguin got the double kill, and now it rolls into the next advantage here for C9. They have that camo.
Here we go. Camo on board with Stellar. Spawners up on A side. Stellar playing it patiently. See 2 kills in the feed already, so now 15 to 14 here. Remaining 2 players outside. Penguin, sneak attack onto Kratos, walks away with a perfect, does get the trade. That'll leave that heat wave down on the map though. Filthy G, what can he do with this dilemma here? Important weapons to control it. You got the snipe popping up shortly as well. The entirety of C9 aware of it though.
So Porky J just trying to play things a little bit sneaky here. He's got his teammates in a great position to give him information. You can see by playing that position, all the call needed to be was there's someone pushing sandbags, right? And all he has is that first shot. First shot advantage is everything in Halo over the years. It doesn't matter what version of the game you're playing. And now you're seeing 3 players come off respawn and target in almost immediately, making that call out. But Renegade's going to have to play safe here. He's going to have to escape. 18 to 18 though, and I said that Xset had to step up. They have for the start of this game. Can they keep it up though? It's a very different question to be answered.
They're holding on at the very least here, keeping it even. And if anybody's going to pull away, maybe Kratos could be the one to do it. 5 shots in the snipe as well. How does he play? Oh, he's being flanked too. This might be a bit of a pinch. He's got to regroup with his teammates here, and I like the safe play through center, playing it patiently. Multiple trades in the feed as he does it. Man's just got to line up a shot, and he can't seem to find an opportunity.
The Spectre comes in to finish off that kill onto Penguin, but the sniper is going to be down top middle. Stellar has it in his hands, and we've seen B do some crazy, crazy stuff with it. However, Stellar has to escape and play his life. Picks up a heat wave along the way, so he can be able to lock down some nades here, help his teammate out potentially, but Penguin gets taken down. Filthy G challenging, takes him down to no shields, but Stellar should always win that fight. Oh my God, Stellar!
Okay.
Says, I don't need any shields, I just need 1 bullet, and I can write the script for you.
The man's the only line of defense on the camo. It looks left, looks right, just Blaine apparently. Spawner's now up outside, and he can just lock this angle down, make it easy for his teammates. I mean, do you challenge that? Do you dare challenge it? So far, so good here for C9. They're not really quite pulling away too much just yet. Only a 3-kill deficit, or 1 kill actually, definitely. Make it 2.
This is the worrying point though, right? A very smart man called Sundance D. Giovanni once said a Slayer starts at 30. And the reason that I call him a smart man is because that is how games actually pan out. It's all good up to this point, but this is where the adrenaline starts coming through, right? This is where the heart starts pumping. This is where you realize that a misplay can cost you a game. And look at the score right now. As soon as this sentence started, it was very tough. It was very, very close. Now that it's finished, all of a sudden it's a 5-kill deficit, and when we're closing in on that 50-kill mark, that is a huge deficit to make up.
Stellar, look at this flank. The timing, though, a little unfortunate. Does get traded off because of it. Penguin does win his fight. 4-kill advantage. Still not out of it, though, right? Double kill on the board of Porky J. How do they play this, though? Going up through center. Heat wave, that's convenient. Sitting down, he will pick it up. Going to be so important. Spectre locks down one as well, brings it a little bit closer. The trades continue, though, for C9. As long as they continue to do that, they hold on to that slight lead, making things so difficult to come back. You'd also see they have the higher point of the map here, too. It'll lock down C-side.
That's all they need to do at this point. C9 will know that. They'll put themselves in positions where they're going to trade every single kill. The heat wave's still in their hands as well, so they can afford to play a little bit sneaky, play some corners, and wait for Xset to have to make plays, because that's the case now. Xset have to make plays to make up this difference. They can't afford to just sit back and let the play happen in front of them, because Cloud9 will pressurize, and Cloud9 will keep that pressure on. Now you're going to see the flank coming in from Stellar. Simple kill for him, 43 to 37, 7 kills now. Cloud9 away from going 2 up in the series.
The timing at it, okay, he's still going, apparently, but the timing out of Stellar there to jump on the heat wave the moment it spawned, to intimately know that it was there, despite not even having the last heat wave. And now he's got the heat wave and the snipe. And if anything, he rotates it back to the team. And of course, look at the generous man he is. He drops the heat wave down for a teammate. Set up with snipe, camo on the body. I mean, 44 to 37, they got everything.
Yeah, I mean, they are the Arsenal right now on the map. Ooh, that kill didn't quite register in the way that I thought it would, but that is pretty good from Eco. Oh, Richard Sims calls it the Predator combo. He picks up double. He's going to pick up another as well. Eco is just hunting here on live fire with 2 kills to go here. Cloud9 ain't throwing this one away.
You know, it looked close early on, but at this point, it's all but guaranteed. Make it 49 and 50 out of Stellar to close it. A 50 to 39. A game that was like you said, what was it? The words at MLG Sundance. It was neck and neck till about 30. And then at that point, it completely pulled away.
It's crazy how it happens, though, right? And it is just pressure.
Yeah.
It is how 4 dead, 1 play not going your way, 1 power-up can really roll because you realize that you have to make plays.
Right.
You have to try and do things differently, and teams can fall apart when that does happen. So it's a very interesting dynamic that does happen in Slayers a lot of the time, and the best teams always seem to have the better side of that 30 kills. You know, you get that first team fight going your way, and I'll tell you what, I made a little bit of a joke and a little bit of a whatever about the microwave dinner, but I might not be eating that thing. I ain't gonna be cooked if we carry on this way. I'm not eating that.
And I don't know what to say. I mean, the one thing I loved about that play towards the end was how they managed to take advantage of all the resources so efficiently, right? You had Stellar top of the map, drops down, perfectly times out the respawn of the heat wave.
Yep.
But you're wondering how, if it's maybe the coach who's keeping awareness on it. Of course, they got Coach Hoaxer watching it.
One of the best in the game. I'm sure he is, 100%.
Just to know that timing, to wrap around, flank through A, and then he's perfectly positioned for the sniper. You've got his teammates in support of the camo. Like, it's just the way that they time it out to ensure that there's no option. There's no opportunity for Kratos and team on top of the fact that they're fighting from a deficit, so they're afraid they can't afford to take the positions they need to set up for the weapons. So it's all just the compiling effect of it all. And then here we go, Bizarre CTF, what could potentially be our close to a very quick series.
I'm very interested to see how C9 actually approach Bizarre Capture the Flag, because I've seen them actually play kind of extremely aggressive. And what I mean by that is we talk about how this game type plays, right? And it's kind of what we've seen so far is you have to slay a team, it feels like 3 times to guarantee a cap. 1 to get map control, 1 to get into the base, and then 1 on the way back. Okay, and that's kind of how it is, right? You got 2 fortresses either side. It's like, you're charging at the door with a big log. And I don't know if that's like historically accurate, but it's kind of what you have to do to get in that position. But the way I've been seeing C9 do it is they're running it with 2 dead. They're running it in sneaky ways. They're actually using the alley, like the rocket side, to kind of sneak behind enemy lines a lot and just throw a flag out and turn attention away from mid-map where most of the battles are happening to cause that objective dilemma. So I'm very actually interested to see how C9 come in with their game plan in this particular game type.
Right. Do they play it slow? Do they try to slay the whole team? Or like you said, do they flank through? And the beauty of that is if you get away, you pull the flag, you've now turned the attention of the team who's already committed.
Exactly.
And then by doing that, you create a bit of a pinch on the map as well. So there's a beautiful kind of opportunity there. We'll see if C9 play it. The biggest thing I've noticed too is just taking advantage of the time that you pressure the base with the time of the weapons spawning up as well. You got a rocket launcher, you got an OS to grapple, obviously going to be much more useful in getting that round to slays. You just have to time it correctly, and that's an issue I think we had with Navi in the previous series that they unfortunately lost. They got 3-0 swept, reverse swept. They couldn't quite time their approach onto the base is what it seemed like. You'd send one.
That's bring it up.
It's heartbreaking. It was hard. It was heartbreaking, to be honest. There'd be one player who'd go back kind of alone, and then when the Rockets would get there, he'd be slightly too late to be efficient with it. There's nobody in position to collect the flag and continue to move it forward. You need that escort, that coverage from the get-go, ideally.
Yeah, it's a very there's a lot of complications in the way that the Bazaar plays at the moment, right? And that is one of them for sure.
Yeah.
It feels like it's very difficult to do anything freely on the map. You have to scrap for anything. You have to scrap to get out your base if you find yourself in death, but then you kind of have a thruster and everything, so if you're pushing it, it's very difficult to actually get into the base. If you get into the treehouse, then it's like, okay, well, someone could be waiting and taking a sneaky angle. If you get mid-map, it's like, okay, well, maybe there's going to be rockets, maybe there's going to be OS, maybe there's going to be grapple, maybe there's going to be manglers, maybe there's going to be a bulldog that's kind of like fighting against you. And I think a lot of the actual opportunities on this map, with all of those things we're talking about, Dynamo grenades are the most important thing for me in that. Outside of rockets, I would say. I feel like OS is kind of like, it's nice to have, but it's not like previous Halos. You can melt on OS pretty quickly. If you have the dynamos and you control the dynamos, not only can you clear out bar and you can clear out the treehouse, I mean, you can create so much information for your team from where the ticks are coming in, the audio cue, the damage you're doing, but they're the areas you need to control to have success on the opposition's part of the map. By using 2 dynamos, you gain that just by throwing them in there. And I feel it's almost better than firing a rocket into the same areas.
It's a good point. The area denial that comes with it too, right? You just toss it at the front of a doorway, it drops down below. Next thing you know, it's not efficient to run through the door anymore. You're stuck. You can't get the angle you need to contest the camo or the OS, the rockets, etc. And we'll see it come together right here. We already see Dynamos in play, tossing them up into the lockers, and Penguin very quick to collect the OS, put it on the body.
Another thing that I'm seeing used more and more here as well to clear out some of the areas that we're seeing here, like the treehouse. As we see that overshield, like I mentioned, just being melted, but it's moving forward, it's creating an opportunity here, and now you're going to see C9 just flying in.
Opportunity
after
for
that
a couple
damage
kills.
is being done. And the spike grenades, right? The spike grenades are so strong, like all grenades are in this game type. For clearing out the likes of, you know, the hut where Porky J finds himself now. You chuck a couple in there, that guy's guaranteed dead. There's no way he's escaping.
Porky J in the corner with the rockets, by the way. Unfortunately, does not get to shoot him. Instead, leaves it for Penguin. He'll drop that man to no shields. And he does know somebody's nearby. He's hiding in the corner. Penguin did not quite see him. I'm sure he got the call out. That's why he looked. But Suspector with the patience, and it pays off enough to disrupt this pull just a little bit. Stellar will pick it up. We'll see how far he gets, though.
Suspector spending a lot of time not just playing Halo, but hide and seek by the looks of things. He's a hide and seek world champion, but you know, you gotta adjust your skills and sharpen them where you can. But this flag is moving for now, as we see Eco with a beautiful thrust there to hit that final headshot onto Filthy G. But do they have the slays appropriate here to actually get that flag moving? As Renegade drops down onto the top of the door, he's gonna try and reintroduce himself to the battle, but Suspector is gonna drop the frag grenade down to stop that.
Not often do you see that little door being used as a you know, reach-out kind of opportunity. So risky.
Yeah.
But Renegade looks to pull it off. Unfortunately, does not quite do it. Porky J with an advance onto the locker. Can't quite live. In the meantime, Suspector going to try to lock things down from this door. But so far, Porky J, I think he got the farthest to get to the base. That's the only real, you know, progress they've made. But here's the Dynamos. Once again, maybe an opportunity for Suspector to lock things down.
Yeah, this is what I mean. They've just completely locked down two areas in the map there with the Dynamos, right? The hut, the treehouse, and the bar, which means that they couldn't be challenged. It was the play actually on the Rocket side who managed to take him down. That overshield, I think, is still down as well. It hasn't been burned, but it has now finally been popped. So it's going to be Renegade who picks it up. Now, last time we saw this, C9 used the overshield to just run at them. That's what's happening right now. The opening is made once again with that overshield, and C9 have breached the defensive now of Xset.
Oh my, the way it seems to look is you run at him enough times and eventually you break through the defenses. Only so many times that Xset can get away with this. And, I mean, loving the approach from Eco here. Just not quite enough, a bit of a bait and switch to slow their roll just a little bit, but Penguin with a shotty in hand. Does he? Yeah, he gets out. Oh, okay! He doesn't get far.
Yeah, unfortunately, his Uber was derailed there as he tried to escape with that grapple shot. Didn't quite work out for him, but you like the idea. Again, just recognizing map situation, seeing his teammates in front of him has died, so he backs out. He tries to wait for a position where the respawners could cover him as they move up the map. But now we're actually seeing Xset inside of the base. The first time we've seen things moving, and the timing is perfect. Not only is that kill important, but also Suspector has the rockets.
Look at this. Kratos, unfortunately, does drop Stellar with a massive pickup, but flag collected. Porky J gonna take it out through center. Man get tagged. He'll get to the locker here. Teammate to bait out with them. Perfect defense onto Eco, who can't get the kill. And a huge opportunity here for Xset as they somehow stay alive and rotate this flag. They can't get it through the damn door, though.
Every single
Gotta
second
get it through the door here.
that it takes to move this flag is a second that a respawner is going to be able to move up the map. And that was the problem there. They didn't take the risk to throw it out into a less vulnerable position. I think throw that down bottom middle.
Just straight out.
Don't hold it in the heart. You give yourself the opportunity to take different angles and on that return. C9 have to send it back to base. They're trying to force too much. They're trying to be a little bit too clever there. Overshield popping in 5.
The brutal thing, too, is, like, I didn't quite get to see it, but you want to juggle that flag is typically the approach. If anything, it might have hit the top of the doorway, but either way, it's done and dusted now. Penguin already on their front door. Thankfully, they got a green gun to back them up, and there's an OS, and there's 3 more players here to join the fray.
That'll get to pick up a double kill as well. That's going to completely clear things out. And you can see that not only bar control, but also treehouse is now C9. So Eco knows that they're going to be spawning down on the rocket side of the map. That means he's going hunting right now. His teammates are going to be doing some damage. Penguin picks up one. Porky J is going to find himself in the deathbed as well, as Penguin will pick up yet another. The flag is already inside of the hut, and I mean, Kratos is just watching this right now. This is going to be a cap here for C9. They will go up 1-0, and that is just the most perfect example of execution here that you could possibly ask for.
So beautifully executed. The full round displays, all 4 in, covering all the spawn points, isolating the one, like you said, in the alley. They know where they are. It's easy to close them off, and I mean, Renegade, he's not stopping. Got Penguin with the pickup here. Porky J down center. Renegade sees it. And of course he hits him. He hits him with the jiggle peek reach out, but this man's just pre-fire. He's pre-firing the angle.
I mean, that's just crazy from Renegade. That's just like being a special player. Like, not many players can do that kind of thing under that kind of pressure. He is one of those players. Now we're going to see the teamwork starting to roll here for C9. I mean, every single time we're seeing a C9 player who's no shields, He's just hiding himself for 2 seconds because he knows that his teammate's going to be there to give him those extra shots. Then the pressure's put onto Xset. They can't do anything. Stella's picking up kills. Stella's looking for doubles. It's a double for Stella, and the flag is moving as well.
Does he have more? Oh, he snaps from one side of the map to the other to try to get damage on both players here, and honestly does the trick. You can see Filthy G limited options. Renegade has a bead on him. It says there's no way you're taking this angle without us getting that flag through the doors. And likely another capture here. Suspector will do what he can from the front doors, but all he can do is watch as it gets planted.
Yeah, I mean, again, C9 just so good. I mean, we just saw it almost from the perfect point of view, which might sound crazy because we're watching a player with no shields. But he has no option.
He can't do anything.
Like, what else can you do? If you challenge top middle, you got 2 BRs on you. You're dead. You have to just let that one go and try and find some sort of map control. PorkyJ might have an opportunity to do that now with the overshield in his hand, but there's an AR from Stella, but it's not enough to take down PorkyJ. So 2 kills have fallen in quick succession. That's 3 dead actually now for C9, but the respawn comes in on the thruster, which is a little bit unfortunate here for PorkyJ, you have to say.
Sometimes it's ideal if you're ready for it, but in PorkyJ's case, look at Man's just stuck in a corner. Renegade has the timing he needs to get the trade, and honestly, you get the trade, you're good, because your team is in the other base already.
Stella trying to move up and clean up the kill onto Kratos. Not going to happen for now, but Filthy G still kind of patrolling around the bar and around the balcony. Flag is going to be pulled once again by C9, but not the most effective pull. Nice shots from Kratos. There's a little battle with the thrust there. It was almost like we had 2 players who brought their Spartans over from Halo 5 into Halo Infinite, but Renegade with some nice cross-map shots. And again, the confidence in Renegade there, not backing out, not putting himself in a position where he has to retreat. He just walks out onto balcony and said, I dare you to hit the shots.
You're seeing it right here with Suspector as well. They're just flying out center, dropping in, just kind of like daring Suspector and his accuracy to see what he can do here. He's got no choice but to try to get out. The nade will deal with him. Kratos now alone, stuck in the corner of the map here. Penguin with the challenge. Wait for the bait and switch to come into. You got Eco holding down the line of sight all the way from Rockets. He knows exactly what to do. And as these boys stay up, the options of
Renegade!
Was he waiting on the door? He's waiting on the door.
Alex.
Oh, no.
You hate to see it, my friend. You hate to see it.
Oh, no. And the pre-nade into the alley, too. There's the spawn knowledge here. There's no way you chow him. You have no choice but to overextend. And look, he's seeing him practically through the walls. He's so aware of it.
Black's going to be past the 50-yard line already. Stella, once again, has that flank. So everybody's going to be funneling into the base right now, funneling into areas where C9 know they are. They only have to pick up a couple of kills here. But I have to say, that little bit of a stall has allowed some respawners to come in here for Xset. But Penguin, I mean, he's got the fists up a little bit like we saw from Eco a little bit. And now Renegade's going to move in to clean that one up. Can they get that flag touch, though?
He did just enough to get the defense here. PorkyJ's on top of it. Renegade does not chow it, though. And instead, that flag return actually goes through. So PorkyJ gets away with it for now. Renegade in the hand, or sorry, Shoddy in the hands of Renegade. Maybe a couple kills. Gets melted for it, though. That's 2 dead. Xset, they hang on. Still a little bit of time to work with here. Just can't make a lot of progress. Defense is the only option so far.
I got to say, I'm a little bit surprised that C9 didn't manage to convert there.
I thought he would have gone out for
All
that.
of the pieces seem to be in the right place. And something just didn't click. And surprisingly for me, it was C9 just weren't quick enough to make a decision on how they wanted to actually force the flag home. If they made that a little bit quicker, maybe they can funnel those players in and throw it out into a position where maybe through the double doors would have been about cool. It's easy to say it in hindsight, of course, but put it into a vulnerable position where they force Xset to make a decision. But for now,
there's so much
2-0 up. You're allowed a few mistakes.
That's the thing too, is like Renegade's sitting there, he's like, I could shell out, but also we're just gonna do this again in 30 seconds. The comfort, the level of comfort you see with this team is they just, systematically take Xset apart. What can they do? Filthy G, PorkyJ gonna try their hand. Flag already out through the double doors. Nate does come in, and he keeps Stellar now 1 shot. They'll drop him as well. And that flag might get returned yet again. Might, I say. There's Penguin down as well, so they fended him off. We need to see some progress, though. We need to see it quick. We're starting to run out of time.
Yeah, the only issue here for Xset is you say fending them off, right? That's pretty much it. Because they're not hitting any kind of killer blow at the moment. They're kind of just like with one of those fly swats around the room at the moment. But the problem is there's 1,000 flies, and at some point they're going to win that fight. So it's a very difficult situation for them to try and force their way into. And with only 2 minutes left as well, this is going to have to be some almost perfect Halo here from Xset. They need to force this one home. They need to cap, and they need to give themselves the time to move up on the map.
One of the biggest opportunities they've had so far. Filthy G with 2 already on the feet, and the shotgun out of nowhere. Stellar here to ruin Kratos' day. And the opportunity they had to get to that flag, once again, honestly, I think that's the best opportunity they had. Unfortunately, not quite working out. Even down numbers, they'll find a way to even the odds here. Filthy G now just trapped like a rat. Not much he can do.
Like, just looking across the stats as well, C9 just heavily outslaying their opponents at the moment. So you can tell that they're not really feeling any kind of pressure on the map. They're kind of just playing how they want. They can move up on different areas. They can force their way into bar like this. And with only 1 minute 16 left on the clock, C9, when you're this far up and you're picking up kills, it's looking like this is going to be a 3-0, Alex. I mean, we've already seen some crazy things happen today.
We have.
I just can't see C9 the way that they've played so far really throwing this away.
We've seen crazy things, but this series, no surprises, I gotta say.
Yeah.
Off of what we've seen so far. Third flag now coming out. I'm not sure there's anybody in positioning. You do have the flank, at the very least, coming through. We got Porky J waiting to get the pole. What can Porky J do alone, though? Eco Penguin in with the challenge. Penguin looking for it. He pulls the flag. Last-ditch effort, but the Dynamo Nade through the wall. Going to rip his shields off and make things near impossible. Kratos, and no chance.
Yeah, I got one question for you, Alex, and that's what's better than 2 flags?
Three flags.
There it is. 3 flags. Going to be on the board, pretty sure, as the return does come in. I mean, 25 seconds left. Yeah. There's not much to say, really. C9 just look a different class.
I mean, you look at the stats, like you said, read him a weep, stellar 22 kills. You gotta look at Penguin too, 18 assists as well. He's had an influence on so much of this game, and not dying too much either. Filthy G's gonna try his hand. It doesn't, in 10 seconds, no matter what they do, that sudden death will not trigger unless they have 2 flags at the very least.
I mean, my OCD is very happy because every single member of C9 in the last few seconds has crossed 20 kills, which is very, very good for me.
It looks a little better.
I tell you what looks even better than 20. That's 2-0. That's 3-0. The series done, dusted. C9 looked exemplary. They looked like the best team I've watched so far.
They did. That's the scary reality.
It wasn't close.
It wasn't close.
It wasn't. It was a different class.
And we had questions coming into this series. We're like, okay, so Xset, where do they sit? Xset beat Space Station. Xset lost to Ascent. Ascent, do they have potential to be at the top in the upper echelon? Maybe not. Maybe not, considering how much they struggled against Xset, considering what we just witnessed from C9. Or maybe C9 is the best team in the tournament. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, the way that C9 played, I always say, like, it's a different animal when we get to tournaments. They are a different animal. Completely. You are seeing a prime example of it. You know, it's not the C9 that we see in online tournaments where you're thinking, what C9 is going to turn up? This is Cloud9 that you're seeing right now. Yeah, 250-0. Let's take ourselves back to that first map. Let's have a little recap as well because, you know, 250-0. Just take a second here. This is 2 professional teams, Alex. And they were not able to get 1 second of time on the board in that first map.
I mean, I said it earlier. I don't think I saw it in the qualifiers ever. And I definitely haven't seen it today on LAN, but it's a reality. 250-0 at the highest level of Halo, and it just goes to show you the layers of skill in this game, and honestly what makes it so beautiful to witness. But man, C9 a cut above, and what does that mean for Optic? What does that mean for Sentinels? I mean, still fighting their way. They had to fight through the open bracket. But and then FaZe as well, some of the top teams in this tournament. Cloud9 looking like the biggest threat all of a sudden.
Not just a threat, I think, overall. We were expecting to be a threat, right? But when they come into day 1 playing this well, that's a concern for everyone else in the tournament. Because sometimes C9 take a little bit of time to get going, to get moving, right? They kind of have to get themselves fired up for a big series. This has just been dominant. Like, this is the kind of series where previously they might have let a game slip and all of a sudden they sit up in the chair a little bit, right? Okay, let's get this series done. Let's get it on board. But there was so few mistakes. I mean, can you remember too many mistakes from C9 in that entire series?
The only map where there was any sort of contention was Slayer, the second game, right? It was up until, but really, like you said, it didn't really matter until the 30-point mark. And by the time we hit that, they just pulled away to the point where it was just, there was no winnable
It almost became a steak dinner.
Almost by the end of it, right? So
that's what I mean. It's like you get to those points, you get to those big moments, and C9 just look like they don't have any concerns at the moment. They're playing some absolutely ridiculous stuff.
What does this mean is what I want to know. Let's take a look at the pool and see how things have shaken up at this point. Because C9, I mean, handedly, deservedly, 2-0 in their pool. Ascend now 1-0. The biggest matchup I think we have yet to witness, of course, C9 Ascend. Despite the fact that that was as dominant as it was, you know, Ascend, different team, and I'd like to see them, you know, rise up to the occasion. We'll see. Xset, unfortunately for them, 1-2, and then 0-2 for Space Station. But man, what a breakdown we've had here.
I mean, let's just take a second once again. we asked a few questions coming in about this pool, right? Where do Ascend kind of in the bigger scheme of things? Where do they line up?
Right.
I can tell you after the next series.
Okay.
When they play against if they play against Cloud9 next, because that is the ultimate test, right? If they go into that series and they take a couple of games, I'm telling you, this is a special, special team. But this is going to be the big test for them. Xset was a test to see if they could hang at the top echelons of Halo. They answered that. Now, can they be the team that they need to be to arguably win tournaments? That's the real question here, and I'm sure that a lot of Europe will want that answered.
We're going to find out the answer very shortly, actually. So Ascend have 2 teams to face in this pool still. They have Space Station and C9. Maybe thankfully for Ascend, the first team they're going to face is Space Station. So kind of one demon after the other. They'll level there through the bosses. The final boss in this case is going to be C9. But that will be our next series. That next series will take place after the break. So stay tuned. We have coming up Ascend, Space Station. Expected to be a hell of a game. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone, to HCS Raleigh. I mean, we're live and we're ready for some action. And I managed to sneak my way onto the Bravo stream, Tony, because we got a big matchup here. We've got Ascend versus Space Station. I've been talking about this game all day long. I've been saying, I really want to cast this one. I hope that we get to see it. I hope it gets to it. And I'm here, but you're here. That's important. And we've got your beautiful voice over this game.
Yes, we actually had to cast one time before, actually, and it was absolutely fantastic. I'm happy to have you here, and yes, this is probably going to be one of the best series of the night, and I cannot wait. Space Station Gaming, they had a little bit of a slow start. They definitely want to kick things off well, and if they can get a win off of Ascend, that would be huge.
It would be massive. Let's take a look at the series layout between these two, because it is going to be a spicy one. We've got CTF Bazaar, Slayer Recharge, Oddball Livefire, then if we need them, which I think we might, Stronghold Streets, and Slayer Aquarius. As a reminder for you guys watching at home, Ascend, they took down Xset in a best of 5 earlier on. They won that 3-2. And Space Station, they lost to Xset a little bit early. So this has huge implications in the group of death, Tony. Ascend, if they win this, essentially, they can come top 2 in this pool.
Yeah, and CTF Bazaar is a great one to start us off with. It's going to be just a fantastic series, and game number 1 is going to be right down to the wire. I have a feeling we're not going to see 5 caps. This is going to be a 2-1 or a 3-1. Both of these teams are going to be tightly contested, and I can't wait to get into game number 1.
Yeah, I think both of these teams are going to be giving it their all. This is Space Station's chance to get back into this pool, and this is Ascend's chance to get out of this pool into the top 2 and into that winners bracket round 2.
And it looks like we're actually going to start right on board here with Tylenol, able to get the Rockets right off the rip, the off-the-rack medal, getting that kill right off for stealing it from the rack. 2 down go Ascend, and now Space Station starting off hot.
Yeah, something I've noticed about Ascend is that their starting strategies have really let them down throughout this weekend. I know that they've been performing very well. They've been able to come back into games, but it just seems like they are very slow out of the blocks, and it really gives these massive North American teams a huge advantage.
And I promise you, give any team an inch, they're probably going to take a mile as they're seeing Space Station Gaming once again putting them 3 down while having that flag in hand. Tuss not even risking dropping at the moment, actually sprints it all the way across the 50% portion of the map, and that's going to be right through the double doors, which is kind of safe going in for SSG, but it looks like it might have been stopped just short. I'm seeing at the double doors right now.
Lighting, though, is in a position where he could try and be a nuisance from behind, but both Legend and Snipe Drone were there to stop that flag, get the return, and even though Space Station with a fantastic start, not enough to get that flag back, Tony, and how detrimental is that going to be? Because Ascend now getting back into the map, getting some control here, and it's always scary when Ascend start to wolfpack together.
It's one of the worst things mentally to be that close and not get the capture, but luckily these are professional players, been there, done that players. Meanwhile, Ascend are ascending right now. They already have the flag over toward the 50% portion here. There are Slays going down. I think Sniper going to be the first player to go down. Sicker's trying to watch the overextenders, but he's going to be forced to back down and play his life.
Love this, though, from Shady. Drops the flag, gets a double kill. Flag still alive, but flag just about returns there. Overshield popping in 15, but Ascend trying to go toe-to-toe with Space Station, saying that, hey, you know, we're here to play. We are an EU team with a #1 seeded EU team, and we want to come out top 2 here in pools.
Yeah, and a big shout out to Space Station Gaming. You know, they've obviously had some roster changes here, bringing Tuss back on. Mind you, Tuss was actually on this roster originally. Obviously, things moved around for Formal. Now he's back on, and he's looking pretty good. He's 4-3 right now. Has even chalked up 2 assists, and mind you, deciding also 5 kills, 3 assists to start the game.
Yeah, even though we think it would be an upset if Ascend were to beat Space Station, if we look at it seed-wise, Space Station actually are the lowest seed in this pool, just because of the way they got into it, the fact that they made those changes, because they lost Formal. So I am impressed that, you know, even with those late changes, with the little practice Space Station have been able to achieve, they still are putting up decent games. I know they would have been disappointed with their loss against Xset earlier, but maybe they can make up for it here against Ascend.
And obviously, you're very well aware of Ascend, obviously formerly Cartel, but a lot of the people at home, especially in the North American region, maybe didn't get the chance to watch how they ascended through the ranks, how they actually got to where they were. I mean, we're talking about a squad that's undefeated. I think their exact map record is 51-8 when it comes to maps, which is incredible as they were 23-0. This team is absolutely out of control. And mind you, again, like you said, Space Station might be better on paper to a lot of North American teams, but to be honest with you, if you're really looking, I think Ascend are the ones on paper. I think they're the ones better on paper, to be honest with you.
I think Ascend would have been very disappointed if they had come into this tournament and lost to Xset, and if they lose to Space Station, because realistically, with how well they have been performing in the EU region, they should be able to compete for a top 8, if not a top 6 spot overall. I'm not talking just kind of top 8 in Europe, top 1 in Europe. I'm talking top 8 in North America here at this event. They have the chance to do so. When you look at the likes of Space Station, the likes of Xset, they are top 6, top 8 teams. So really impressed with how Ascend are playing, but it's still 0-0 right now.
And mind you, Slays are actually heavily going in favor of Space Station Gaming. That's actually 3 down going Ascend. So as much as we're hyping up right now, they're actually losing the Slays battle. Space Station playing very good defense, but the question is, now can they convert that into offense?
Oh, Overshield is about to pop, deciding in a position where he can be a real nuisance, and at the same time, Tylenol tries to dive in, but it's not going to be enough. But the Slays coming in from Ascend just need to ensure this one's not stolen away from them. Tusk, the last real challenge. Has anyone managed to pop it though, Tony?
Oh, Mangler in the hands of the siding right now. I'm not sure exactly what happened to that overshield, but this is a very good utility for those close range engagements, that one-shot melee potential. It can absolutely do damage, and he's getting right behind enemy lines right there. There we go, one shot to the dome. Hit, beautiful melee, taking down Legend. Now the second player's gonna go down as well, so 2 down. Once again, going Ascend. Space Station having all the numbers here. Can he get the second one? Sadly, he's not able to do that.
Space Station look very comfortable here on Bazaar, it has to be said, and I think Ascend look somewhat uncomfortable. As I think something that's worried me for a lot of teams, and I'm not really surprised because we're in the early stages of Halo Infinite, is the fact that the objective work is not quite there for a lot of these teams now. The slaying is amazing, but then it's getting into a position to run these flags or hold the strongholds or hold the ball in certain areas, and that will come with time as people start to play this game a little more. But certainly Space Station, with the slays they've been able to achieve here, maybe should have had 1 flag on the board, at least should have got a couple of flags on the go.
It's funny, specifically, I know you mentioned objective, specifically, it's actually captured a flag, in my opinion. I feel like in Stronghold, every team is very comfortable with out-rotating the enemy team. On Oddball, everybody kind of has their exact setup they want to do, but for some reason, capture the flag has seemed to have been kind of the toughest game type that I'm noticing for all of these teams, not even just 1 or 2 of them. Literally all of them having a really tough time getting full map control as the Slays are once again coming in. Tylenol putting his 12th kill on the board, and that flag is once again on the move and past the double doors.
Yeah, Tylenol in a really good position just to nade any spawners from Ascend. So finally we get our first flag, and finally Space Station are rewarded for the amount of slays they've been able to put on the board here against Ascend. And for Ascend, they've still got plenty of time to get back into this one. They just need to learn a lesson here, I think. They can't aimlessly charge towards Space Station. They need a little bit more control on this map.
And mind you, I mean, they do have the time, but I mean, granted, it took 6 minutes for the first flag cap to come on the board here. There's a little less than 6 minutes on the clock, so we're going to really need to have Ascend really kind of step up. And the best thing about it is that we know what their potential is. At this point, we're just waiting for them to reach it.
Nice kill with the rocket, but Tusk is there to answer back, and I think that's what Space Station have done very well, is they've traded off their kills. There's always been someone waiting in the wings to finish off that one shot, and Ascend usually a team that kind of wolf packs together. They run in pairs, run in groups. Space Station have actually outdone them and outshone them in that area. So Ascend, they need to reply, they need to get back on track, and they can't allow Space Station to have too much control.
And sometimes just as simple as not winning your individual gunfights. As of right now, Space Station Gaming are heavily slaying out Ascend, and even the eyeball test, every time there's an individual gunfight, it's usually going in favor of the boys in blue. Ascend, we know how good they are. We know that they can bait and switch. We know that they can ultimately win those pairs. Now we got to see it in action as Sika going to the old reliable, the assault rifle, one of my favorite weapons. Sadly, even that wasn't enough for him to get that kill.
Nice trade out. Legend will come in to clean things up, and actually Ascend have managed to make it 3 dead, deciding the last remaining player. That's all 4 down. Tusk off the spawn is going to be the focus point, but it looks like he spawned flags. This is going to be an awkward one for Shady. Probably needs to just wait and bait at this point. Doesn't want to push in aimlessly. And
that's exactly what he's doing as Tusk now going in for the challenge on Sika. That's going to be a big kill. Whipping out the assault rifle, now going in for the double, and a beautiful double kill coming out of Tusk. That's his 14th kill on the board. And now Ascend Khalid's probably got a flagpole, but he's end up stopped short once again.
At least they went back for Shady. I'm glad that Space Station were aware Shady was in the perimeter, and he could have been real nuisance there with the Bulldog, but it might have been a trade that was the only way to get him out of their base, but at least they did get him out of their base. And of course, Space Station could play defensive now. They have the flag cap. Sometimes on this map, you do see 1-0s happen, 2-1s. It can be very closely contested. And if Space Station can just keep Ascend out of their base, I mean, maybe, who knows, it could be a 1-0. But Legend trying to move a flag here.
Easier said than done. We know how aggressive Ascend is, and they are always going to be in your face and putting you on your back. But you're seeing that right here, right now. Despite even losing the Slays battle, they are still on the aggression as Ace going to be able to take down Legend Snipe Drone, trying to get an angle on the map. There's players funneling over toward the bottom rocket side here for Ascend. It looks like they're going once again for a little bit of a flank.
There was an overshield for Snipe Drone. It's depleted now. And Ascend not really able to capitalize from the overshield, apart from just holding mid-map here, keeping some control. Notice how Snipe Drone is scouting a couple of areas, but he is alone, needs a little bit of support, takes the fight, and at least there is the cleanup. Shady was actually coming from behind there and ensuring that anything was going to be taken down.
And a third player is going to go down for Ascend, leaving Legend by himself momentarily. Luckily, Snipe Drone coming right off a spawn, and all 4 players for SSG are up. Legend actually taking the challenge on 2 different players, almost able to take one with them. Sadly, he's going to go down alone.
A bit of rocket control, the perfect time for it as well with the rockets coming up, but Snipe Drone not jumping onto them, and that's the reason why knew there was someone waiting around the corner. And actually it'll be both traded out, so Rocket's still there waiting to be picked up, but no one desperately diving onto them. As I say, that Tylenol will get them, so Space Station, they have a significant advantage here controlling the Rockets with only a few minutes left.
Great kill by Ace to take down Shady, but meanwhile, Sika actually cross-mapping, able to put down most of the damage while Legend comes in for the cleanup kill. Sika now going to try to stay alive. Mind you, the Bulldog is up. That, I mean, there's any chance for them to come back. It's going to be behind this close quarter specialist. The Bulldog can put in work, as you're seeing right now, making Tylenol one shot immediately, but Tylenol coming back in for the challenge, actually gets a double kill. Wow.
Really important to get that double, and okay, they've wasted the rockets, but I think it was good they've managed to keep Ascend at bay here. Only 2 minutes remaining, so we need to see Ascend group up, band together, get a push on the go. Maybe just try and coordinate some sort of flank, send 3 players through tree, maybe 1 player through double doors, try and collapse on the other team. But Overshield's going to be the focus for now. Legend at least getting some slays in, and someone was able to pop that into the chest, but I can't quite tell who it was. I would assume it was someone from Ascend, considering the map control they have right now, but certainly Snipe Drone seems a little bit wary. He's not really sure where to push, just holding this hut area.
And with a little bit less than 2 minutes on the clock, time will definitely be a factor in this one. It's still only a 1-0 lead right now as Shady gets a big kill on Tylenol. Now he's going to try to convert that into some offense, going in for the cleanup kill on Ace. That's actually going to be 2 down for each of these teams, and the flag is already out, but they need another round of slays. That's not going to be enough.
Shady not quite running the flag just yet, waiting for his shields, knows there's someone in bar, will take the fight with Tusk, does get the kill, and if he can actually take down Tylenol, maybe it could be a triple here, but Deciding is quick to stop this flag run. That was such an important kill.
And let me tell you, the slaying battle between Shady and Deciding is really exciting to watch. They're both just really going at it. We have 21 and 16 coming out of Deciding with also 13 assists. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Shady, 20 kills, 9 assists. Tusk trying to stay alive with the Bulldog, not able to do so. It's another double kill coming out of Legend.
Yeah, 2 kills for Ascend, and it's going to be 2 down for a Space Station, of course, 2 still up. And that flag is a move-in. Shady is waiting in bottom middle as well. Legend running this one with 40 seconds left. Space Station, they need to be hot on the heels here.
Tylenol gets the kill, ends up stopping Legend short, but this is still a live flag here. If they can get the slays, maybe they can put this flag cap in and send this into a sudden death, or maybe even an overtime on board with Snipe Drone. Now he's going to go in for the challenge on Tusk. Excellent shots on Ace, but he's going to be taken down, and so do all 4 players for Team Ascend.
All 4 members of Ascend go down, but Space Station were in a situation where they had cleared it, and you'd imagine off the spawn that was going to be a re, but the game, well, will be checked, and we'll find out what happens with that one. But with 20 seconds remaining, I mean, I imagine that we don't go back to it. But with 1-0, I mean, that maybe they feel like Ascend, they'd have a chance to get across the map and get the job done. But it looked like Space Station had control there.
To be honest, yes, it did. I mean, not only that, but Ascend were 4 down momentarily. So, I mean, it'd be really tough for Ascend to cap a flag when they're not alive on the map. I'm gonna say most likely Space Station game coming out on top on that one. But man, was that one heck of a game throughout 12 minutes of gameplay. Maybe potentially even a sudden death. They were only able to put 1 cap on the board between both of these teams. Between both of them.
Just to confirm, it was the Observer actually crashing there, so it was fine. The game finished, and it was Ascend that lost that one. Space Station were able to take the 1-0 victory, so it's going to be a case where we go into map 2 now. Space Station leading, and I think this is kind of crazy. When you look at what happened between Ascend and Xset, and Ascend beating Xset, Xset losing to Space Station, were Space Station maybe just not awake at the start of the day, and the group is going to be so closely contested if Space Station were able to take down the boys here, because this is going to be a situation where you could have potentially 3 teams tied. It's going to be out how many maps you can take off Cloud9, because Cloud9 are the top dogs in this group, right? And you've got 3 teams who are all going toe-to-toe, but of course only 1 map's done. And a very impressive performance from that first one.
Yeah. A lot of implication on this matchup right here. Space Station Gaming really coming out well, and yeah, we're going to see if they go into game number 2, which is obviously going to be Slayer. Now, that's a change of pace game. Ascend could really maybe slow things down, play at their own pace without an objective, only fighting for the power-ups like Camouflage, Grapple, Repulsor, and Sword. That's what you're fighting for on the map, and your only objective there is to put 50 kills on the map. Yeah,
we did see Ascend play Xset on Recharge Slayer a little bit earlier on today. It was a back-and-forth one. There were a few restarts, it has to be said. We'll address the elephant in the room, but ultimately Ascend went into that Slayer Recharge game, and they had a 7-kill advantage. They played it very slow. I've never seen Ascend play that slow, but they recognized the strategy was there. They just had to play it slow. They just had to keep Xset at arm's length, and they were able to provide the victory because of that. It was only by a few kills in the end, but they did the job. Ascend are usually a really fast-paced team, though, which like I think I would usually look at Slayer Recharge and be like, this is not Ascend's game type, because they like to play fast, but it seems like they found a little home here.
Yeah, I mean, but that just goes to talk about, like, you know, how well and how much developed these guys are. They're really young, by the way. I mean, a legend might be, what, maybe 18 years old, maybe 19 at this point. It's insane to see their growth coming as players where, you know, they were kind of known as these twos kids for so long, putting in work, and now they're true Halo players. Halo, I mean, people kept saying, like, okay, well, you know, they're going to do it in 2s. What do? They did it in 4s on Halo 5. People said, now you're going to do it in Halo 5. What do? They do it on Halo Infinite. And now it's, okay, now can they do it on LAN? That was the question, and they have been doing it on LAN.
Yeah, I'd heard some things with scrims yesterday and prior to today, actually, that Legend was struggling a little bit with his first time on LAN, maybe some LAN jitters, but it seems like he's really come into his own. He's really warmed to the LAN occasion, which is important. You've got to do it. We all go through it. We've all been there. We've all played our first LAN, and we know how nerve-wracking it can be. But this is one of the benefits of being in pool play. Pool play kind of less important than the winners bracket and the championship bracket, of course. A chance to just ease yourselves in, but this is a more important game in pool play. Usually I'd be like, it doesn't matter that much. But this one is probably the difference between starting in winners bracket round 2 or starting in winners bracket round 1. And if you think that Sentinels are going to be coming from that, well, could be coming from that open bracket, that's a winners bracket round 1 matchup waiting for someone to happen. That's pretty terrifying.
It definitely is. And you know what? It's funny because you kind of brought it up. And if I'm Ace, if I'm anybody, even Elamite sitting behind them, if I'm back on the roster, I'm going to test the formerly known as Cartel with Ascend. I know that this is their first LAN. I know this is their first time. I'm going to get loud.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to stand up. I'm going to scream across this. I'm going to test your mental, and I'm going to try to get into your head. You know, you said Legend was having a tough time this first time being on LAN. You know, maybe someone is trying to get into his head. I'm not going to lie. I'd do it. And I know you would, too.
I probably would, but, you know, I don't necessarily have the shot that Legend does. That's the scary thing, that he has responded, and something he went up against Kratos earlier. And you talk about trash talk, Kratos, arguably the king of trash talk. Well, his trash talk's not always that great, but he's definitely going to be loud, he's going to be vocal, he's going to get in your face. He's a scary individual to go up against. It's difficult to kind of match that sometimes and match that hype, but regardless, they were able to take down Xset. Now they need to face up against Space Station here, and they need to respond, because Space Station do lead 1-0 after that initial map on Bazaar capture the flag. We head into Recharge Slayer, Tony. I'm excited for this one.
A lot of goodies on this map. I'm a big fan of Recharge. I want to see both of these teams really fighting for that camouflage that obviously spawns towards the middle, but once you get that camouflage control, I want to see them turn that into shock rifle control or grabbing the sword. If you can combine having camouflage in one player's hands and having either the shock rifle or the sword in that same player's, or at least the same team's hands, it can be absolutely devastating for the opposing team, but it starts with camo.
Expect to see Snipe Drone grabbing that shock rifle at any moment. I think we heard it best on the Alpha stream earlier. Someone said, you know, if Snipe Drone keeps doing these things with a shock rifle, we might have to start calling him Shock Drone, because he is a terrifying human being when he gets that weapon. He's already managed to maneuver his way around to the yellow side of the map, so maybe we'll see something a little bit like that later as Shady will go down. But in the early trades, it is going to be a 4-3 advantage for Space Station.
Now we're on board here with Tusk once again, going in for the challenge immediately on Legend. It looks like he's not going to be able to win that gunfight. So I said you want to try to get in Legend's head. You want to try to get loud with it. You got to win the gunfights first.
Gotta take him down. Can't allow Legend to go off, because if Legend does start to pop off, if he's heating up, I tell you what, it is scary, and something that Ascend can do on this map. If it is not slowed down, they will move as a unit, they will collapse on you, and they will make it very difficult for you to push out as individuals, deciding what's around the corner and walk straight into Legend. It is a trade at the very least, but you've got to be checking your P's and Q's. You've got to be making sure there's not someone lurking around the corner.
Shady throwing some excellent denial needs, also feeding that information to his team. He actually spotted at least 3 players on the map. Meanwhile, off the screen, Ace is able to take down Sika. Now Shady going in for the challenge on Tylenol, who's going to put him down. Legend now going to come in for the cleanup, but deciding to win that individual gunfight. 3 down, go Ascent, leaving Sika by himself.
That means there's going to be slight map control here for Space Station. They are going to try and control this yellow area. They know that the attic spawns in the attic area is going to be where Ascend certainly were residing, but they've backed away a little bit to long haul here. And sometimes you've got to be careful pushing down long haul, because there are going to be people waiting around corners, being little sneaky beavers behind boxes. So I like that Space Station recognize that. Instead, they reposition and say, hey, we'll take the fight at elevator. We'll get nades into control room here, and we'll wait for this camo to pop.
That's exactly what they're doing right now. Tylenol doing a great job of putting down damage, but also staying alive, trying to take as little damage as possible as he comes in. Great for the cleanup kill. Sika actually going to be trading off kills. Shady able to take down Ace off the screen, and now we're on board Shady himself, who also has a sword in the back pocket.
Managed to get a cheeky sword on the go. I don't know where camo ended up in the end. Certainly there was a little scrap bottom middle. Sightings picked up a shock rifle here, which certainly could turn the tides in favor of Space Station. At the moment, it's a 14-13 lead, but here comes the push. But the push is not going to be enough, as the trades actually go in favor of Space Station.
That they do, once again, leaving Shady by himself, but luckily, I'm sorry, I thought Shady had a shock rifle. Excuse me, Tusk is the one with the shock rifle in hands.
Shady on the other side has the sword, however, so it's kind of Tusk staying alive on one side with the shock rifle, Shady on the other side with the sword, but it's still Space Station leading by 1, and both teams reluctant to push out, and for good reason, because if you get aggressive, you push into a sword. If you're Space Station, if you're Ascend, if you poke your head, you get a shock rifle to the face.
It was just a 2v2 scenario right there, but it looks like Sika and Legend coming in out of nowhere, but a beautiful double kill coming out of Ace. And that's exactly what Space Station need. Now he's going in for the 3rd one, but Legend going to take him down. We have a 19-18 lead going in favor of Team Ascent.
Space Station doing their job at just making sure they're trading out these kills effectively. As I say that though, Shady does get 1, but they're still behind here. Although if you remember what happened a little bit earlier when they went up against Xset, it didn't matter how far Ascend were behind, they still found their way back into the game, and I'm sure Space Station will be aware of that.
We're now approaching the midway point of this game. It's still only a 2-kill game. Obviously, Ascender within striking distance, and anything can happen here. Legend doing a great job of getting the one-shot melee, but looks like they're going to trade off kills here with Ace. Now we're going to switch on board now with Tylenol, who has their repulsor in hand, and meanwhile, Camouflage is coming. This is a very important part of this game.
Like Tylenol had a little look towards sword and considered it for a second. It's going to be spawning soon, but I think Camouflage, his initial focus, Snipe Drone getting caught just jumping out a little bit aimlessly there. Maybe he wanted to look towards trying to get eyes on that camo as well. But if Space Station can get hold of the Camouflage with a 2-kill, make that a 3-kill lead, then perhaps they can start to make a significant gap from Ascent.
Ooh, Tylenol not able to get the trade-off kill. Legend really going off. That's actually be Legend's 7th kill on the board. Switching back over to Ace right now, who's currently 10-6. He's going to grab himself that shock rifle in hands, and let's see what he can do with it.
Grapple just allowing Tusk to, Elam, Ace to manage to push in and get aggressive, but will actually choose to drop that weapon instead. He's going to get aggressive, and for good reason. Passed it off to Tylenol, and instantly Tylenol gets the headshot onto Shady. And it now means that Space Station have a little bit more freedom to push up and try and get aggressive and collapse on Ascend here.
Switching back over towards Shady right now, staying alive over towards the control center, and mind you, sword is up, so it looks like Shady wants to get his hands on it, but mind you, has actually Ace and Deciding right in front of him. Luckily, Legend coming in for the cleanup kill, able to take down Deciding, but it looks like he was able to stay alive. Ace comes out up to Legend, Tylenol gets a big kill, and once again, we're only separated by 4 kills.
Yeah, it's so close now. A 5-kill game, but there's definitely a chance for Ascend to get back into this one. Cannot count them out, but Space Station will be feeling pretty good. At the moment, Tusk, 3 kills, 8 deaths. And even though, 3 kills, it's not that much, but at least he's getting some assists on the board, and it's probably because Tylenol's been getting all the kills to himself. 13 kills for Tylenol right now. And Ascend, being 5 kills down, everything started to slow. Recharge gets a little bit quieter here at this point. I think for Ascend, they just need to try and get a little bit more map control, maybe grab hold of that shock rifle and get it set up. But with 10 seconds until camouflage comes up, that's why they're waiting. They want to try and pounce, they want to try and grab this camo to maybe make a difference.
Tylenol being real greedy with the kills right now, hogging them all to himself. 13 kills, more kills than anybody else on the lobby here. 34-29, going in favor of Space Station Gaming. Meanwhile, deciding now going in for a weak side flank. Yes, Tusk right with them. Tylenol challenging Legend off the screen. Legend to hop on board now with Tylenol, who was able to get away with the shock rifle.
Shady caught in no man's land, but just able to get away. But as I say that, Tusk and Deciding are there as the cleanup crew. Legends come from behind to take down Ace, but Legend manages to make it double, only to fall ever so slightly afterwards. It's a 6-kill game now. Space Station still have the lead, and the closer and closer we get to 40 kills, the more concerned I am for Ascend in this game. Space Station now, if they can continue their aggression, if they can keep Ascend on this spawn cycle, there's a real chance they can go 2-up in the series.
And hang on now, Tusk able to get away with that camouflage, and not only that, but he also has the sword, and the information is coming in. The spawners are coming towards the seaside map. He actually challenges the first player in Shady, almost gets cleaned up, but Deciding comes and gets a double kill. Another 3 down, go Ascend, and Space Station Gaming are making a run.
Triple kill for Deciding, starting to pop off now, our Space Station, and suddenly that close 4-5 kill game has become a 12 kill lead, and they are 4 kills off from going 2-up in the series. It looks like Ascend might not have what it takes to get back into this one.
And this is crazy. I mean, like you said before, Ascend were able to take down Xset, but what Xset was able to beat Space Station, so I wonder if this is a matchup problem. I'm not sure what's going on here, but Space Station Gaming are on another level. 49 kill on the board, and now it's not a question of who's going to win, but a matter of when is it going to happen.
Looks like Space Station have had a wake-up call here in HCS Raleigh after losing in our first series of the day, which feels quite long ago now, against Xset. They have a significant lead, 49-39 against Ascend. Just one more kill is what they require. And Ace, a little bit of a sneaky beaver, comes across Shady and comes across Legend. Does try and repulsor him away. Does he get him off the map? No, he doesn't. 49-40. Still not over just yet, but very, very close.
Yeah, I mean, let me tell you, Ascend making it very hard for SSG right now, almost making me a believer that maybe the comeback is possible. Tusk's doing a great job of simply staying alive. Meanwhile, Sniper went all the way down to 1 shot, and it looks like that's going to be it. Tusk putting in a great kill right there to actually finish off and finally put the nail on the coffin. But we got to talk about the original SSG boys. We're talking about Tylenol, and we're talking about, of Ace. They were able to get 30 kills out of that Slayer, 30 between just the 2 of them.
Yeah, they were popping off. Space Station looks scary, and they should, because, I mean, when I look at the Space Station roster, and I know that Tusk is a late pickup, but they have played with him before, some terrifying players on this team. You've got Ace. I mean, Ace was a champion in his own right. I mean, like, Halo 4, global champion. This man was different gravy, is what we would say. I mean, gravy exists here. It's very different. Gravy in America and in England, very different thing.
No, you're not going to attack our gravy. No, you're not.
I'm not attacking it. I'm just saying it's different. All right. I'm not attacking it. Don't worry.
You're in Raleigh.
So look at him. Look at get his chest out, and like this man looks like a bouncer, and I ain't taking this fight. I'm gonna say, I met Tony in real life. I was like, I ain't taking that fight ever. You win. Nope. Your gravy's great, but 2-0 Space Station. They're looking like a different team, and I think Ascend now, we need to see them really dig deep, because this is the best team in Europe, and they are close to being 3-0'd by Space Station, who are what, maybe top 6, top 8 team in North America?
Yeah, I mean, they got top 8 twice in the first 2 qualifiers, and then snuck into 6th place during the final qualifier, which is really the qualifier that mattered, because that determined seeding for this tournament that we're here right now. But I mean, let me tell you, I gotta believe in my boys Ascend. There's no way I'm counting these guys out just yet. And we've seen reverse sweeps today. We've seen multiple reverse sweeps today. Maybe it could happen right here, right now.
Well, it's going to be oddball live fire, and I guess some saving grace and a little bit of a silver lining for any EU fans and the Ascend fans is I know that Ascend have found a lot of success on oddball live fire. I'm fairly certain in scrims yesterday they took down a couple of NA teams on this map, so maybe this is going to be the chance for them to get back into things and potentially even think about that reverse sweep. But that is a long way away in this series right now. They just need to focus on every game that comes in front of them. Oddball live fire is the first. I mean, what's your initial thoughts, Tony? Oddball live fire, do you think Ascend have a chance here, or do you think Space Station are just on too much of a roll?
There's no chance that I'm not going to give Ascend a chance. There's literally zero. At any point in time, Ascend at the minimum have a puncher's chance. They are that good. They are too good for us to just count them out like that. And especially like you said they've been able to find success on oddball, and I really like watching Ascend on live fire. Live fire is I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't a fan of the map in the beginning until the competitive settings came out, and I fell in love. Once I played this on competitive settings away from ARs and sidekick, I could tell, I'm like, no, this is great. Strongholds, oddball, shoot, I'll play Slayer, doesn't even matter. Obviously, when it comes to oddball, I think my perfect setup is I want to get that ball over towards the Seaside Tower. I think having a player in Seaside Tower, you can look over towards Dummy Street, you can look over towards top mid, and you could get those shots at
Sorry,
and even if you don't get the kill, you can still get that information to your teammates exactly where they are. You have one more player on Nest watching the garage door, and now you have 2 players that can watch the entire map field of view and kind of man the troops. I love that Seaside Tower setup, and mind you, things get frisky, you play the ball, just throw it right off the map.
Summed it up perfectly. Almost as if you were a player once yourself, Tony, which I know you were, and I'm sure you'd be screaming your head off in the open bracket if you were there today. But alas, you're in a better place. You're by my side, and you're casting what could have been one of the best series of the day, but at the moment, I'm gonna be honest,
Still
I'm gonna hold my
can't
hands up. It's disappointing right now, but that's as an EU fan, right? It could be very close, and maybe we start to think about a comeback. But right now, Space Station, they lead 2-0. We go into Oddball and Livefire. If you haven't watched Halo Infinite yet, and you are an old-school Halo fan, Oddball is a little bit different. It's round-based now, rather than just a straight scoreline, a straight time limit. It's best of 3. It's first of 2 rounds.
And you know what? I really like the settings. I really do. Sometimes, you know, say for example, like Guardian Ball back in the day in Halo 3, you know, a team can go grab that setup and go on such a big run, 180. Oh my gosh, the no-scope right to the dome. Shady absolutely going off and now defending the power, but he ends up going down to 1 shot. Assist, he gets the assist, but yeah, back in like, you know, Guardian Oddball, you know, you can see a team go on a crazy run, like 180-0, and it's such a devastating, I guess, lead that you're not able to come back from it. In this, you can get 100-0, but it gets reset. So I think every team has a chance to win best 2 out of 3 in Oddball.
And just to add on to that, I mean, sometimes, you know, it could be anticlimactic. If the last game was decided on Oddball and it was just mathematically impossible, we never get that now, right? It's never going to be mathematically impossible with the way that these round system works, and with the fact that if you are holding the ball, the clock stops. As you can see right now, ball is being held. It is stopped at 4:28, so you are always going to get an exciting resolution, which as a Halo fan, that makes me extremely happy. It's not over until it's over. Right now, though, Ascend, 30 points to 9. They've started pretty hot. They've started actually really hot.
They did it, so they just went 3 down. Space Station Gaming, someone must have told them the game started, put them 3 down immediately. Now they have their setup locked in. It's not a Seaside setup, but still, it's always about your ability to adapt. So even if you don't get your ultimate setup, you have to have a plan B, a plan C, and Nab in this tournament, a plan D and E at this point. On board now with Ace, who's just holding down this B side of the map, waiting for anybody to overextend on Nest. Meanwhile, his teammates are watching top mid and dummy side. Tuscan actually started off with a big kill on Shady. That's going to be the initial kill they need. Now we have another Slay come in. Tylenol taking down Sicka, but luckily Legend neutralizing the situation by at least getting 1 kill on Ace.
Kind of jealous you used the word dag-nabbit in a cast. I don't think I've ever done that, and I'm very impressed, and it just was flawless. I couldn't do it as an Englishman. Credit to you, hats off to you, very impressed, but now we see a killing spree is quickly shut down. Snipe Drone in a position to maybe contest with this ball a little bit, but after the initial points that were put on the board by Ascend, Space Station did respond. But look, 3 dead for Space Station. All is still now going to be in the hands of Ascend, but it's not that perfect setup. It's not that tower setup you were talking about. Instead, it's a scrappy game over towards Garage.
You know, I guess what defines a perfect setup is your ability to hold it and ultimately get the slays within it. So, you know what, if you can hold a perfect ace setup and get 2 or 3 rounds of slays, hey, maybe that's the perfect setup. As Sicka now going right at Tusk, that's actually going to be a big kill. Meanwhile, Tylenol able to take down Shady, so Sicka bringing out the big guns. I'm talking about the heat wave.
Yeah, I mean, what is perfection at the end of the day? Hey, Tony? I mean, it's all a definition at the end of the day, and I'm sure when Ascend are setting up and they're getting the kills, they'll probably say, hey, look, we'll be close to perfect. We can get the job done. We can put some points on the board. But there's 4 dead for Ascend, so Space Station managed to shut them down. They managed to break that setup, and now they can get a little bit of time themselves.
And you know, we're actually seeing multiple setups being broken on both sides, so both of these teams really fighting for that full map control, and no team really able to get it. We're going back and forward here as it's 54-35, going in favor of Team Ascend. Meanwhile, deciding, putting down those shots, trying to stay alive here. Ace able to get the big kill on Legend, and in the 4v4 scenario, I always say, you cannot be the first player to go down. Once you're that first player to go down, you're putting your team at a huge disadvantage.
Sniper picked up by Tusk. Ball still in control of Space Station as well. Ascend Down to 3, but Seeker may be in a position to do some damage, but has to be careful. Great bait and switch, though, from Space Station. And they're in a really interesting setup right now, because they're holding the ball towards green, but Tusk is overlooking everything with the sniper rifle towards tower, and Legend just runs straight past him, unaware of Tusk's location, and this is just going to add to more ball time for SSG.
And the ball currently in the hands of Ace right now. And I'm loving this position coming out of Tusk, just holding things down, waiting for somebody to come right up towards top tower. Easy back smack, but while he's going after that, the power-up ends up being picked off, the one that he was baiting and should have had an easy headshot on.
Heat wave in the hand at back tower, 71 to 54. And Ascend, they're responding very well to every time Space Station get some sort of setup, and I think both teams at the moment have a good idea of how they want to break a setup. The sticky nade will just end up in a trade, but here comes the Ascend train. Both players flying towards Tusk, but Tusk with a sniper rifle is popping off elsewhere, picks up a double, while Snipe Drone down bottom middle is trying to do work with the Mangler, but will be shut down.
And if you were questioning whether Tusk was a good pickup for this team, I mean, the man is 12-5 right now, the only player on the map to have double-digit kills. Meanwhile, Ace really playing the ball player very well, holding things down here. We have an 84 to 54 lead going in favor of Space Station Gaming off screen, deciding able to take out Shady, and also having the Mangle in hands, getting right behind enemy lines. That's a beautiful assist, and Slays are still going in favor of SSG.
97 ticking over, but the ball is going to be reset. So Ascend still in this round at the moment, but it's just a case of a couple more points here for Space Station, and they will achieve them. Round 1 going towards Space Station Gaming. They're one round away from winning this series 3-0, which would make Pool D very difficult to try and assess. Space Station, who lost to Xset, they lost to Cloud9, but potentially beat Ascend. Ascend, who beat Xset, yet to play Cloud9, and of course Xset, who beat Space Station but lost to Ascend. We're going to potentially have 3 teams tied on 1 victory, Cloud9 maybe at the top of that. It's all going to come down to map, so a 3-0 here for Space Station would be huge.
Yeah, bring out the calculators for this one, because I can't figure it out. I promise you that. And you know, it's funny because everybody knows I'm actually good friends with Tyler, and I'm a big fan of him. However, I feel like ever since I was casting the EU side of the HCS series and the qualifiers, I feel like I'm an honorary member of EU. I'm rooting for Ascend. I want them to come back, but they are 1 round away from getting 3-0'd.
We will welcome you into Europe with open arms. Don't worry, Tony. We'll take whatever we can get at this point because we need something. Ascend really struggling, but of course they can get back into things. They have a 13-0 lead at the moment. Space Station down a couple of players, have got a few on spawn, and Ace has got a lot of responsibility here, trying to at least get a pinch with Tusk on the go.
Yeah, him and Tusk can work a little 1-2 combo as they're now going to make their way over towards the garage side of the map. He's going to trade this out for a Commando. Excellent shots coming in out of him. Tusk able to take down Legend, deciding getting the beautiful nade off. That's going to be 2 down, going in for the 3rd player, and deciding able to get the double kill, and that's going to be some good ball time going towards the boys in blue.
It's going to mean now a send-off spawn. Have to wait a little bit, wait for Shady to spawn. He's still not up. Now he's going to be up, and now this is where the push will commence. How are you going to do it, though, if you are Ascend? Are they going to try and rotate through green, do something similar to what Space Station did, and push through that lower garage door? It looks like at the moment, it's just a top-middle push. Grenades flying from left, right, and center. And
that's one thing that Ascend are so good at doing. They're good at sending players in multiple directions and creating that collapse, creating that pinch. It simply must come from their Tuesdays, honestly. And that's why they're so aggressive. They can break setups so well. And you're seeing that right here, right now, as Shady, once again, getting another big kill. Snipe now going to chase down Ace and ends up getting the kill. Another 3 down goes Space Station Gaming. Do not count Ascend out just yet.
Tylenol does have the overshield, but it looks like a little bit of that was melted, and actually the whole overshield is gone now. But all the meanwhile, Ascend have managed to just sneak away with the ball here, and they're picking up a little bit of time. Scrappy time is so important in Oddball on Halo Infinite. You really have to scavenge that time, try and pick it up where other teams wouldn't necessarily expect it, because those couple of seconds you're able to put on the board can really make a difference at the end of a game.
Legend and Sika once again getting back-to-back kills. Tylen on Ace is going to hit the black screen here. Snipe Drone doing an excellent job of staying alive, and he even has the Mangler as well. Sika now going to take down the sighting right off the screen. Snipe Drone putting down the damage, and again, backing down, but Tylen now going to come in for the cleanup. Multiple players going down for Ascend. Can Space Station Gaming break this setup?
Shady was the last remaining player then, and he's still putting time on the board. Very impressed with how Ascend are working the objective, something that maybe Space Station will be a little bit frustrated by as they still find themselves around 30 points down. But it didn't matter in the previous round. They were able to come back. They were able to put points on the board when they got a successful setup, as now we're going to have a little skirmish for the sniper rifle.
And that sniper rifle might be the deciding factor of this game. It can obviously be used by our boys in red to actually create some separation in the scoreboard, or maybe, just maybe, Space Station Gaming can use it to come back in this round here and steal it away. Tylenol able to get a double kill, taking down both Snipe Drone and Shady, leaving Sika and Legend by themselves. Beautiful quick still coming in from Sika, going in for the second one, but not able to get the kill. Either way, the damage has been done. Multiple players going down for SSG.
Sniper rifle being passed around at the moment, but no one able to really get hold of it. Maybe Tusk can do a little bit of work, does have the heat wave as well, but it looks like Snipe Drone at least can do enough damage to allow him to scamper away and give his team time to push through to bottom middle, grab this ball again as the focus now shifts to the overshield.
Overshield gonna be up in just a few seconds here. Ace well aware of it, trying to stay alive. Actually going right up to full shields, right in time to grab his overshield and maybe make something happen. The Seaside setter is actually going to be broken, and that ball is going to be played. Meanwhile, Tusk just gonna stay over toward the tower side with the sniper and wait for the cavalry to come in.
Well, Space Station did get the overshield, but Ascend got another 10 seconds with the ball. But at least now Space Station recognizing this is an objective game, they do need to get ball time, and they do eventually push down, grab that ball. And if this is a tower setup for Space Station, that's when I start to worry a little bit for Ascend. This is when teams like Space Station and the top North American teams, they thrive when they get that, you know, quote-unquote perfect setup. Yeah. This is going to be difficult for Ascend to break.
Yeah, these are when the seconds really start to turn to minutes here. And this is where you put the large bulk, when you have this setup locked in and you get 1 or 2 rounds of slays, but hold on, Legend able to go right at Ace, actually able to get the double kill before getting cleaned up, and that's going to be a broken setup. That ball is going to be forced off of the map. Meanwhile, Ascend are still 3 players up.
Very impressive push from Ascend. Fantastic kind of slide in, gets the double, and even with the back whack, it wasn't enough. And okay, credit to SSG. They got the play ball. They didn't allow Ascend to get into a proper setup, but Ascend hot on their heels, getting that ball back to tower very quickly. Space Station find themselves with Tusk down. Snipe Drone will fall. And now look at this sneaky place from Shady. But no, the ball doesn't play.
No.
Oh, it does play. Oh, I was scared for a second.
No, that was calculated. He was riding that railing, waiting for him to die, so he got off the map. But whew, don't scare me like that, Dan. I'm not ready for this. 71-41, going in favor of Team Ascend, and you have to respect the mental fortitude. I mean, they're obviously down 0-2 in the series. They're 1 round away from being out in this full play and then creating some kind of craziness that we definitely need numerous calculators try to figure out. But they're still fighting back. They're still making this as tough as possible. Snipe Drone is still getting double kills and still putting in the work.
If I'm the coach of Ascend, which is Gambit, by the way, shout out Gambit coming over, did play in the Open but didn't quite manage to achieve a position here in Raleigh, I'd be saying, guys, this is playing for your chance to be in Winners Bracket Round 2. Win this series. It's as simple as that. We don't have to get the calculators out. You will be at least 2nd place in this group. But right now, it's Space Station still on top overall. But in this particular round, Ascend are only 20 points away from tying up this ball game.
That ball is now going to rotate over toward the bottom A side of the map. You notice that deciding immediately dropping that ball over towards his teammates because he has that power up and he has that sniper. He wants to put it to work, but the nades are coming in. They're making him weak. He's goes in for the body shot on Sniper. That's going to be an excellent shot coming out of deciding, but not able to get the cleanup here. Meanwhile, off the screen, Sika takes down Tylenol. Shady's going to go after Elam, and that's going to be 3 down. Once it make that 4 down, a full squad wipe going in favor of SSG.
So this is going to give 1 push for SSG off the spawn here to break this setup. It's going to be ticking up to 90. They need to get the nades in. Deciding is going to be pushing from dummies and maybe has the chance to get some nades in. Has to win this battle. Ace is going to be there. Ball is dropped, so Space Station have done the job. They've been able to get the kill and they've been able to stop this initial setup, but 40 seconds remaining means that it's still a position where Space Station have to win this fight. Legend gets the trade, and that could be a huge trade in the grand scheme of things.
Looking for SSG when the ball's in hands, the timer stops. Sadly for SSG, it looks like Ascend are able to come in and steal that round away. Now we're tied up at 1 apiece. We're going into a best of 3. Next round is going to win. Can Ascend do it?
This is huge for Ascend. I mean, even if Ascend can't win this series, just taking some maps against Space Station will be massive for their chances of finishing 2nd in this group. 3 members of Ascend down bottom middle at the moment. They really wanted to prioritize that heat wave, and they've been able to pick up the sniper rifle. So a lot of goodies in the hands of the French plus Snipe Drone roster. I have to say it every time, because they are a French roster, but then they're Snipe Drone. Honorary French member.
It's all right. We'll accept him. I mean, he eats French toast. That's good enough,
counts.
right?
Yeah,
whatever.
I
That's
think
fine.
so.
Yeah, I'm good. 3 down. Go Team Ascend. Sending them back to France right now because Space Station Gaming trying to come in and end this series. Tylenol going to go right in at Snipe Drone. Another 3 down. Go to Boys in Red. Ascend started off so hot in that round number 2. What happened?
Space Station saying, all right, we give you a round, we give you a little bit of a ticket back into this game, but let's maybe try and knock some of that wind out of you. Seeker straight away assisting his teammate though. Shady also taking down Tylenol on the kill feed. So Space Station down to 2, and now this is where Ascend are going to make their move as they very much collapse onto the Space Station roster and have managed to gain ball control here. But again, it's just going to be ball control in Garage. I don't think we've seen Ascend get that set up towards tower once yet. It's only been Space Station with proper control.
Yeah, you got to make use of what you get. And if the spawn's ultimate coming towards the C side of the map, they have to rotate that ball over towards A. And again, it's not perfect, but sadly they have to adjust. Meanwhile, Sika able to get the big kill on Ace, but Tylenol answering right back, coming in with the cleanup kill. And that ball is now trying to rotate over towards the B side. If they get pressured, they'll be able to play it.
Tylenol came into this game with 132 kills, 117 deaths across this tournament so far with a 1.13 KD ratio. He really has been turning up as one of the kind of main slayers on this team, which is something we were questioning. Can you achieve this? Can you manage to push up and actually take over that role that Formal filled so well on this Space Station roster? But it looks like Tylenol says, you know what? Maybe this is my chance to shine. Screw Formal. We don't need him. I'll do it instead.
The young man coming out of Pennsylvania starting to make a name for himself. He's not a household name just yet. If you're watching Halo 3 streams, you might be aware of Tylenol, but a lot of people are not aware of him just yet. You should be now. He plays on a super high sensitivity. He's an aggressive player, and let me tell you, he's fun as hell to watch.
He really is. And this Space Station roster, you know, I'm seeing glimpses of greatness. I really think this team, with some more practice, pushing themselves in, we're going to be looking at a roster that can consistently hit top 6 in North America if they do stick together and if they can get some consistent practice. But at the moment, they've still got to get past Ascend, who are making this very difficult in round 3 of this oddball game of map number 3. And it's with this, constantly Ascend are on the ball, they're on the objective, they're not letting Space Station get any time because the scrappy time goes to Ascend every single time.
And finally, Ascend were able to put a double-digit lead on the board here. Slaves are starting to come in. Snipe Drone, excellent angles come out of him. Not only put as much damage as possible, but also able to stay alive. Ace to come in for the reach out, with Snipe Drone saying, you know what? I'm just going to stay alive.
Ace managed to get the shields back. Fantastic movement from Ace, using the pillar effectively as well, just to go on a little merry jig away from Snipe Drone. But Seeker will say, look, if you want this ball off the map, you're going to have to work for it, as those extra seconds still acquired by Ascend. Really impressed with their objective work, but they've still got to get a little bit further to win this one.
Ace taking a little bit of team damage there, but Tusk able to get the double kill, putting Ascend once again 3 down. Space Station Gamer really starting to run away with the setup here. The question is, can they lock it in? I want to see 1, maybe 2 rounds of slays, but Shady coming in for the flank. Excellent grenade coming out of Shady. Meanwhile, Sicker coming in for the cleanup kill on deciding that ball's going to be forced off the map, and that's going to be a squad wipe. 4 down for SSG.
And this is going to allow Ascend now to move that ball towards tower, get that desirable setup that we speak about. Legend will go back tower. Just got to be careful and aware of those nades. Unfortunately, the first kill goes in favor of Desighting. Now it's a 3v3 thanks to Snipe Drone getting one of his own, but it looks like Ascend are more than happy to play these small setups, play the ball, keep Space Station on their toes, and just slowly but surely scrap their way to those 100 points.
And they add up. They add. I love seeing a great setup with multiple rounds of slays, but you know what? The scrappy time, like you said, it adds up, and sometimes it can be the determining factor of whether you're winning or simply not. 81 to 51 lead going in favor of the boys in red at the moment, but the setup now being in favor of SSG. They're holding down tower side. Meanwhile, Tusk doing an excellent job of holding down top mid, but Tylenol going to be the first player to fall. Yeah,
Ascend getting that first pick means they can push in, but unfortunately, Seeker was on his own to face Tusk, but still numbers are on the side of Ascend. Make that a 3 versus 1 now at this point. Ace is going to be the last remaining player. It does get a little bit of damage, but Snipe Drone will be there to wipe. And now with Space Station losing 1, if Ascend can get a couple more here, they might be able to pick up that extra scrappy bit of ball time. But they've got to be careful. They can't afford to give one more strong setup to Space Station. Otherwise, this could be the series going in favor of the boys in blue.
Again, SSG are 1 round away from winning this series right here, right now. Ascend need to make a run right now. And first of all, they need to get the ball out of their hands. Just actually pinging enemies. I love to see that feature there. Talon going right in for the challenge on Legend. That's actually going to be 2 down right off the rip for Ascend. No way you're going to break a setup if you can't stay alive.
They've got to wait. Ascend have to wait. 2 players need to make sure they push together. All 4 of them have to swarm and try and take down this ball. 93 ticking over to 95. It has to be now, surely, as Space Station will hold on. 1 player's gone, but it doesn't matter that 1 player has gone. Space Station will hold on. Space Station 3-0 Ascend, and that is going to have just crazy permutations in what actually happens in this series.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what happened there. I mean, at one point in time, SSG lost a member towards the tail end of that game, but they were still able to hold on to the lead, and they won the game. They simply won the game, and that should be a 3-0, but we're going to wait when we find a final ruling. But my gosh, SSG have woken up towards the latter half of this tournament, and it's a good thing. We need to see SSG on top. I mean, we're talking about the global champion ace. I want to see him do well. We'll
get an official ruling, but I'm going to open up the Dan Gaskin handbook. I think that's a win. I think SSG deserve that one. Right. We will get the official ruling. Don't worry. My word means often nothing, but I mean, it's basically a 3-0 at this point. We'll see what happens if we go back into it, but this makes this group so weird, right? We're going to have potentially 3 teams on 1 victory, and then Cloud9 can maybe come away with 3 victories and be the top of the group, but we will still see Ascend having to play Cloud9. So Ascend are in a position where they're going to have to take off maps against Cloud9 to potentially finish in 2nd place, but SSG they've put 1 foot forward here, because they said, look, we've just 3-0'd a team. We've made sure our map difference is going to be a little bit better, but we have confirmation the Dan Gaskin rulebook is correct. SSG will win that game. They get the 3-0. It was a very impressive performance from the boys in yellow and black. Ascend, they just couldn't keep up with SSG in this series, Tony.
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, I'm a big fan of Ascend. I want to see them ascend to great things. I'm sorry, that's the last one.
That's promise. Like 6.
Yeah, 8 probably. But sadly, if you're not able to take a game off of SSG, I think there's levels to this. And Cloud9 are a tier above SSG. I mean, we're talking about consistently placing top 2, except for the last qualifier where they actually got 3rd place, but still, they played absolutely phenomenal all qualifiers long. Cloud9 are a top 2 team, and although SSG are good, top 8, top 6 is best. There's levels to this.
I think Xset will be watching that and saying, hey, wait, maybe there's a chance now we actually finish 2nd in this group when we do the math. My math is usually pretty good when I can look at it in front of me, but without it in front of me, I'm not even going to attempt it. All I know is Ascend are still yet to play Cloud9, so there's going to be a lot riding on that one, and I'm presuming it's the last game of the day. Maybe it'll be tomorrow. Who knows at this point? But very impressed with what I've seen from Ascend. And for you, Tony, I mean, you enjoyed your day here on the Bravo stream. It's an absolute pleasure to be able to come over and see what you've been able to do. I mean, it's pretty nice here. You got some nice digs.
I'm gonna be honest with you. This has been the greatest experience of my life. It truly has. You know, you've been to hundreds of LANs, and this is only my 2nd real LAN attending, and definitely my first one actually casting. And I will never take this for granted. It truly has been a pleasure meeting the cast has been amazing. The gameplay absolutely fantastic, but just feeling the atmosphere, the energy. I can feel the energy coming from the main stage. And I probably met a good 100 people, and everybody's just so fun. Everybody's just so great. I don't want LAN to end. I don't want to go home. I'm not going home. I'm staying here.
How can you not love this guy, man? I felt that one from the heart. It's been an emotional day for Tony. It's been an emotional day for a lot of people here involved, but it's been a fantastic one for Halo fans. I think even though it's been a long one, we've seen some amazing matches. There's been some questionable results. There's been some impressive ones. There's been some shocks, but ultimately has been an amazing setup for what is going to be an incredible weekend here on the Bravo stream and HCS Raleigh in general. We will be back tomorrow, though, so don't you worry. There's going to be more Halo action coming your way. But as for us on the Bravo stream, we say thank you for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow.
Sorry.